Get the app Skyview.
Oh, is this like where you pointed at the sky and then it like tells you where the asteroids are?
Yeah, yeah. It also tells you like the name of the stars in the sky.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah. But when I point it, for example, at Jupiter, I see Jupiter in the sky. It's a pretty bright dot of light. But when I look in the phone, I see that NASA picture, the CGI picture of Jupiter right there. So how do I know that is actually real, the CGI? Because CGI obviously is not real.
Well, I mean, if you look through a telescope, I don't think they have CGI on a telescope, so that'd probably be real.
Yeah, they do. They do have. Actually, this technology first was born in these observatories. Yeah, that's where they learned to do these things. And now they made them apps, which are available on phones, Android, iOS. So
We should be able to, with a telescope, we should be able to look at the moon and see, like, for example, the things that the astronaut has left behind, in the moon? Or is that too much to ask from a telescope?
Are you talking about like the American flag?
Yeah, what happened with that flag?
Well, I don't know what they left behind. I know they left the American flag, but I don't know if they left anything.
No telescope would be strong enough, to be able to
Well,
to see
actually, those telescopes, which they claim they are strong enough to see the flag on the moon, they have these specially made CGI pictures, yeah, which looks like there is a flag on the moon. They created that image.
have.
Yeah, they took a picture
That's
from a
crazy.
real telescope. Yeah, they zoomed into the moon. They made a picture, yeah, and they chose the spot where they claim that they landed on the moon, yeah. And now this high quality picture of the moon taken with the telescope, they add in it like a tiny thing looking like a flag in there, yeah. So they created this image, and this now is the standard image, official, by NASA, yeah. And now they use this picture to all these digital observatory telescopes, yeah. Whenever they point at the moon and they are zooming in to that place spot, you don't get to see the real moon in live. It's actually that telescope is using that image, superimposing it over the moon, and it looks pretty much the same like the real moon that you look in the sky. It's
You're saying
like augmented.
You're saying with a telescope. I'm just like, but with a telescope, in theory, you could make video content, right? Instead of just images.
Yeah. Yes. So obviously, when you look with the telescope is in. I mean, if it's a high-tech one, it's in constant motion. So it's following the moon, it's tracking it. So it's moving the same time with the moon. So you have the picture of the moon always like in the center of the image, And when you zoom into the moon surface, you will have like in your whole image just a part of the moon, like you are highly zoomed. So your whole screen is filled with the moon surface, and you will see all that stuff like everything is in motion, like you're looking live. But that little flag will be digitally superimposed in that image.
Actually get the picture they have it's just a black blob.
Yeah. It's not high resolution. You can't even distinguish that it's a US flag or whatever, any other country.
I posted the image.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see a black dot.
Yeah.
This dude is
wow.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Okay, so there's nothing there. Yeah, because that's just a rock and a black blob and another black blob.
Yeah.
Black shadow.
That's pareidolia.
This dude IB Hunter, which is supposedly like some sort of celestial navigation expert, ship captain, Mozart conductor, sub amateur or amateur semi-professional astrophotographer, aerospace engineer, rocket scientist. He's posting a link. Click on my link for like 12 plus allowed only. Open my profile. Boys only. They're saying, oh, he must have been hacked. No, I don't know if he's been hacked. This guy does weird, right? What if he just finally just dropped all walls and barriers and just
where did he post that at? Where did he post that at?
In Gem Panda server and also on Geos.
Oh. Well, he's probably already banned here.
Predator.
Oh yeah, he's a nut.
Boys only.
Sounds like a predator. Yeah.
At everyone too. Like he wants to make sure everyone sees it.
IB Hunter. That is okay. Oh, the 18. Oh God, yeah, that's porno. That's for sure.
Yeah.
The 18 thing.
And it lines up with that sort of Gem Pandas event like 5 years ago or 4 years ago where they had the children the flat earth.
Yeah, where they're trying to get that was really inappropriate. It was really super inappropriate of him to say like get footage of people's children being taught the flat earth, and it was just extremely inappropriate.
I don't know. When
But
I
as
hear
far as Gem Panda goes, I'm more gonna chalk that up to him being a completely socially awkward nincompoop, and not really him being nefarious. It was just he's like Jim Panda. That's a StarCraft term, and he's like older than me. He's like in his late 40s, and like the 49-year-old virgin, just somebody who never really acclimated to social.
You sound like he's got throat cancer.
That's just. I mean, he's British, so he probably smokes like 50,000 cigarettes a week.
Yeah.
So there's that. But yeah, there's no real image of anyone that anyone took. I mean, you can't. There's nothing that has that kind of resolution.
Definitely.
But even if you did, if we assume that the moon is self-illuminating, no matter how much that's maybe an assumption, right? But
I try and avoid all assumptions like that. I just look at the moon and say, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know how it works. I don't know how
Yeah.
it's powered. I don't know if it's self-illuminating. I actually don't know any of that stuff because I can't reach out. I can't put it in a jar and paint it red. So,
Well, at night I can see the moon shining light in the forest on the ground.
yeah. But
Yeah,
like something self-illuminating,
yeah,
I think it's reasonable to say that it is, but
yeah,
it's still a claim because like a self-illuminating jellyfish you can go and touch and
yeah,
capture and put it into a
yeah.
laboratory. But you can't do that with the moon.
You got your
No,
firefly stuff too.
And fireflies, yeah, you can capture them, put them in jars, paint them red if you're sadistic.
yeah. Paint them red.
But yeah, ultimately,
Funny. Yeah,
they're the moon is something you can't reach, you can't test, and you'll only ever be able to speculate about it. Even if it's reasonable speculation, it's
yeah.
still you want to avoid claims.
I personally theorize, if you remember in the 80s when they were launching those space shuttle missions, they used to pour like liquid nitrogen on the body of the spaceship and that booster tank to cool it
Yeah,
down. And I th-
yeah,
I'm I'm theorizing that they were trying to do that because at high altitude there are some uh, extreme low temperatures which can act like uh, when something warm tries to enter that extreme cold medium, it gets repelled, pushed away because it's too warm, and the state of that matter cannot enter in that high energy state in this medium. It will be like it will explode, you know. So there should be a phenomena like magnetic flux repulsion when you have a magnet coming very fast towards a block of copper. So it the magnetic field coming with high speed will create a current in the copper metal, which creates also a magnetic field, and it repels and uh, breaks the speed of the magnets. So they don't touch each other, they don't hit each other, they don't make physical contact. Hey, servus. But yes, of course, this is speculation. Mic check.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and that's why I think they were cooling those rockets because they were trying to achieve higher altitudes. And what got me thinking in this was watching the Go Fast rocket. It's so bizarre uh, what's actually happening to that rocket. Amateur. Well, there's nothing to worry about. Hollywood beautified hell, so it's not a bad place to go to. It's not terrifying. It's actually a nice place. A giant bar where everyone drinking, smoking, singing, fighting. So they choose, ordinary people choose to do what they want. Because it's not selfish. Gravity. The magic excuse word for not learning sciences.
Gabity.
Yeah. What is gravity? Oh, I don't know. Next question.
Next question.
Yeah. Hmm. The world's most famous scientist, which did no experiment ever in his whole lifetime.
Who was that? I had a phone call.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill
Neil
Nye.
deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye
Yeah,
doesn't have a doctorate. Neil deGrasse
yeah,
Tyson, his claim to fame was he downgraded Pluto to a moon. That's his claim to fame.
yeah.
That's his thesis.
He fondled some girl who had a Pluto tattoo.
Mhm.
He's like, "Hey,
Uh,
baby, roses are
allegedly,
red, violets are blue. Let me touch your Pluto tattoo."
Yeah. Oh my God, I saw that.
hey,
Wow.
allegedly.
Yeah, you gotta put that in there, right? Because he got away with it.
Well, I don't know that he did it. I mean, there are so many. I take 90% of accusations now. I don't even take seriously.
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too.
care.
It's like
Like who they're even against, I don't take seriously.
it's like if they're on social media, it's like it's hard to believe it, right? Because you don't.
Yeah.
You should go to the police, right?
Yes. See,
What
that's
is
the thing.
Oh, go ahead.
When someone goes to the police, I believe them. When they go to social media, instantly, I don't believe them.
They're trying to do the court of public opinion, which means they're
Yeah.
not really a victim.
Yeah. They want the lynch mob. They don't want justice.
Mhm.
And in that case, even if they did the thing, like they sexually harassed you or made nasty remarks or whatever, if you're trying to get a lynch mob together for mob justice, then you're just as bad. Sorry, it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Just my opinion.
No wonder why they were burning them alive on a stake in the medieval ages.
Yeah, just talk to a modern feminist, and
Yeah.
it'll slowly dawn on you why the church burned witches.
Oh.
Like, holy shit. Time for another crusade.
Everywhere, literally everywhere. It's full of clowns. Even at
Bro, it's
my
clown world.
workplace.
It's
Yeah.
clown world. All you can do is honk.
Yeah.
Don't let it get you down. Just enjoy the circus.
No. Yeah. That's all we
That's
can
what I
do.
do.
You know.
All you can do.
But I'm not gonna pay the ticket.
Yeah.
They keep coming at me. Hey, don't you want to buy the ticket? No, thank you.
Got front row seats.
Yeah, I know it's a scam. And that's where NASA was born, actually. Actually, the circus, the practice of the circus, uh, evolved into this entity that NASA is today. I was just looking the word NASA on Google, and I went to images and I scroll down, scroll, and I find a funny black and white picture of a 1900s or 1800s picture of a circus, and they show there a trip to Mars, 10 cents. That was the cost of a trip to Mars in the 1800s, and now it's billions of dollars. Wow. It costs billions of dollars, but you don't even get to make that trip. I will bet someone who has $1 billion that if he post a announcement, something like I want to pay $1 billion for a ticket to Mars, NASA and Elon Musk will jump on that guy straight away, take his money, and make a paper ticket. And they will tell him, yeah, in the next 2 decades, we guarantee you that you will go there. They will take his money, but never gonna take the guy there. It's the same thing what they are doing with those fake X fireworks launches, uh, taking money in YouTube super chat, and yeah. everybody at NASA and Fake X are sitting on the computer and watching the money pouring into their account. Are we gonna have a ladies' night tonight?
Yeah, ladies' night. Hmm.
Yeah. I missed
Leonel,
it.
have I met you before, Leonel? Leonel, you sound familiar.
What sounds familiar, Sasha?
Leonel, he sounds like someone I've met before.
Oh, one of your Globers?
Yeah, I think so.
You know what? Let's spice things up tonight, Sasha 2.0. And, you know, what do you want to identify as tonight, this evening?
Am I free to choose?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your kindergarten teacher should have decided your gender a long time ago. So go ahead.
Oh, glad.
Hey, man, I'm just telling it like it is.
That was
Y'all don't
funny.
like it. Yeah. Anyway.
You don't like me?
Yeah.
So what do you want to identify as tonight? It's a serious question. Sasha.
I guess I'll be queer gender.
You'll be what?
A gender?
Which one?
No, a
Oh,
gender.
agender,
That means I
like
don't have a gender.
non-gender.
Non-binary, then?
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Okay.
it's different from non-binary. Non-binary is where you have a gender, it's just you're not one or the other. A gender is where you don't have a gender.
Yeah.
Well, that's still binary if you think about it.
Neutral.
No, there's no such thing.
no.
It's either see it classifies you into a binary system when you say I'm non-binary or I'm binary. Okay, you can't get out of it. Whoops.
What do you identify as then?
Today, a 1969 Shelby Mustang, I'd say. Today,
Very fine year.
all gray with a racing stripe down the middle. You know, classic.
Oh, very nice.
Represents my huge male genitals. Listen, so are you a male? Were you born
I
a male
identify
physically?
as a
No.
Rolex
You'll
watch.
answer the question. Were you born a male physically? And I got to get off this subject, but I
depends
just
on
wanted
how
to
you
embarrass
define
you a
it.
lot. Sorry. Go
Depends on
ahead.
how
Go
you
ahead.
qualify male. Like, some people would say I'm a male, but I would not.
Do you have a penis?
Technically, yes.
So you're a man then. That's what
It's a
men
yes
have.
or no question.
Yeah, it's not an opinion. Okay, so moving on, brother.
All right, your profile picture makes sense now.
I don't know if it's him. Like I said, Sasha 2.0. I hope that's not you in your profile picture because we have
I'm
a
gonna
lot
have
to
to
discuss.
change it because everyone
I'm
makes
about to
fun
be
of
a
me now.
licensed
Like a heavily
therapist, so
filtered
if you want to come talk to me. I'm just
I mean,
kidding.
at least I put my picture on my photo. You guys are too afraid to even put your own picture.
Because of people like you, bro.
What do
I'm
you
not
mean?
afraid.
I'm nice
I'm
to you
smart as
guys.
shit. I'm not gonna
I
let
bet
people
that's
know
the
who I
heavily
am.
filtered version.
Well, yeah,
gotta
you
be
can't know
kidding
who I am. You're not gonna be able to know who I am from my picture.
Correct. That picture.
There's
I
nothing
mean,
to know.
especially. Although you do sound like you look like that, I will say.
Sasha, do you want to see the bandit?
Yeah, let's see it.
No, I don't believe you.
You look like Pete Wentz from Fallout Boy. He's the bassist, by the way. That's a compliment. You should take that as a compliment. He's really good looking, and the girls love him.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Oh
you.
wait, you don't care about
Wow.
girls or guys loving you.
No, I
You're
care about
neutral.
No, he cares
I'm
a lot.
actually straight. I'm
He cares
straight.
a lot.
I'm heterosexual.
Wait a second. If you're agender but you're straight, that means you don't have sex. You don't have those kinds of emotions, right? Come on now, you got to stick with the script,
Well,
pal.
you can still be agender and still be sexual.
Okay, well, thanks for clearing that whole thing up for me. Again,
Sounds like a
I
lot
need
of
to
coke.
change the topic. I really do, especially since I'm on top so far. Yeah, so what are we going to do about the Earth measuring flat? What are you going to do about it? Are you ever going to measure it? Or are you just going to keep coming in here wasting our time?
Well, it's not my job to measure things.
Okay, is there a way to test the Earth to see whether or not it's a globe?
You could probably do some experiments or measurements.
And if you found one of those suitable to your needs, would you perform said test measurement?
I mean, if it wasn't too much effort, yeah, I probably would.
And have you come across any experiment, measurement, test, etc., hell, even observation that you'd like to perform in order to back up your globe claim? Sorry, what?
I came across the black swan.
You came across it? Okay. You're interested in the black swan, huh?
Yeah.
You know what the best part about the black swan is? It's infinitely repeatable. Infinitely repeatable.
But when you repeat
everywhere.
it, you normally get white swans. You don't get a black swan.
Go ahead and demonstrate that.
You can do it anytime.
Well, I've seen plenty of white swan images.
These are words. Go ahead and demonstrate that physically for us, please. Thanks.
How am I supposed to demonstrate an experiment in a Discord call?
Well, number one is go perform the fucking thing, and number two is come tell us about it. How's that sound?
Yeah, you might have to go outside. Sorry, man.
It is work. Yeah, you got to lift a finger or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people will like see you and stuff. So you gotta like.
So
deal
gotta
with
buy like an expensive.
Just make sure you put enough makeup on so people don't know who you are. Wait, you're already doing that.
I actually go outside every now and then, so.
Every now and then.
Wow.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm surprised you're alive.
The trophy's in the way.
But you don't
It's on the
go
way.
out regularly on a schedule.
Do they give you recess where you are? They give you outside time?
They give them a rec hour, 1 hour outside.
It's a lot
and
of
it's
time.
Back in the cushion room after that.
Well, it's a good thing he doesn't know where he lives. He can't escape. Oh! Okay, enough fooling around. Sorry, a Glober's prison. Yeah, it's a prison for the mind. Didn't Alex Jones tell us that a long time ago? Wow. It's a prison for your mind. They're a globalist. Sorry, go ahead.
It's the Tricoms.
So, yeah. Sasha 2.0, brother, you're so much better than sitting here doing this, aren't you? Here's what I think would happen. If you went out and genuinely did any of the stuff that we have done, any of it at all, you try to debunk the flat Earth, you know, you wouldn't come back and talk to us. You'd be so embarrassed that you found it was flat. We would never hear from you again. That's the kind of person you are.
I'm a truth seeker, so I always seek the truth.
I'm just going to let that sink in.
Saying that doesn't make it true. I think you're a truth phobe.
Which
No, I
truth
love
have you
truth. I'm a
searched
truth.
up
I'm a
until
truth
now?
file.
Yeah, what truths have you
You're another
searched up
kind of file,
until
not a
now?
truth file.
What did you
Can
say?
you tell us a truth you found? Can you tell us a truth you found up until now?
Well, I think God exists, and most of you agree with that, so I think that's a truth.
How about something empirical?
I think evolution exists.
Oh my God. How is evolution empirical?
Because there's evidence for it.
Yeah. What do you call evidence? Like this Ipsos thing they put on the walls, or when you break your arm, you know, they wrap your arm in that cement.
Do fossil records count?
Fossil records. So if it's a record, then it's something written on a page, on paper.
Yeah.
Oh, like drawings and writing on paper is proof of a fossil.
Well, have you seen the fossils?
No. I've seen fake
You should
ones.
go to an archaeology museum, and maybe you would
Yeah,
like them.
I went, and they're fake. So they are, you know, when I go to church also, they have on the walls and on the altar many items of worship, and those items you're not allowed to do anything you want with them. In the church, you're allowed maybe to kiss them, you know, and to kneel before them and pray. And that's pretty much the same with a archaeological or fossil museum, yeah, where you go to and you see all sort of items of worship inside a confined place, yeah, and you're not allowed to touch them, only to observe them. And you are pushed from behind to believe that what you see is real.
Yeah.
That those things are what they tell you that they are. Yeah. But if I go out in the woods, I dig up some dirt. Yeah. I wash the dirt and collect all these colors of clay, and I make the very same object like they did. Yeah. Shape of all sort of bones, you know, and I burn it in fire. I make it, yeah. It's a fossilized dinosaur which I made of clay. But if I put this bone at my home, they will not accept it as being real. Only their bones are real. To prove, they will ask to take a sample from my bone, to test it. But if I ask them to take a sample from their bones that they expose, they will refuse to give. So the fake one that I will be making is more real than the ones that are in the museum. That's the funny thing about it.
Wait, the moon is fake?
No, your fossil bones.
I mean, you think bones exist, right?
Yeah, bones
Okay,
are
well, if you think bones are real, why are fossils fake?
Because those
skeleton
aren't
is
bones.
a system component from living beings.
So you think dinosaurs are fake or what?
You know those things you see in the museum are
I didn't say dinosaurs are fake. I didn't say that. But
Right.
there is no empirical evidence that they exist. Would you say that there is a place in the world where we can go and see dinosaurs? Because
Well, sir, they went extinct.
no, listen. I haven't seen extinct species or animals, you know. All the animals that I know, they are alive.
Right now they're
And
alive,
I
yes.
can go in the wild, in the forest, and I find them and I can see them. Yeah. But I can search the whole world and I guarantee you that I can't find any T-Rex or
That's
Tyrannosaurus,
because they're
whatever.
extinct, bro.
That's a nice story.
Yeah,
Extinction.
that's a wild claim.
You can't prove it.
I mean, you can't disprove it.
Well, you have
doesn't make it true.
you have no empirical evidence that they were extinct. You don't have evidence that they lived, that they existed.
You show me a dinosaur fossil, I'll show you a fucking Coke
Yeah.
can that's twice as old. You feel me?
Yeah. And the word dinosaur is a very new word, and those dinosaurs that they show us, they really did not existed. But there were some giant living beings that lived back in the days. We have historical writings uh, which tells us of these giant dragons and stuff like this, and beasts.
Technically, it's cool stories, though.
Yeah.
Come on. Come on.
But again, there is no empirical evidence about them. But the difference is that we do have thousands of years old writings in comparison to your dinosaurs. Your
Dude,
dinosaurs
I don't
are
know about
only
thousands of years
100.
ago. I don't know about that. How are you
No,
gonna falsify that,
these,
dude?
yeah,
Yeah, how are you gonna
The ancient Greeks wrote
How do we
about
know,
such
man? Come
beings.
on, come on. We're
I'm
here questioning
saying,
bullshit. That's
And even
no,
an
bullshit.
Glad.
ancient Greeks know the
No,
dinosaurs.
it's not bullshit, Glad. I'm saying that these books, we have them for thousands of years.
How do you know that, dude? Come on, seriously. Come on. Just say, well, we don't really know,
Well,
but the
read
theory.
read the Greek mythology. It doesn't come out of nowhere. It
It's
comes from
mythology.
Herodotus, from Pliny.
It's mythology.
Those are just cool stories, man. Like someone could have just written those. It's science fiction,
I know, but
so it's not
Herodotus
proof.
Herodotus is not a
It's
fiction. It
forged.
How
was
It
do you
a
is.
know that? When did you meet
ancient
him? You guys
Greek
arm wrestle?
writer,
Share beer?
and there are also ancient Greek poets, yeah, who wrote poems and songs about these
That could be
beings.
150 years old, dude. It really could. It could be as disheveled as it looks, as used as it looks. How are you going to test that it's thousands of years old? There's no way to do that for real. I don't want to come against you, Get, but that's what we
Yeah, I
say to
know, I know.
Globers. That's what we say to Globers, man. You
I
know it's all
know
love.
it's a
It's all love,
good
bud.
argument, but I'm just comparing his dinosaur stories, with ancient Greek written mythology. It's much older than the story of the dinosaurs. The dinosaur story, the word dinosaur, it's probably not older than 200 years. You know,
Yeah, it's
I
about
can get on
100.
that
and
boat. I could get on
and
that
I've
boat.
been
Yep.
I've been very generous, giving him 200 years. You know,
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Totally.
yeah,
That's about all we can do. Maybe. Right?
yeah.
Maybe.
It's a very new word invented, and also this image of these animals is very new. If they really existed, uh, we would have had paintings depicting such creatures and writings about them. We would have had temples or whatever. People would have worshipped. But we don't have.
Yeah, you tell anybody out there the dinosaurs didn't exist, and they look at you like you're crazy. It's
Yeah.
one of those. Yeah, it's the same thing as the globe.
And yeah, this always happens when we talk about stuff which requires blind belief, blind faith.
What was the purpose of the what do you think was the purpose of the? I mean, if what's the purpose of believing in the dinosaurs? What's the
Evolution?
Ah, the strengthening of the theory of evolution and demolition of theology.
of theology? The
And
demolition of
yeah,
theology.
yeah,
It's
like
also
religion, like Christianity, Buddhism, whatever religious system which involved a creator god or creator gods, yeah, they had to demolish that
yeah. I mean,
to make people like, oh no, there was a magic spark which triggered life and evolved into giant beings, and then those giant beings went extinct. They didn't survive, they were stupid, and now smaller beings become smart and they manage to survive
yeah. From a
because they are
broader
strong.
viewpoint, from a broader
Yeah,
viewpoint, saying that actually God,
yeah,
even if he did exist, he made a mistake, like create these dinosaurs,
yeah,
and it didn't work out. So yeah, he's not
yeah,
omnipresent, omniscient, so forth.
yes.
Then
And
the
that story
caveman,
caveman. He magically had a spark in his mind, and that was the spark of intelligence, and he suddenly discovered the wheel, the fire, the drawings on the walls, painting on the walls.
astronomy,
Yeah.
It's quite scary just to think that like our history has been erased.
Yep.
It's like, what year? Do you ever think about like what year we're really in? Like, where are we in time? You know?
No, we're nowhere. Time is a construct, man. Time doesn't exist, but clocks do.
You're saying
Well,
that
I
time doesn't exist?
can.
Time is an
Time.
opinion.
It's just
Time is a
conceptual.
concept. Yeah.
It's just conceptual. It's just like a way of measuring it, right? But time doesn't exist.
Well, you can't measure something that doesn't exist. It's a phenomena because, to me, it's like, okay, we have a start and an end, or so we think, right? In these meat sacks, meat sack has a start and a finish here, and so subconsciously, I think we've built this like, okay, so everything has, like a start and a finish, and oh, look at the sun, it comes back. It goes away and comes back. It goes away and comes back. Well, what we can do is count those up in between our start and our finish, and then call that time.
Yeah, it could just be how we perceive entropy, for example. Like,
yeah, maybe.
Observing the second law of thermodynamics. It's just the way that we process it.
Yeah. I will ask a simple question. What do you think you have? Do you have seconds and minutes and hours, or do you have life?
Life.
Yeah, me too. So time is something that you don't have.
You don't have
because
time?
it doesn't exist. But
they want you to have it, though. They want you to think that it's finite, don't they?
This thing we call time is actually life. Life is it's like walking on a path. It's always walking. That's life. Doing something, always. And
I agree. It's always now.
They changed this with like the concept of time. Like time is a river that's flowing, and it carries you, and you can't swim against or forward. You just flow with it.
Yeah, it's like a river. It's like a river.
I don't like that concept of flowing river.
Oh, why not?
I prefer
the Buddhist concept.
Like the going of life, like walking.
So like Taoism?
Life path.
So the way, because that's what Taoism, the Tao of Pooh. Everybody should read the Tao of Pooh just because it's fun. But Taoism means the way. It just means the way life does its thing, the way it goes. The flow, the actual flow, not like a river. Okay, fine. I'm not a Buddhist.
And it's filled with cycles, all sorts of cycles, repeating cycles at certain intervals,
Yeah, exactly. And why do you think like the I don't even know how to say it, Antikythera mechanism?
Antikythera, yeah.
Okay. It doesn't have a start or a finish. There's no way to like end the cycle,
Yeah.
The same with clocks, right? Stuff like that. It's fascinating.
And it's also about transformation, you see. You're never going to be what you were. Like today, you're not like when you were 5 years old.
Thank God. Oh, wait, no, I'd like to be 5 again. But 5 years ago? No.
Yeah, everybody will like that, but still.
Yeah. I hear you. I get it.
Yeah.
Yo, is there any mod here?
That
I don't know
should
what's
be.
going on.
No. I just this is a new account. I want to get back to flat earth role, so I'm down to get interviewed by a mod
All
to
right.
get it back. Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask for a gold also.
Well,
can do.
where is the flat Earth proof? If you're a flat earther,
Well, I can disprove the I can like disprove the globe basically in the spin. Like if there's no globe and there's no spin, therefore it's it's a flat surface.
That's
Okay,
that's kindergarten
one
stuff.
point.
What do you think? So why is it that we're not moving? Really? Why or that we don't feel like we're moving? We can't detect any motion. Why is that?
Yeah, well, basically that you answered it. Like we can't feel it, we can't sense it, we can't. There's absolutely no proof that there's a spin. It's basically conjecture.
Okay.
If there's a spin, they have to prove it themselves. Not like the burden is on them to prove the spin.
Correct. Okay. So what do you know about
The
Coriolis?
positive claim.
Is Coriolis a thing?
No.
What do you know about Coriolis? What do you know about Coriolis?
Me? I know the Earth doesn't spin under bullets or helicopters or anything.
It's a fictitious
know-
force. It is by
No,
definition
it's not
a
a force.
It
It's
is
not a force.
no. Listen, it is by definition a fictitious force. It is fiction.
Okay,
It is
let
not
me
real.
finish. He's right. You're right. It's fictional, and that's the definition. Look it up,
it's
kids.
not
But
fictional.
Sasha,
It is.
I'm
Look
almost
it
done.
up.
I'm almost done.
Sorry.
So
Yeah, but that's. Go ahead.
if there's a way to detect whether or not the Earth is in motion, how would that happen? How would we do that, Truckster?
You'd have to go outside to see
Exactly.
how
You'd have to leave the Earth first,
Yeah.
and then there you go. Okay, I like this guy. Anybody else want to try him out?
Yeah, so when you are in a rotating reference frame, you can experience the Coriolis effect. It's an effect which takes place only then when you are in a rotating frame of reference. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about the frame of reference. It's basically like how they say the sun is extremely like far away, and that's why like there's like the beam of the sun is rotating and changing and stuff. But that doesn't make sense because like you can make the same experiment with like a lamp and like like a paper and something, and you'd have like the same effect. The sun is not like as far away as they say it is, so the sun is very very close. And there's a video there's some videos of like literally just of pilots basically like videotaping the sun and how it's going down, not going down, but like going around around Earth, and like they can see clouds like behind the sun and the sea behind the sun. Like there's no horizon. Like where's the horizon?
And I do happen to have a GIF where
The sea behind the sun.
clouds behind the horizon
it appears
behind
that
the
way.
sun or above the sun, but
he said that.
also I have a GIF where like you can see like the sun is inside the clouds. And
Is he
Oh yeah,
lagging or I'm lagging?
take a look at my PFP. I put a picture in my info that is something like that. Get, is that right? Click on my name and see the picture, the profile thing, the banner.
Let me see.
I gotta find the picture. But yeah, just click on my name, Glatflobe, in the chat and look at my information. At the top there, it's a sun nestled inside of clouds. At least it appears that way. Yeah, there you go, Leveless. Thanks.
I like the hotspot indicator also to say to claim it is closer.
That's a good one. Yeah, you can't look at how small the rays start and finish on that area, right? Yeah. It's like a few miles across. The huge sun, no matter how far away it is, it's not going to do that.
Yeah, like it's not gonna. Their excuse is refraction, I believe, like or something. When like the light beams of the sun like change directions suddenly, like when they reach Earth. What?
Yep.
Like it's always magic. Oh wait, the sun is like so much farther away than the moon, but yet they're literally like literally exact same size, like from our perspective. But no. Yeah. But the sun is very far, but the moon is very near. Like it's so much conjecture.
They claim the sun rays is coming in parallel, but as soon as it hits the atmosphere and all the particles in the atmosphere, it scatters out. But if it scatters out like that, the sun rays should go in all random directions at once, but we all only see them in what is the word? Crepuscular rays. You know what I mean?
Yeah, crepuscular rays, yep.
Yeah, and the vice versa term. But yeah, I mean, if they scatter around as they hit particles, they should go left and right, you know, and they should even bounce back up, you know, in theory. But
yeah, I mean, anytime the globe camp wants to come against observation, it's sad, I guess. Yeah, because it doesn't end. Like, look at. We have countless pictures, countless video of the sun acting a fool compared to what they say it is. Like, the sun can't ever be photographed in the clouds like that, ever. And we have countless photos. If you think they're all fake, then I guess you think they're all fake. So go out and measure the Earth. But in the meantime, you know, all of this stuff does not help when all you do is come against like I said, the observation, the human observation.
Wouldn't be so, since that they have the paradigm of they went to the moon and all that, wouldn't it be so easy to disprove every single flat earther in this whole, like in this whole plane, this whole Earth, if they ever went to space, if there is a space, and then like in their paradigm, and then like took a video of Earth like literally spinning and showed us a frame of reference. Better yet, they went to the moon and never took a picture of Earth ever. Like every picture NASA has is Photoshop, and they admitted it.
Yeah.
Like there's so many holes in the narrative, and they're surprised. Like people question the paradigm.
Yeah, I mean, the supposed pictures from the moon is clearly altered with. You can do that by putting into basic Photoshop programs and stuff like that to find rectangle squares around the moon, the Earth, and stuff like that.
Literally anybody could make those NASA photos in 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was my point. I mean, the easiest thing for them was to just turn the Hubble telescope, if it really was up there 180 degrees, and just start filming or taking pictures.
Oh man, it's so absurd. Show me a picture of a sideways city, buildings facing out to the right. The fuck, man. Show us that it's a globe, or at least try, man. We get the same vantage of just like a quarter of what should be the curve of the Earth. Same vantage all the time.
Yeah. Did you guys see that?
There's no other set. Hold on. Sorry. One more thing. There's no other. Tell me, Globers. There's no other video vantage that you can have with satellites. You don't get a 360. You don't. Why have a fourth wall? What's the problem? Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just like that video they posted out with that time lapse of the moon passing the Earth, where it's clearly that the moon is fake and the Earth down beneath, this cloud is not moving at all. Like it's just simple analyzing.
Yeah, it looks like something I would have made when MS Paint first came out in like 1993 or something, 1991. And I was like, look, I can make the moon and the earth, and I'd laugh at it with my friends. And so that's what they're showing people, and people are buying the hell out of it. Hook, line, sinker. They love it.
The problem you're asking, Gladflow, is you're asking them to turn back the camera and shoot the movie director. And that's crazy, man.
Exactly. You know, if there's no fourth wall, if there's no director, show me all of it out there, not just this one quarter of a curve. It's fucking ridiculous.
But that's not how you make movies, man.
I know, exactly right. You're totally right about that. I hope the audience understands just how absurd it is.
When you talk about flat Earth, also like they think of you as if you have like an old concept from the past, and they see you as it doesn't sound cool, you know, like flat Earth.
Wait.
It's like
I mean, they spent years upon years to ridiculize the term flat Earth and put things on it like conspiracy theories. So everyone just think of that as like, oh, if I'm being called that, like I am like the odd person in the room, you know?
Leone, did you just say they think?
Yeah, I mean, I try to put myself in their perspective, but like when they hear
I'm just, I'm just messing with it. It's, it was a joke, but I think I'm the only one who finds it funny.
But I find it even more. Well, obviously, like I find it more amazing to think of the fact that it's flat. Like to me, it's just like it's like reconnecting yourself. I mean,
I don't need to think of it, right? We don't need to think of it. It's just the way it is, right?
It's like for them, for you to think that the Earth is flat, it's like a very pathetic way of looking at the Earth, which in fact it's the opposite. It's a lot much cooler, not just cooler, but you know what I mean. Like, but for them, it's like pathetic. It's a very pathetic way of looking at the Earth. It's like you have a very pathetic perspective of the Earth if you think it's flat. Very pathetic.
Yeah, because they have no knowledge. I mean, Sasha, for example, he didn't know until I showed him that the Coriolis is just a fictitious force. So the problem is,
honest, what's the alternative? Making stuff up, conjecture, just to make ourselves feel good?
Well, they feel like they're part of the future. They have this concept that they're getting closer into the future, into advancing. It's like part of they link the sphere with technology in the future. Like things are going to be so much cooler in the future, right? I think it's like you are getting away from the future. You're going to the past. People don't want to go to the past. It's kind of like really weird. Like,
see, we want to explore space. That's the future.
Space.
They make even from technology a religion called technocracy, and they have this big dream, the technocratic utopia.
This dream is really lame, actually. It's not. It's low energy. There's nothing cool about it. I mean, it's gonna be anti-science anyways because it doesn't exist. It will never happen. Like if a technocratic dream cannot happen, like with all scientists being like pseudoscientists, how could it happen?
It can be pulled over your eyes. Like magic.
I guess I underestimated them.
Magic sunglasses, yeah. Which allow
Here's your pod on VR.
Yeah. And it can go even far deeper than that. like when it's injectable, and that technology actually goes right there in the back of your brain, where the information which is being sent by your eyes is being processed in the back of your brain. So if they are tapping right there, then they can do wonders in regards to what you will be able to see.
That's true.
Yeah.
I can't wait in the future to call myself a pure blood. Like without any vaccines, without anything.
Non-edited. Yeah.
I'm of the tribe of the pure bloods. Get out of here, technocratic
I'm
monkey.
a daywalker.
I think in those times, you can call yourself a author, like self-author, because if you don't allow them to edit your DNA, to write your own DNA, then you are the one who writes your own DNA.
Such an awkward. I had a person. Well, one of my students, in fact, I have a close relationship with him, and he was like, "Wait, so you don't have any, any vaccines or any? You haven't? You don't have? Like, you don't have any?" He was like so astonished. Like I felt really awkward. I'm like, oh, maybe I should be pretending that I do or what? Because I felt really awkward.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't know what to say. He was like
Society.
like if I was like the only person in the world or something, I felt kind of like awkward. Like I'm like, shit, maybe I shouldn't be. Should I be telling people that I'm not like?
Wait, you have never had any vaccinations?
Like you have none? I was like,
I mean,
No,
look at it
no,
like
I mean,
this.
that was a serious question. Like you had never had any vaccination.
oh, okay, no. Yes, I have when I was a child. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I never had any. I am still alive.
That's
Wow,
amazing.
lucky you. You're very lucky.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
I mean, I can imagine a future where pure-blooded people would actually be hunted down to be set in machines to just be pumping blood to all the elites, so they can stay alive longer or something like that,
Yeah. Thank you. That
Not
would be
even
nice.
polio, smallpox vaccines, Clay? You haven't had any vaccines?
No, not one. Like I was the third child, and I mean my mom was ridiculed by the doctor, but nope. She withstanded the lies. He told her your son is going to die, blah blah, and
Wow.
I'm still alive, right? So just lies. He was very, like, my mom told me he was very rude. He was like
Wow.
going nuts.
Wow.
Of course, they're getting paid per shot. So if you don't take the shot, he is not getting paid.
Right.
They go to extremes, man, to extreme measures. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm very thankful for my family.
Yeah, we should probably cut this part of the conversation and back to
yeah.
matters.
Right. Let's go back.
It is still a choice, right?
No medical advices here.
Yeah, we don't want another strike. In the other day, we get a strike for talking about the war.
Clay under seal.
I forgot.
Clay
sorry.
under seal. I want to ask you a question, which is not related to this discussion's topic. What does morgen means in German? Is it tomorrow or morning?
It can be both. So
It
you
is
can
both.
say, yeah. So you can.
Yeah, because when I go to work in the morning, everybody says morgen, 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 morgen. Yeah. When I
Yeah.
go second shift and colleagues which leave from work and colleagues which come to work, they also say morgen. And when I go night shift, also the same morgen. And it's so funny, silly to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Uh,
Germans being German.
yeah. I know. I made 12 years of German language learning. I know the grammar, but forgot it.
But
I've learned it. Yeah.
it's a great language, right?
Yeah. It's very complex. Yeah. And hard. The grammatics is hard. Yeah. Yeah. And in German, you can't say, you said Sasha, but to say Sasha, S, Esh, Sh, Sh, that sound must be SCH. Not SH.
Yeah, Sasha.
Yeah. Zasha. Zazaha. What?
No,
Funny.
just Sasha.
Zasha.
Sasha.
So SH, you still pronounce it like Esh. Sh.
Yeah, we
That
use
sound.
SCH.
Yeah, I know, in German.
Yeah. Like when you say in
Don't.
English Sasha, we say
Yeah.
Sasha.
Yeah.
At least that's what I presume, that English speaking person would say.
I heard you when you called him Zasha, and I perceived it very quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. It was funny, yeah.
Well, he's gone
So,
since the
which city in Germany are you?
I mean, it's close to Luxembourg, the oldest city of Germany,
I
Trier.
see. Yeah, yeah. I'm close to Fulda. You know it.
Ah, hold up. Yeah.
Yeah, Bad Hersfeld.
Bad Hersfeld. Yeah, it's.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not extremely far away.
yeah. I'm pretty like in central Germany, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it
So
here.
yeah, me too. So far, it's great.
The only thing I don't like is this, like, you people, the Catholic Church has so much power here and influence. And man, Sunday, everything is closed. Like, that's so stupid. I hate it because Sunday, it's, like the first day of work.
Mm.
And yeah, I've seen that most German people have no clue. They really believe that Sunday is the day of rest. you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta have your sun day, right?
Exactly. Yes. They don't see it. They don't know it.
I mean, the Catholic Church are sun worshippers.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But they're not bad people. I see them like little children which have been fooled, you know, and it's not their fault.
I mean, we all have been.
I don't blame
right?
them. Yeah, we all are, of course. So,
There's rotten apples everywhere. Good people everywhere.
yeah, true.
Anyways, what happened to the Globers? The Glober.
Yeah, they're cut on them, you know.
I hope this weekend we get some more.
I think they're getting ready for the Great Depression that's coming. You know. Yeah, because history repeats itself. If you look back, the Bolshevik Revolution, yeah. Now it's like there can't be Russia without Ukraine, you know. And that's what happened with the Bolshevik Revolution. They took Ukraine and they formed USSR. And right before that event, it took place the Great Spanish Flu. And yeah, 2020 we had our thing, and now we have Russia invading Ukraine, you know, because they can't afford to have their number one enemy next to their border, you know, because Ukraine was about to join NATO, and NATO from the day one of its creation, it's officially the enemy of Russia, the alliance against Russia. A couple of European countries, USA and the Brits, and they formed this alliance against Russia. And now this entity wants to have a border with Russia. So obviously, Russia was forced to attack and invade Ukraine by NATO. And with this attack, now they impose this embargo, and they are cutting us off from gas and oil, which we depend on Ukraine and Russia. And yeah, this will lead to economic crash, disaster, depression. I see it coming in the next years. Like next 2 years are gonna be so much worse.
I mean, they do have the 2030
Exponentially.
plans, you know, so it's all according.
2030 is very far away.
It's
Just
still
wait to
also
see.
just around the corner, you know, like.
You haven't even caught 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, if you look at
Yeah,
like that, sure, it's 8 years or
yeah.
7.5 years, but it's still in terms of like a lifespan. Like, for example, I mean, time is going pretty fast, even though time is a construct, blah blah blah. But
Well,
it goes pretty fast. Like, you at some point you will blink, and 2030 is here, and a lot of shit has gone down.
do you know what happened? Do you know what happened in the Bolshevik Revolution?
No, I'm not so well versed in that specific
Just
matter.
look at it. Just look at it. What happened and what was all over the world in that time? Because that's what's actually going to happen now. The Russians officially, like Putin, 2 or 3 weeks ago, he gave order to get ready the missiles, the Satan II missiles. And those missiles, they are ready now. And they have 18,000 miles range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 100% convinced that
Yeah.
stuff will get a lot worse than it is right now.
Yeah.
But I'm also aware that most, if not all of it, is by design. Like you said, NATO has moved in upon the Russian border, so forcing Russia to make an act. But by design, something like economy, like back in 2008, 2009, we had the economy crash, and it was like, let's just say hours before the economy actually crashed. Then they decided to print out all these, like take all these loans and spread a lot of money out for nations and banks and stuff like that to keep it artificially alive. So, and with the fractional reserve system and money backing is backed, removed from gold and stuff like that. It's a
Yeah,
fiat
that's what
currency.
happened
It's a
after.
never ending debt hole, So at some point it will crash. Like just like back in 1930 with the American Depression, it basically all happened by design. Again, the banks stopped lending money out, and when they just got money in, like the rent, like the interest, it created this bubble, and we are living in that bubble still. And it's literally just by pushing the button, and they can force it again. And now we also see it like in the last couple of years, there has been a lot of money introduced to the market in some way, and they are blaming the inflation on the Russia war. And sure, some of it comes from that, but it started way before the Russia-Ukraine war. Like the inflation rates on, maybe not on gas, but on all food products started way before that. So, I mean, it's definitely that by design making.
Last year, I was paying €1.30 for a liter of gas, and now it's above €2. And by the end of the year, it's going to be about €3 or €3.50 for 1 liter of gas.
I mean, here in Denmark, for example, you are 1 year ago, approximately, you were paying like 25 Danish kroner for 500 grams of ground beef. Today, we are paying 45 to 55, and that is for the lowest quality, all of the sudden, instead of the good quality. And that is an inflation rate in 1 year from 75 to 125% on grocery, like everyday living stuff.
And you see, they have the money, they have the power to control the value of the money. So when they control the value of the money, it doesn't affect them. What they will do is, back in the days with the Great Depression, they switched from the backing in gold of the money.
No, that was in the 70s.
Yeah, and what they will do now is they will get rid of cash.
Yes, physical cash for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they already started this many years ago, because if I go down to my bank and I give them my credit card, I can pretty much, the only way I can get physical cash is from the ATM machine or whatever they call. If I go into the bank and tell them I want 10,000 Danish kroner, I have to order them first by mail, and then I can come and pick them up, They don't have money in their banks anymore.
Now, cash money is very easy to demonize. If you touch it, it's dirty and it's gonna affect your health. You know, it's not healthy, to touch money because it's been through so many people's hands. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have a question.
What's up, man?
Yes.
Just of sincerity. How far are you with understanding flat Earth and so forth? I mean, I see you're a globe skeptic, so and I've seen you.
I believe that globe skeptic was a mistake because I told him that I was introduced to flat Earth like back in the 2016. So I have been into this subject for a long time. I also told him that I have been in all this conspiracy, corruption kind of thinking since back in 2003 when I woke up. I hate using that term, but when I woke up to 9/11 and all the inconsistencies with the official story, and I started to dig into Rockefeller, into history, and I came around to flat Earth. And as you guys, that's dumb, but let me see this 200 proof video or whatever was around at that time, and I saw it and I put it away, and I came back to it, and I started to look at it, and I live near the coast here in Denmark, and I don't have a P900, but I started to see that. Okay, I can see this island, which is XX kilometers away. That doesn't make sense, you know. Like, so I started to see these claims that was in the videos. I started to see them and realize them in my own life. For example, I like to go out in the woods and make a fire, and I started to think about like that moon is brighting light on the near sky clouds, for example. But if it's that far away, more of the clouds should be lit up. So I started to put dots together like that, and you know,
when you really start to see reality for what it is, because you have never really observed certain things, such as your surroundings, you will see the inconsistency of the model that has been taught to us, right? You know, not aligning with what you actually observe.
Yeah. I mean, of course, like, I mean, I guess the introduction curve into flat Earth was a bit easier because I already had spent like 10 years, 12 years on all the other matters, like the corruption of the world, how government is not really governments. You know what I mean? So it was easier. Like, I already had both my legs down in the rabbit hole, to give a metaphor, you know?
So, how long ago did you got the role for Globe Skeptic?
I actually joined this server like only like a week ago. So
yeah, well, it has been given to you because this is a role which actually tells the moderators and the gold members that you are on this side, you know, where you question the globe, and you probably convince them that you are a flat earther, but as you are a new member in the server, they will need a period of time to get to know you and to build trust and all that. So now you spoke with us, and it's a good thing. Don't worry, I will put a good word for you. So
I'm really not like, I'm not hung up in that little role or title or something like that. I'm mostly just feeling around, like getting people to know, and you know, like
nice.
So to get the flat earther role, you will need to learn the 3 points, questions, reasons why. How do you know that the Earth is flat? You know, and when you go through this with a moderator or a gold, or even with a silver, and any moderator is present, they will give you the role. So
it's all good. I think me and Gospel, we had a pretty good talk the day I got
Oh
into
yeah,
the
yeah.
river.
Oh, you know gospel. Yeah, don't worry. You will get it in no time then.
As I said, it's a
Yeah,
role. I'm not really hung
yeah,
up in it. Like if I was here
yeah,
to get roles and get
yeah,
publicity, like that would be the
yeah.
wrong in.
Mm.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I can't find the word now.
I know. Yeah. It's great to have you
Yeah,
in
I mean
the
it's interesting.
family.
Like normally, like I've been on
Mm.
a few like text forums and stuff like that, but
Hmm.
it has always been like I feel like most of the forums that is on, let's say, Facebook and wherever you can go, like it's more like a deception. It's like a
Yeah,
mockery of flat Earth everywhere you go. Even
yeah.
though they say they promote the open discussions, it's like let's just call them globers. They are allowed to like call me a retard and stuff like that. But if
Yeah,
I just like if I don't give if I don't answer all their questions because they come with millions of questions if you make one claim
yeah,
and you actually prove it right, they come with 1 million questions. And if I don't answer them all, I get banned. It's so dumb. Like
yeah.
I literally got banned like many places because I
Wow.
I refused to like this. I literally told them like I have made this claim. I have provided some evidence. I am
Yeah,
not. It's not my duty to answer all your 1 million questions. Like that is not
yeah.
what we are here for.
y-
That's not a discussion.
They they treat you like you are a plague, a tumor, and they have to cut you off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like first of all,
yeah,
like the most common thing is like you come in and we start with curvature and we have a fine discussion with that, respectable people at
yeah,
that point.
yeah.
And when there's nothing more to talk about and they're not convinced and I'm not convinced about their stuff, they come with all this. But what about the stars? What about the sun and the moon? What about
Mm.
Antarctica? Don't you fall off the edge? I don't want to answer all those questions. Like
Uh,
I don't even want to talk about like stars and suns and stuff like that as a definitive things. We can play around with the thought, what they could be, but we can never test it. We don't know. So slide in the skies, and that's the end of that conversation, But they
well,
don't accept
it's
that.
funny. When I came first to Flat Earth, I remember I saw some YouTube videos, and then I joined a few of YouTube live chats, and um, I was talking about. There was these flat earthers who said about like projecting a triangle on a globe. So if you start walking from the North Pole towards the equator, once you reach the equator, you take a 90 degrees turn, yeah? You walk straight for a while, and then when you take another 90 degrees turn um, and walk straight, you should be back uh, at the North Pole, you know. But the way they were, when you actually do this on a sphere, yeah, when you draw this, um, it will look like you can have a triangle with three 90 degrees angles, you know.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and the funny thing is, if the world was a ball, which when we are on its surface, it looks flat, you know, because that's the assumption they give us, that we see it flat, you know. So when I walk on the street, I can literally take a 90 degrees turn, you know. But that will be impossible when you live on a ball. No 90 degrees angles would exist, you know, when you walk on curved surfaces.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, yeah. And I thought about it, and I was arguing with them that it's actually impossible to have a triangle with three angles of 90 degrees. I was not seeing what they mean, what they meant with this argument. And I was arguing with them from a different kind of perspective, from my own meaning that on a sphere, when you project a triangle, that's actually not a triangle. It's a geometrical shape which is made with curved lines. And also those angles, they are not 90 degrees or whatever, because you can't have angles with curved lines. You have like intersecting circles or arc curvatures
I can
intersecting.
picture what you mean. Like we
Yeah,
have
yeah,
like we did a lot
yeah.
of like ball
And
geometry in
yeah,
school and stuff
and
like that.
later it took me like 2 days. I figured it out, and I said, "Oh my God, I'm so stupid!" Like these guys had me so badly in their hand. And I went back and I apologized, and I told them, "Guys, you're right. I understand. I understand now what you mean." And yeah, and then my mind was triggered, uh, and I started looking into every Flat Earth video I was getting. And yeah, it was like 2012, 2013, and I was fascinated. Then 2 years I didn't had internet access, and back in 2015, then I started doing research again, heavily into it, and yeah, 2016, something like that. 17, I found this 24/7 Discord. It was the old server, and then yeah, ever
Oh, this
since.
place is actually that old?
Yeah. I know in 2017 I was discussing here, I was telling about Mark Zuckerberg was interviewed in the US Senate, and I was saying that the US government wants now to start censoring the internet, and it's gonna be madness. Like they will take down a lot of videos and YouTube, and it's never gonna be like it was before. It will change. People had a lot of freedom on YouTube back in the days. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
before
mean,
it
you
became
will
all about
search.
money and
Yeah,
censoring.
every search you would make on YouTube, it was giving you relevant results. You will search like uh, therapies, information tutorials, you name it. Even conspiracies and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, YouTube
And
was much different
yeah,
back then.
even debunking history, video documentaries made by, even experts, but they made them themselves. They were not supported by a news channel, mainstream media. They were doing on their own self. And yeah, when
It was
now
honest
when
content, I think you
yeah,
were trying to
they
say.
you see, there were these experts which were making videos against the mainstream narrative, and they removed vast majority of those videos of these experts, and it's very hard to find any of them right now.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's
YouTube
a
has
sad
gone
thing.
downhill for sure.
Yeah.
Because also, I mean, 90% of all content that is being here is like forced content, if you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Like it's like
Yeah.
they have to do it because they need their $50 per video. It doesn't matter what they
Yeah.
post; they just do it.
Yeah.
And I also
Yeah.
see this in like in the flat earth community. That's why I gravitated away from actually looking up YouTube videos for like a good amount of time and just
Yeah.
stayed with my own like awareness that okay, this is going on, but I'm not following all these entities on YouTube anymore because it's like a vicious circle to get into because who is real, who is not, and all that. It's like just be on one with yourself, basically.
Mm.
But I like this server because, I mean, sure that there is the 24 live on YouTube and stuff like that, but people are not here to get promoted pretty much. They're here to discuss it. They're here to share ideas, share knowledge,
You know,
learn stuff, enhance
I
their own
feel
knowledge.
I feel that you see, the people that are part of these are the kind of people which I want to have contact with in times of a great depression, because when you have contact with good people, then you will not lose your mind. Because in times of a great depression, that's what happens to people. They will lose their minds. And it's going to be
Especially
like
if they're
this
used to have
everywhere.
everything.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, that's why I have put a great deal of effort into
yeah,
wildlife skills. So if shit hits
yeah,
the fan today, I would be able to survive in nature from this
yeah.
day on. Like
And
I love
I
that.
want, I want to be here to be able to tell them to hold still their place and stay strong, and also to hear the same words from them, for me. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like a support network. Like
Yes.
it's not
Yeah.
because we have to share wealth or
Yeah.
money, but also just share like, okay, you can come in here, we can talk.
Yeah.
The world is a shithole, but there is still good people here who is ready to listen.
Yeah. I see this very much like something spiritual. When you know that spiritually you are not alone, then I feel very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get what you mean. I mean, but
Mm.
in theory, we are born alone. We will die alone. Our thoughts is alone.
Yes. But we all get to the same place.
Yeah, I mean,
We're
yeah.
going there together.
I mean, that's the like, what's the word? Yeah, the thing about afterlife, it's like it's a weird concept because I've always looked at it like it's something to ease your nerve because everyone is nervous about what happens when you die. Like, but there is heaven, there is reincarnation, there is all these kind of answers to it, but no one can really say that this is definitive what it is. But it's more like to ease the nerves, so you don't have to be nervous about it. I don't really know what my point was,
for me, it's very comforting that I read the Bible and I saw that when we die, we go to a place created by God, and this place is a place of rest. So you will be resting for a while after all this pain and suffering of life in this world, because this is what life in this world is. The system makes you live, makes you know the pain in life,
Yeah, I get
And
what you mean.
yeah.
I never gravitated into any sort of religion like that. Like I have studied the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, Buddhism, but I've never really found myself in any of it. Like there is no bad word about people who have found their place, but
Yeah.
I believe I can feel that there is a greater connection. There is signs of intelligent design in some sort of way. But like when I think about something like a god, there is I always end up with the hen and the egg question. So God created this place. What created the world God was in? Like when was there nothing? Because there must have been nothing if something suddenly came to be. You know what I mean? It's a hen and egg question. That is what I
I tell
always
you
end up
what.
with.
Yeah, your problem is, does God have a belly button like this, right?
kind of. But it's more because like me as a simple human being, I can't imagine infinite, and if there was no start and God just was, God must be infinite. But even so, back when He started, I can't even imagine it.
No, you
Like,
see,
I'm fair if
infinite.
people have
Yeah,
found their
you
way
see,
in it. That's all good.
this
But to me, no.
this concept comes from this Kabbalistic teachings.
Wait a second,
The
can
concept
Tim?
of infinite.
Tim, can you repeat what you just said before?
I'm just saying, like, whenever I really reflect over life, God, religion, I always end up with this egg and the hen question because me as a simple man, I'm not really capable of imagining the infinite, And God, if there is a God and there was no one to create God, God must be infinite in some way. But I can't imagine that. I can't comprehend that in my little human brain,
Exactly, that's the point. That's the point of it all. You're in the frame of the painting, and he's the painter. So you can't, you can't understand every way of him. And on the other hand, you need to understand eternity has no timeline, right? If he's the creator of time, he is definitely not within the timeline itself, which he is on the outside perspective and can look on the timeline, everything which is within it. But eternity is a place where there was never a beginning or end. Because you need to understand, you're born in this frame of creation where he has created a timeline which had a beginning and an end.
I understand.
He himself has no beginning or end because he is an eternal being, which means there is no timeline. It is existence.
Yeah.
But that's also just out of my understanding, because I will certainly not find words or anything that will describe it in a way that it will ever come to a point where it's sufficient enough to explain his ways, because his ways are not my ways. So I can only, dump it down from my perspective, so to say. But because there's just, I guess, so much more to it.
I completely understand what you're saying, but as I said, in my little human brain, I can't comprehend it, and therefore it's hard for me to just accept, and that's fair if people have found, actually? And that's fair if people have found their way in accepting these things. I'm just not that guy. I'm living a spiritual life. I'm trying to do more good than I'm doing bad. But yeah, I mean, I take something from here and there, and I apply them to my own life. And in most cases, like it turns out, in most cases, the goal is that I will leave this place better than I joined it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's a fallacy, you know. The problem is that there is someone, the painter, who has who is a perfect and righteous judge, or he's the truth, right? He's perfect. There's nothing about him that is not perfect. And he established laws, right? And he established a certain system in a way how he imagined it to be and how he created it. And since you had one man who is the first of the family tree, so to say, which is Adam and Eve. And I'm saying one man because Eve was made out of Adam, so in this case one man led to sin to enter into the world, which means that the law was broken, and which means no matter what good you do, I mean, we can literally see this in the physical realm that we live in, right? If you,
I don't see evidence of that in the physical realms. What's your physical evidence? What's your direct evidence of the existence of Adam?
Orion, relax, brother. 1 second. Let me finish. The physical.
Yeah, but this isn't. Come on, no, I'm not gonna let you finish, dude, because this isn't Bible study, dude. Like, come on.
I'm not.
Stick to the flat Earth.
I'm not.
Yeah, Orion. Do you have any Glober here, Orion? With you?
Why don't
No, we don't. But I don't want people that are non-religious to come in here and be like, "Oh, these guys are a bunch of religious nut jobs," and then tune out just because he's talking about religion all the time.
Listen, Orion, if you would have listened,
a discussion. You just found yourself to interrupt the discussion. Yeah.
No, I just found him just making a bunch of claims about the Bible like it's fact.
It is not a claim because you have not let me finish. I would want to say that in reality, and you know that's a fact, you have establishments which are courts and judges.
There you go again. You just said fact.
Yes, it is a fact that we have courts and judges, isn't it? Isn't it a fact? Everyone can agree upon it.
Oh, never mind. I thought you were going to say that about something else. Whatever.
We have laws, courts, and judges, and there's a reason why we have this, because it was given unto us. And the same way as you're gonna be judged according to the law in this physical realm, regardless of you being a good or bad person, you're gonna be judged in another realm, which is the realm.
So what's your evidence for this, Clay? How can you prove this to me that I'm going to be judged in the afterlife? Can you prove that to me? No, you can't.
I can't
We're
prove
not
that to
talking
you.
about empiricism
Because I don't need
of
to.
spirituality. Yeah.
Because I don't need to. That's the thing.
No, you don't need to, Clay, but you need to hear if you're going to keep talking about that here.
You
That's
would be
the
a
thing.
fool, Orion.
There's no excuse. That's why I don't need to.
Empirical evidence for spirituality.
I know he's making claims, but he's not backing it with evidence.
Orion,
yeah,
that's really how it goes here.
I told you an example.
Confirms.
I told you an example of something which was given unto us in the structure of which we are born into the frame.
Yeah.
And because you have the evidence around you, there is no excuse. Okay? No excuse for no one. You can either believe that or not, deny it or not, it's your choice. I can't prove anything to you, and I certainly can't force it onto you, and I don't want to. I'm just saying, look around you. The same way as you analyze the earth being flat, the same you will, when you look around, you will analyze the structures which were given unto man in this framework that you are created into, and you will see the hand of the one who created you, and you will understand that it lines up with the things that are written down. If you want to agree or not, I don't care. It's just the way it is. And I'm finished now.
Yeah, so Orion, if you bring someone here, a Glober or a new person, fine. We talk with him about flat Earth. But we were 3 people discussing here. And nobody is bothered except you about what we are talking. And we weren't talking topics which are against the server or Discord's rules, yeah, when a moderator comes in and asks us to stop talking about this, then we do it fine.
Yeah, so I feel you, Piquet, but there's two things about this.
If you want to, if you have to say something, yeah, if you need to say something now, or you want to talk alone in the server, ask us to be quiet, and we let you talk alone. It's no problem with that.
So
You don't
there's
have
two
to
things, Jet. There's
jump
two things, Jet.
arguing. Yeah.
So first of all, he did make actual claims. The wording that he did put it in, he did state things as fact that he would have to substantiate with evidence. That's the first thing. But that's not something I'm not really pissed off about. That I'm not going to push on that. Whatever. The other thing is, second of all, I'm not the only one that's bothered by this. Other people get bothered and annoyed by some place that's not a religious server. People just coming here and yakking on about religion when it doesn't really have anything to do with flat Earth. Just religion is a separate thing. But Jet, let me tell you the most important one, Jet.
You said
this is the most important
someone else
reason.
also. You're not the only one. Tell me who is right now bothered about what we were talking about. Because I don't hear anyone else. I don't hear anyone else other than you. Okay, so how many of you guys are?
So Bree doesn't like it either. And now on to my third point.
Okay,
this is the most important. Jet, listen carefully to this. Listen carefully. So I actually bother to go outside as I go to work or the grocery store or wherever the hell I'm going, to the swimming pool, whatever. And I actually hand out these cards that link people to this Discord server. And I live in a place called Oregon, which is the most non-religious, not necessarily atheist, but most non-religious state in the whole United States 50-state union. All right, not a lot of religious people around here, but a lot of people that are willing to listen to information about the fact that the Earth is flat. So when I hand out these cards, and some of these people go and listen to this on YouTube, I don't want them to tune in and be like, "Oh, this is just a bunch of people yakking on about the Bible and the Quran. I don't want to listen to this bullshit," and then tune out and then not listen to any information about flat Earth. Because let's be honest, you might be surrounded by religious people. Here in Oregon, I'm not surrounded by quite as many religious people. And a lot of people that I hand these cards out to, I know they don't want to tune into YouTube listening to religious talk. All right, some of them want to listen to stuff about flat Earth, but I'm just saying that's the most important reason.
So,
and I agree.
Are you doing moderation right now?
Can I just quickly say something?
No, I'm just saying you can't state stuff about the afterlife like it's fact, and then just let that slide here. That doesn't work. Come on, guys.
I backed up my claim by showing the obvious evidence which is around you in reality, the same way as I can back up the claims proceeding from talking about the flat and stationary realm that we live in. I showed you things that are so obvious and structured that are used daily, which is, for example, the justice system in many countries, to be a claim or to be a proof of the structures which are given in this frame of creation. And I'm pretty sure that you agree that this place is created indeed, isn't it? And if what I'm saying is so wrong and bad and is not true, why are you even bothered so much? I don't get it.
It's because you keep stating things as fact when you don't know them as fact.
But isn't it fact that we have these institutions and these systems which obviously line up with the scriptures?
Clay, wait a minute. Orion, you're saying that Clay under seal is making positive claims about the afterlife, but he wasn't fucking doing any fucking claim about afterlife. Do you know what afterlife is, Orion?
Yeah, he said that in the afterlife or something along those lines.
So,
and I think he put some other words as to how.
I'm not talking. Listen, I asked you to define the word afterlife.
What is the purpose of that? Where are you going with this?
The only thing I try to define
I
is
will get you to the purpose. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting you there. But first, I need you to define the word afterlife.
A hypothetical thing of where our consciousness will be after our bodies are no longer operational.
Yeah, but I personally,
Bullshit.
okay, to just to defend myself, I just addressed the hen and egg thing that he was talking about regarding to the
yeah,
creator. I was not even
Clay.
proposing what was
Yeah.
written. I was just
Clay.
saying how we should look at the creator in the terms of the place he is dwelling in, regarding the framework he has established, where he has a timeline and so forth. You know.
Clay
Because-
Underseal. Clay
Yeah.
Underseal. We
Yes.
were talking about life itself, about its spiritual aspect and physical aspect. Plain.
Right.
Yeah. Now, Orion says that we are talking about afterlife, about the place where there is no life. Yeah. And what is
I
after
think you
that?
guys are getting really confused. You're twisting up my words, your own words. Let's just move on to another subject and not get more confused, please.
Can I say something? I didn't say anything. I was only listening.
Okay.
Orion, you came really like furious. I don't know why. It's no problem. Sometimes because of argument, because they were speaking it, but they were really speaking about that, and nobody was concerned. But what I heard, I will tell you what I heard. The guy before him spoke about how he cannot comprehend the existence of something like God, if it was maybe infinity or whatever. And then Clay said something similar, that he has that he practically saying that the drawing cannot say anything about the drawer, because it's on the picture, and that he also cannot. He started to struggle. Even he said, I have no word, I cannot explain, blah blah. That was all the point about that. But he pointed on create. He pointed on the creation and blah blah blah. And I'm also maybe not agree about Adam and Eve, because for me it could be maybe something different. Doesn't matter. But I still didn't see any connection that they were connecting that with flat Earth or whatever, or blah blah blah. Blah, blah.
The only reason why I talked about this is because I wanted to give my perspective for him, because we had just this general conversation, and on the other hand, I myself did not said it's a fact what I'm about to say. I actually said I cannot. My words will be never enough to justify the establishment of framework which the painter has done, because I'm limited. I'm within the painting. So whatever I'm gonna say about infinity will not justify it. So I'm literally not even trying to say, this is fact. Okay.
You guys like make it so serious. When you start talking about God, you just make it so serious. It's not fun. It's just not fun.
Because it is serious. It's a painter, right?
No, it doesn't have to be serious. It just gets really intense, man. Seriously, like it gets intense.
But it wouldn't have been serious if someone wouldn't have, like, just came up and let's say stop. Nothing.
Okay. Stop misquoting me, Clay. Clay, stop misquoting me. You made a claim. You made more than one. I pointed out that you made claims and didn't back it up with any evidence. You know that doesn't fly here. Stop putting words in my mouth. Let's go on to the next subject.
Let's
try to not be
mouth.
confused.
You wanted to stop the conversation.
I told you before.
Isn't that true?
I told you before. When we speak about spiritual aspects of life, you can't fucking ask for empirical evidence. Right?
Why not?
He stated something
You
as
would be a fool to do that.
Well,
yeah. Okay. Let's again. I don't know how many times I say this. Let's move on before we get more confused. For God's sakes, pun intended.
Good. Okay, so if you have invited someone here and you want us to talk with him about flat Earth and stuff, we do it, no problem. But you don't have to come in here like
You already said this, Jeppy. You just said this 3 times.
You just throw water
Should
into
we not
the
just
acid.
move on from
You know?
this?
Yeah.
It's getting boring. I have a question. Have you guys... You're cutting up, mate.
Well, hey, if you have something to say it.
Oh, I'm just saying what you guys' thought is on Wives of Cosmos' work on the moon map prediction and the idea about the more land in his prediction of the moon map. If you guys have seen his work.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Some parts of it is interesting, but I personally have not yet quite had the revelation, so to say, personally to think that it is what he is depicting to be, right? Like, I'm a bit on the fence when it comes to this moon map showing other land, especially regarding also other things he has talked about where he uses terms from the heliocentric model and so forth. It's just a little bit confusing sometimes from what he made as videos. So I mean, it's an interesting thing, but I personally, I'm talking from my personal opinion, I rather can't agree or disagree. Rather natural with that one. But yeah, it's certainly interesting,
And from my perspective, my opinion is that the map of the moon has zero correlation to the map of the Earth, and there's nothing to it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's interesting work, but cannot take it as definitive fact or proof or anything like that. But it's a great theory about how it all works in some sort of way. We can, of course, go down and look at specific terms he's using, but I mean, that would ruin the point of his work.
Right. And you need to understand, you need to look at it this way. On the other hand, one second, I'll be finished real quick. On the other hand, he needed to edit the moon's surface into a comic-like style and change things, and painted them to be able to even see. Like, if you would normally look at the moon, you will not see it that way as it is now depicted in that photoshopped depiction. You know what I mean? So it's an edited view of the moon.
Oh yeah, I mean, but he is going through the processes of how he is color layering.
Right? Yeah. I'm not denying that, but
So
I'm just saying
he is being transparent.
Right, but if it would be serving as a map for, like, I don't know, back in the days or whatnot, or in general, with your own eyes, it would be hard to observe it or use it as anything useful when you're not just having a P900 or a very good lens to zoom on it or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's interesting work to go through.
Right.
And it's a super interesting idea, and it could be a possible depiction of what really is, That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Oh, I'm just...
Because I believe that most of us, we have gone through a lot of work, some that we have discarded, and some we say, this is interesting, this might be. But yeah, this was just to open up for something else than the mess we had before.
Yeah, you see, the problem of this might be is that it's not empirical evidence, and that it is so or it is not.
I agree.
Neither of those are true. And it's something you cannot dismiss, nor you can accept for a fact. And actually, you will be a fool to accept that for a fact.
That's what it's merely a thought project.
It is an interesting view And there is some interesting information in that video. But to say that the face of the moon is actually the map of the world, it's far stretch, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree. But again, it's an interesting take because I mean, we don't have a map. We know that the AE map doesn't work when we actually analyze sunrises and stuff like that from around the globe. I was about to say, but around the world, you know. But
you know what I like? I like that it's an original theory.
I mean, we kind of have established like the three bottom line rules: curvature, pressure, near vacuum, blah blah blah. So I mean, the next thing would be to actually measure it all and to think about. I mean, I guess it's just as I said, entertainment.
For example, when I hear people talking about gravity, my mind is going into a place where, like the place of the unicorns, you know. But when I watched this video of this guy, I wasn't there in the place of the unicorns. I just saw a original idea, which is hard to prove or disprove, and I give him the credit for coming up with this original idea. You know, it is. I mean, I appreciate the mind of this guy for coming up with all this, putting all this together in a nice, this nice story, you know. Yeah.
I mean,
very fascinating. I'm fascinated by how his mind works.
No man could do that. No man could come up with that. That's a satanic story. There's no human being could come up with something like that. That's a story straight from the devil. That's literally where it's from. That was his purpose. It's to confuse and confound everything. You know, it's like that show Stranger Things, The Upside Down. It's exactly what it is. You know, that Aleister Crowley dude. You know, all these people are all connected. It doesn't matter. You look at all their roots. You go to occultic, satanic craziness.
I mean, the thing is, I kind of like the idea because everything else in the night sky has a purpose. For example, stars for guidance, sun for heat and life, and all that kind of stuff. But what about the moon? Like
Think about it like this. So if you're having explosions and supernovas and all kinds of gravitational distortions, black holes, things going out of course, right? You could never use the stars to map because things would constantly be changing.
Yeah, or to navigate. Yeah.
You things are moving out of position according to these people. But we never see that, you know.
Oh,
correct. Fraud. Yeah, I want to add to what you said. The stars are in a complex repeating cycles, so therefore we can use them to navigate. You know, but if they were in all these chaotic motions, then we will not be able to use them as fixed repeating cycles, precision repeating cycles, which you can use to navigate. Yeah, because they will be chaotic and you will not know where tomorrow it will be in the sky. You could not predict its position.
Yeah, no one. I mean, these people, they don't look into any of that. You know, they just accept all they hear. You know.
Yeah.
It just makes sense out of nowhere.
And I also empathize with what you said, and you brought me with my feet down to the earth, because all I see about the moon is that it's a night luminary. It has a face, and that's it. you know. And to eat up from stories like fantasy. Uh, I don't see my neighborhood when I look at the moon. I don't see my country when I look at the moon. Maybe I'm blind,
I mean, we all have
but I
this
doubt.
indoctrinated
I
idea of
doubt
how it all
about
looks.
that. Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, we all have these maps. We have been shoveled down our throats since kindergarten. So how does it actually look? What is the actual shape of all these land masses? So when we see something like, let's just say the moon map that he is projecting, it could have been like, and it doesn't align with what we have seen. Like, there is some conflicts in your indoctrinated part of the brain. Like, I have them, everyone has them. Like, earlier today, like, even though I have been into conspiracies for like 17, 18 years, like, I still realize from time to time, oh my God, I'm still partly indoctrinated in so many things. I realize that on a weekly basis, basically.
Yeah.
There are so many things that you're just taking for given, and you just like realize, okay, this is still some of that, you know what I mean.
I was more touched by that video documentary. There are no forests on Earth, no real forests.
Oh, that's also
like
super
the
interesting.
giant ancient trees. That one looks more plausible. I mean, than this video with the moon being the map of the world.
Yeah, I mean, again, there is definitely observations that could suggest that that theory or that idea
Well,
is a thing.
we have this. They call these rocks, which they call them basalt
Yeah,
column.
those hexagonal shapes.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense to me, like their official story about them, like lava shooting from the ground.
Freezing midair, hexagonal shapes.
Yeah, crystallizing in that shape. It just doesn't make sense. I haven't seen it happening anywhere in nature. But when I cut a tree and I put that under the microscope, yeah, I can see those hexagonal columns, which the tree actually, they are like pipes absorbing water from the ground and minerals and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in that video they're also talking about that Earth was once not carbon based, but it was silica based, pretty much. Like, I think that's from that video too, and that is where the hexagonal shapes are for, because silica trees does have these hexagonal pores in them or something like that.
Yeah.
It might be 2-3 years
And
ago since I watched that video.
another thing I saw is like the famous NASA moon rock being gifted to a Dutch museum proved to be petrified wood. So, and there is so much evidence about petrified wood that actually trees turn into stone, into gemstones and
Yeah.
stuff like this.
I mean, I believe there
And
is this desert. I believe it is in the States somewhere where there is like this smaller forest of cut down pieces of petrified wood. I can't remember where on the earth it is, but I believe it's somewhere in the States where they have this national park where there is like tons and tons of petrified wood. So it's definitely a thing. But that petrified wood, at least from the pictures, I haven't examined them in real life, does not look like they have these hexagonal shapes, which is why I believe the video was proposing the silica-based world, just like Avatar, for example, because that's a silica-based planet they're traveling to. Again, it's a thought experiment. We can't say it's a fact, but it's interesting to think about.
I think this petrification process is some sort of godly power or phenomena which can make a living being turn into stone, and it gets immortalized, but not physically removed from the world. It still exists, but in a frozen state. Like it doesn't have any interaction or effect upon the living beings, but he is still present among them. And I went to Italy, and I have seen so many animals, sculptures of animals and peoples, which honestly, they look so real. Like, man, they could almost be alive. That's how they look like.
Yeah.
And I think those are petrified people. Actually, from ancient times, they were brought to Rome. They claim that these artists actually sculpted them. Who knows? Maybe those were just people who dig them up, and found them. And then they put them in these special places of worship. So now we worship them as lifeless statues, lifeless stones. But if you would go there and smash one of them, I'm 100% they will crucify you on the spot,
I mean,
right there, for destroying them.
whether if it's what you say, it might be, or it's art. Like, of course, they will crucify you, put you in court, make you pay a lot of money. No, regardless if it's art or if it's the other thing.
They will punish you so badly, like worse than if you would do like a real crime, like killing someone. They will do worse things to you if you will
But it's
destroy
okay
them.
when they have to bomb like ancient artifacts and sites in Iraq and stuff like that. That's okay.
Yeah, when they kill people, they bomb people, living people, that's no problem. It's okay. Yeah. But do not destroy their gods, their items of worship.
Yeah.
Just imagine going to the museum and destroy that statue of Atlas holding the ball. Wow.
It's not happening.
Captain Dan? Guys, Captain Dan was muted. Has anybody
Unmute?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not muted.
Oh, you're alive, man. Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Captain.
Captain Dan, you believe we live on a spinning wet ball?
Of course not.
Oh, good then.
Very good, very good. Curving ball.
Yeah. Is Orion still here? Are you still here, Orion?
Yeah, what's up, Jet?
Good. I just wanted to make sure that you're not upset with me.
We are, man.
We are family with capital F-E from Flat Earth.
Capital F-U.
Water under the bridge built over flat Earth.
We are family.
How did they
Just
build
as
that
with me.
bridge in China?
Which bridge?
In China.
Nina.
How?
The longest bridge, yeah.
I'm not an architect.
What was the name of it? It was 100 miles long?
Something like that, yeah. I forgot the name.
I've seen pictures of it.
It has a Chinese name, of course.
So if the Earth were a ball, wouldn't there be evidence of the curvature of the Earth in the blueprints of that bridge?
Yeah, they'd have to factor it in.
It should be, yeah. But when you look at that bridge from a side, you can see that the pillars of the bridge holding it, they are parallel. But we should
maybe it doesn't have to.
see them. We should see them something like starburst, like diverging pillars, at an angle.
Yeah, maybe after a quarter of a mile you might be able to notice it. But just side by side, you probably wouldn't notice much difference. But if you could get a side view of it and look at a 10-mile stretch of it, it should look arched and curved. And like you said, starburst, they would be leaning outward from one another from beginning to end. It would be an arch. It would be an arched over bridge, and the pillars would start to tilt to follow the arch of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, correct.
But we don't see that. You don't see that. All you see is a straight bridge across the water. So
unless you use a fisheye lens camera to take the picture.
Well, those fisheye lenses they're panoramic lenses that's all they're good for.
Yeah,
it's getting a little more picture in the aperture, get a little bit more scenery, but they do curve it. Everyone knows that. If they don't, they're just playing stupid is what I think they're doing. deny that takes place. They're just playing stupid. I mean, period. Pisses me off when they act like they don't know. Oh, like what? I don't think so. I don't think.
I tell you what. Thank God that the literature and documentation about the building of that bridge is written in Chinese language, so we don't understand it. Because if we read like how the Chinese engineers worked and architects wrote everything down and calculated and measured and stuff, yeah, that will be a problem.
There's an intense discussion in the chat right now.
What about?
Shadowing, but no, but the I'll take a look at the chat. It's talking about the spectral analysis and photographs, forensics. I don't know. Determine the moon was not. No, sorry.
Spectrometry.
Spectrometry?
Well, spectral analysis, that sounds something like metaphysical stuff. But we do have spectrometry in laboratory.
Yep. I could turn that off. Yeah. I don't like it. Yeah. Oops.
Is ladies' night happening?
It's my night, man. My night.
Your night, my night. Finite.
All the ladies went globe or what?
It's ladies' night.
Ladies' night. I can't wait. I can't wait.
Hey, Python is in the chat or in the VC. What's up, man?
Who did you say hello to?
Python, that guy from the text channel that was discussing something with Clay.
Yeah.
But he seemed silent.
Huh? What? Sorry. I'm too much focused on the chat right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying your chat body is in the VC right now, but non-speaking.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. He's still on that shadow thing. You know, even I showed him spectral analysis of the moon, showing clearly that it disappears. He still, thinks in terms of shadows, and he also probably thinks that somehow the Earth casts a red shadow on the moon. Oh man!
Directly from the school textbooks.
Now he's mad about me posting memes. But what should you do, man? Even these simple pictures, if they're not enough to make these people understand, what should you do?
I mean, he clearly has no interest in finding common ground at all or having a discussion. Else he would just have interacted with you in the VC instead of kept texting. You know.
Wait, did they say
I'll
that he's
interact.
mad?
I'll interact.
Oh, that's perfect. Like, okay, interact, please. Let me see if you can maybe explain to me why. Let's start with something simple. Why is every crater you see on the moon a 90-degree perfect impact angle? Mr. Moon guy, shadow guy.
Clay, do you really think that's a good question to ask him, Clay? I mean, where's that really supposed to go?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, let's just ask him the 3
shadows.
points. Let's just see if he can, like, keep it together through the 3 points.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he already was here talking about the 3 points, or is aware of it. I'm just, I just want to finish or clean up this topic because the only thing he gave me so far towards the moon is shadows.
That's because a shadow is cast on the moon and it takes away certain parts. And when a shadow is cast across the full visible moon, then you're not going to see the moon until the shadow goes away.
Okay. So why do we have physical proof of the moon not being solid since you can see stars through it, and with spectral analysis you can see that it's disappearing?
You can't see stars through the moon. I don't know who gave you that
You
picture.
can see stars through the moon. Look it up, my friend.
Did you take that picture yourself?
No, I did not take that picture myself, but I can take one if you want to someday. That would be no problem.
Hey, Python, did you take the pictures from space yourself?
No, I never sent a picture from space.
Yeah.
Again,
Anyway,
look it up. You can see.
It's a stupid question to ask.
It's a lot easier to take a picture of the moon from the ground than it is to take a picture from space.
All right, let's stop talking about these derivative arguments. So, Clay, keep in mind, these are what you call derivative arguments. That means that they're arguments that come after primary arguments.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's just, let's not waste the audience's time on YouTube. Python, do you know of any time in the past when anyone has ever measured the curvature of the Earth that you believe in directly?
Not that I know of, but it's not like I sit at home all day and study that, so.
Well, you wouldn't need to. We just need one direct measurement validating the claim that it's a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. We'd only need one direct measurement or a method that's replicable. We could do ourselves, just one way of doing it, one way of proving it. So you believe it's a ball, right? You believe the Earth is a spherical ball, spherical object.
Yeah.
All right. So you just believe it, though. You think someone's measured it somehow, but you just don't know how. Is that it?
Well, no, because I think it's a ball. Because if it wasn't a ball, then gravity wouldn't make sense. And I know you guys probably don't believe in gravity or whatever that is. But...
So, Python, do you understand that that's fallacious logic?
How is... Okay, whatever. Hold on. My cousin's trying to get into my room. Give me a second.
Yeah, Python, just trying.
Can we just for the... Can I just quickly say something for the stream? So, since he talked about gravity, right? So, it says on the National Center for Science Education, it says, the universal theory of gravity is often thought in schools as a fact, when it in fact is not even a good theory. First of all, no one has measured gravity for every atom and every star. It is simply religious belief that is universal. Thank you very much.
That was fun.
So they themselves claim it is a belief, as usual, that they just agree upon without evidence. But since he takes so long for closing the door or whatever it was.
He said otherwise gravity wouldn't make sense. Didn't he say that?
Right, yeah. Exactly.
Right.
Which kind of makes me wonder, what is gravity in his mind? Is that just the rock fell down? The rock fell down, the earth must be a ball because the rock fell down. Is that what he's thinking? Because I don't even know that, but I'm guessing that's what he's thinking.
Gravity wasn't making any sense. That's why they had to add dark matter.
Oh, and he's back into the chat. I mean, the full text is also a bunch of BS, but I just like the first sentences where they say it's a religious belief. As a what is NGO? .ngo actually? What does that mean? .ngo.
Non-government organization.
Non-government. Okay. Oh man. What should you do with people who only believe stuff because they actually have never researched stuff?
So Python, to answer your question, we have observations that falsify the radius and laser tests that falsify the radius. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, I do.
So you're conceding that we falsify the radius then?
Not necessarily, no.
So are you in contention with these observations or laser tests?
No.
Well, if you're not in contention with them, then the Earth is flat. Well, the radius has been falsified, and there's no reason to believe it's a ball with dimensions that they tell us. You agree with that?
I believe it's a ball because of partly because of the way I've been raised, but I know you're going to say that that's just what I've been forced to believe all my life, so. And I believe
you and I.
Yeah, but...
Everyone.
Python.
What?
Do you know the difference between belief systems and science?
Yeah, science is proven and a belief is just something that you think.
How do you prove science?
I'm not sure if that's a right dichotomy, Jet.
It's a pretty simple version of
not the right dichotomy.
Yeah, so there's belief, and belief is something that you think is true, but you don't have any evidence to back it up, and you think it's true. Yeah. And then knowledge is justified belief, which is when you believe something to be true, you also know it to be true, and you have evidence to prove it to be true.
That's pretty much the in-depth version of what I just said. So.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that you're at the stage now of belief. So you believe the Earth is a ball, but we're trying to get you to that stage where you prove it to be a ball if you can. Until then, it's just flat and stationary as far as we know. The Earth.
I mean, y'all can think it's flat all you want, but I'm just saying I don't think it's flat. So.
Well, but you see, that's just it. We know it's flat until we have evidence to the contrary. That's what we're asking you for, or anyone for, or searching. We're searching for ourselves, wherever we can find it, however we can find it.
I know it's a ball until I have evidence of the contrary.
What?
Okay, so how do you know it's a ball then? Can you show us how you know it's a ball?
Well, it's the same thing as you were saying. I mean,
I don't have.
That's the point.
I don't have full-on science. I'm not a scientist. It's not like I have proof sitting here on my desk with me. But
it wouldn't need to be scientific proof.
There's proof that the Earth is flat outside your window.
You are not a scientist, so you cannot perform an experiment, but you also do not know how to take a measurement, to measure something.
To be fair, I believe the Earth is flat, but what he's saying makes sense.
Why? One second. Why
Why is it always believe with you guys?
Well,
Why is
okay,
the word
yeah.
believe so?
I don't know
for
for
the lack
sure.
for the lack of a better
But
term.
you
But I'm
can,
just saying.
you can know if you take the time to research it. But that's not what you want to do because it takes time.
That's because I have better things to do with my life.
Yeah, then go. Bye bye. Have a good day.
I see ya.
Science does not function with belief.
Yeah, that's correct.
Only religions work with belief system.
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah.
I think he was trying to prove a negative with a negative. It's like
Whenever you say
basically,
that
I was
you
trying to-
believe something, you are talking about religion, something religious.
Yeah, I get why he uses the term though. It's like, I guess it's hard to know what other word to use.
Well, look, for example, you have a table in your kitchen, right?
I do.
Yeah, you have a table in your kitchen, correct?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. I also agree that the Earth is flat. I don't disagree. I'm just saying that the point that I think it was Orion made, that we know it's flat until the contrary. I guess they could use it the other way. That's all I was saying.
You know what?
Oh no, they can't though, because it's a base axiom. That's what we start out with knowing. First, you know that it's
I don't
flat and
disagree with you.
stationary, because
I
that's
don't
what you
disagree.
see it to be. That's what you feel it to be. I mean, unless you stepped out your front door and saw the Earth as a ball from your front door, that's not your base axiom. Your base axiom is
know.
it's flat and
I know.
stationary.
I know. I just but the globe earthers believe that it would still appear flat. That's what they believe. Even though it's not the case, but it's what they believe. That's just what I was saying.
Well,
I don't disagree with you.
No, they don't believe.
Well, they believe because it's not true. But
The globers don't believe the Earth is flat. Actually, the globers, they say
they pretend they know.
No, they say that you perceive, you see it as being flat.
Yeah.
But it is round. It's a globe.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And they say it's so big that you can't see it's round because you're so tiny and it looks flat to you. So they are saying that it looks flat.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I was
fact,
just like being like
when in fact, when we take measurements, empirical measurements, they show it is flat. We see a flat surface, we measure it, and we find that measurable, that surface is flat by the measurements.
Yep.
And now they say, oh, the measurements are rigged, the measurements are fake, the measurements are not real.
Yep.
You don't know how to make the measurements. They invoke all sort of dismissal arguments, you know, and all they came up with is mumbo jumbo stories, you know, how the globe is actually, how the world is actually a globe. So.
You know what? The only thing that Glovis can always prove on this Discord is they prove to us that they believe something without proof.
Yeah.
Or that they know something to be true without proof. I think that's even the better term. So that's the only thing that needs to be proof.
I guess you could call it ignorance.
Yes, I mean, look, this kid came on here, or this guy. I'm sorry, I'm not going to preach.
He sounded very young. That's why I was like kind of being nice to him.
He came on. I mean, I was nice too. I know I just don't need to talk like these professors do, like, right? To as if they talk to infantile people. But the thing is, he comes in here and he already exposed, like at the end, he exposes himself by saying, I really have no time to look into it. I don't really care, or something like that.
Yeah.
Sorry if I misquoted not correctly, but in that term.
Like that.
And what should you do? And then the only thing you can say then goodbye, because if he's not here to learn, or he has not the time to research, then he will certainly not be able to understand any information which is given, and then you're really just going to waste time, right? So I'm glad actually that Orion diverted the argumentation, because that would have been taken much longer, I guess, when I would have been talking about the moon instead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Anyways, what do you know about Deer? Have you gone through the 3 questions?
Are the 3 questions?
Or the 3 points?
I'm good.
Where's the guy? What is his name? I forgot. Oh yeah, Kenneth. So you say you're flat earther, right?
Yes, he did.
Is he still there?
He said something like he is leaning more onto our side on the flat earth. He did say that unless you prove that the earth is a globe, he prefers to keep with flat earth.
Yeah, I hope he's coming back so he can tell us stuff he has observed or researched.
Yeah, that would be nice to take him through the 3 points questions.
Right.
Yeah, about those 3 points, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Those 3-point questions are particularly useful when talking to someone that you fear will be unable to accept the truth about the earth being flat, but you want to talk to them about it anyway. Like, that's a great way, like, because you can go through 3 points all the way through and say a lot and do and accomplish a lot with them, but without saying the words flat earth at all.
Right.
Yeah.
And like take for instance, there's this coworker, and like I wanted to tell her that the earth is flat. I told a couple of other coworkers the earth is flat, but this individual, she happens to also be like, a masky, like thinking like probably one of the really hardcore blue pilled people, really sweet woman and all, but just I got that impression, But when I went through, I didn't go through all 3 points, but just through the first 2 or whatever. And, it just seemed so delighted to have me, ask her those questions, like, she didn't seem like, oh, like how dare you question the globe or anything like that,
Right. And also, that's what I forgot. If you go to 3 things and I cannot disprove the 3 points, the 3 questions, then everything is obsolete anyway. So, that's actually a good way to already close it up.
Global academic friends in California, say at Berkeley.
Yeah, the important part of wrapping it up is to explain that the purpose of these 3 questions is to establish what these people have in their mind. It is knowledge or it is a religion, belief.
Exactly.
Yeah, and when they respond, I don't know, to all the 3 questions, then you can declare that all they have is a blind belief, which is fanaticism. It's a religion. And, it's very shaking, this statement,
Right. What about ladies' night? Gonna be a thing this Friday?
Well, it's already kind of late. I
Is
haven't
it?
heard any.
I don't know. I forgot the time that is usually starting.
Yeah, it would have started at 2 p.m. my time, so no. It's 3:30 almost.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
12:30 in Germany, 12:20.
Yep.
Mm,
But I mean, it's weekend, so, good thing.
yeah, Wochenende.
Wochenende, hoch die Hände.
So get is after midnight there for you?
Hey, Sunny. Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Just right
okay.
after midnight.
Wow.
Yeah, right here
Ladies'
it's
night.
go.
Ladies' night was supposed to be already started 2 hours ago, or something
Yeah.
like that.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I think
something.
I think instead of ladies' night, we should have Sonny sing for us on his guitar. Sonny,
Oh no.
Oh, that
can you help
sounds
us
like
out?
heaven.
Oh
That
man,
sounds
don't
like
put me on the
heaven.
spot right now. I'm not.
How about a little "Imagine" by John Lennon? You can change the words.
I can't do it right now.
Oh,
I'm not doing so well.
I'm sorry.
Sorry to hear that, Sunny. Wish
Hope you
you
feel
get
better.
well.
What's wrong, Sonny?
Uh, I don't like to say online, but yeah, I have problems with substances, and I have for a long time, and I'm nursing myself back to health once again. So I'll just
Nice.
leave it at that.
Nice, man.
We'll have good thoughts for you in from Texas.
Yeah, me too, from Germany.
I'll say a prayer for Sonny.
Get well in no time.
San Diego needs you, Sonny.
Hmm.
Sunny is getting ready his
his electric guitar.
I don't know. Did he say he brought it to the pawn shop or something?
Did he?
It sounded like he was alluding to that. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Betty. Pushed back. You know, that's all. They smell off. What's the odds that Matthew is a secret flat earther?
Is Matthew here? I got a question for him that came up on another server. Let me get his hot take on it.
1 in 4 sheets. Currently, 1 in 5 sheets.
The problem is the education system has created millions and millions of normies who believe shit they see in cartoons and movies and science books about space and spinning space balls. And they think different reasons, but mainly they believe it's a globe they're living on with no proof. So they come in here because gravity, because someone told me that the last guy said, well, because I was raised that way.
They derp it up.
What's up, Crit?
Not too much. How have you been?
Been good, man.
Any war stories you got?
Not really. I can't think of any. I'll let you know.
Bombs went off. Bombs went off and people died. Yeah. You wanted to comment about wars? Bombs went off and people died.
Seriously, where?
Japan.
More like we were talking about, like other servers where they do like they'd say and do batshit type stuff.
Batshit crazy stuff?
Yeah, like actual batshit. Like
that was all just made up horse shit, you know that.
Yeah, I know. It's not so much war stories. It's like kind of like where Godric and I go to a lot of globalist spaces to see what they're offering. And you know what? They don't offer a whole lot.
They have used bats in warfare before. They hooked incendiaries to thousands of bats and let them go into the cities in Japan, and they landed in your attics and landed in the houses, and then after 12 hours or 14 hours or however long the timer was set on the incendiary that was strapped to their body, started fire everywhere, and that's how Japan burned to the ground, was because of all the incendiaries they put on bats, and then they let thousands of them go, and they flew down into the city, landed in people's attics and on their houses, under their eaves, wherever, and then the incendiary went off, and the entire place burnt to the ground. I don't know if you knew that, but that's an actual thing that actually happened.
That's cray cray.
Operation Bat Joker.
Is that what it was called? Or you don't know?
No. Yeah, I was just fucking around.
There was a name for it. I can't remember what it was called.
I just know how the military names their operations.
Yeah.
They always come up with some weird shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I was talking to you guys for 10 minutes and didn't realize that I didn't come through on the other end. For some reason, when I connected, it didn't connect.
So you were talking to yourself for 10 minutes?
Yep, that's right. Thanks.
It happens to me all the time. Also, it happens to me all the time.
It's happened to me several times too.
I forget. I forget to unmute myself.
Oh, I was unmuted.
I forget to mute.
Right.
So.
Usually, I say pretty smart things when I am muted, and I'm thinking I'm talking, and then I realize I've been muted the whole time.
Yes, you have. Ever since I've been here.
Thank you.
So, Kosho, you were talking about people, stuff that they say. Kosho came in here a couple weeks ago, and I was like, Kosho, what's the new proof for the globe? And he was like, well, if you measure the distance between the cities in South America and South Africa, you could tell that, the circumference between those cities is getting smaller than the equator. And I was like, oh, really? When have I measured those? And he was like, well, they're known distances. Like, really? Okay, so I know the distances because someone else laid some, fiber optic cables or drug a chain from one continent to the other. It's like, I don't think they've ever actually done that. So how are they known distances? Well, he's like, well, the cities are known. You can measure it over land. And I was like, yeah, but that's only one piece of the whole pie. You would have to measure the whole circumference to say that we know the circumference. So if we're hear that argument, just ask, when have those cities been chained out? Or fiber optic laid between those cities? How do we know?
There's a face reveal for Kosho today on Geos.
A face reveal, huh? I bet he looks like a lawyer or a banker. What do you think? No. Like a really high-end bankster.
I always thought you were a high-end gangster, Hank.
Hell no, man. I'm over here with cookie crumbles. Jeez. I don't even own a house.
Whenever I hear Hank's voice, I think Peaky Blinders.
I don't know what that is.
He's a gangster. I think he's Irish.
Here we go. Here's the Kosho.
I bet he looks like Clark Kent.
Better.
Better.
Boris and Tasha going.
No, that's not Clark. No, that's not Kosho.
You're not buying it?
No. Just like I'm not buying any of these other images except for the flat one. NASA image from Saturn, 830 million miles away. Meanwhile, surveillance footage here on Earth looks like Mario from the original Super Mario Brothers. It's funny.
Who's doing that? Anyway, I did want to share this from UAP channel. Watch his whole playlist. That's a lot of fun listening and watching. UAP.
Sonny, did you bring your guitar to the pawn shop?
No, man, I don't ever have to do that.
Oh, okay.
I have too many of them anyway.
How many guitars do you have?
5 in here right now.
All electric? No.
No, I have 5 in here now. 3, 4 electrics and 1 acoustic.
Yeah, that would be an impossible ratio for someone like Sonny to have 5 electric guitars. Sonny likes the classic rock, so you know he's got a little acoustic in there somewhere. In fact, if I had to guess, it would probably be his second guitar. So if he had to get rid of 3, he would keep the Stratocaster and the acoustic.
Yeah, got that right. But one of them's my brother's. I'm holding it hostage till he brings back my Gibson. No one would know that but us, so I guess that's not doxing myself too much. Yeah, I'm already doxed anyway, man. They're fucking coming to get me any day now. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man.
I feel so guilty sometimes of not traveling as much as I do. Not traveling actually. Anybody here travel a lot, like very often?
I tried
I
never
would
to
like to see
travel.
more of the world myself. I would like to see India and Japan and maybe Ireland and Scotland.
I've been to England. Have you been to England?
Dude, I've barely left Texas.
Dude, let me tell you something. Oh wow! Like, I lived in America. I lived in California, and when I first traveled to England, I didn't have many expectations. Right? I went really like I was like, yeah. I mean, like, I didn't have a lot of expectations. I've never been to Scotland or Ireland, but I've been to England. It's so cool. It's really, really different.
You know what that weird dude told me last night, T-Dad? Huh? Matt? No, some weird dude at the bus stop. Oh. Dude that was telling me fucking this gifted and shit. Yeah. He goes, by the way, your people wrote the dictionary. You know that, right? I was like, what? He's like, yeah, your people wrote the dictionary. Thought you might need to know that. Well, seriously, that's what he told me. I believe you, but those people and your people and all this stuff. So,
Hey, Galrocken. No, man.
We got him. He can unmute himself since he's gold, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Cool. Some want to be disconnected and others want to be muted. Yeah, I've seen Maine. I've seen Chicago on the south side. Been to Cleveland. I've been to Florida and Tennessee and Georgia. I think from Chicago we went to the East Coast. So I've seen a few states, but I didn't really get to get out and go walk around. You know, I just passed through them. I didn't get to go check anything out. So basically, I haven't really left Texas because you can see, you know, like footage of people driving through a state, and that's just time is the experience of driving through a state. You get to see a few gas stations, and everybody knows what gas stations are like. So I haven't seen much of the world.
Why do you feel attracted to Japan in particular?
It's because how they are about their culture, and the same with India. They're very deep, old, rooted culture, and so does the Irish and the Gaelic. So what I want to see is the older culture before the imperialism. If it's anywhere to be found, it should be there, right? Because the Highlanders are kind of like, fuck you, you bastards. And, you know, the Japanese, they're kind of the same way, aren't they?
It's amazing how the personality, like the people change, you know, like there's every country. Well, I suppose that you can also see differences in the states, no? When you go from one state to another.
You're in city to city. You go to Dallas, and there's this place called the Gay Bar Hood, and it's full of gay bars, right? You go to Fort Worth, there's no such thing.
Gayland.
You know, it's the Gayborhood. That's what it was called when I was there. They called it that, not me. Anyway, so yeah, in Fort Worth, you know, it's very Republican, cowboy boots and belt buckles, and you know, just two cities like right next to each other, completely different.
Imagine with countries.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Mm-hmm. Now, America is very interesting. Eh? It's a very interesting country. When you come from outside, it's very interesting.
Yeah, it's like there's little pockets of city states almost within a city. Like you got like Chinatown, right? Or if you go up north, there's like this is the the Irish neighborhood and this is the Italian neighborhood. It's like there's little city states from the old world, right?
One thing that, like, for example, that I find very interesting about America is the law. It's so strict. It's the and it works pretty well. Like, I suppose everybody follows the law. Anything illegal, I don't know if it's still like. I suppose that it's still the same. But I remember like about 10 years ago when I lived in America, it's like the law is, even if you did something, against the law, and like you would be seen by other people, like people don't even want to like socialize with you. It's kind of cool.
Well, here's the thing. There's the law, which is the law of the land, which is the Constitution. And then there's legislation that gets codified. So there's like, very few laws in the Constitution. But we all know them, right? And it's telling the government what they can't do to us, right? And then there's all the codes that they make up, all the legislation. And it's like, the way I see it, like, we got these politicians and they feel like if they're not passing new legislation, they're not doing their job. So it's like 15 million laws, 18 million laws. Like, when are we going to stop?
Really never.
So, speaking of the law, my wife got pulled over today and got another ticket.
Oh no!
I know. Yeah, she didn't merge in the left lane when the two lanes ended because the car on the right was going really, really slow, and she thought it was turning, and the car behind it was following too close, and she couldn't see the blinker was not on. So when the car didn't turn, she didn't merge, and she thought she had the right of way. But wouldn't it be the cop's fault because he was following too close behind, and she couldn't see the blinker because the person she thought was turning was hitting the brakes and slowing down, and the cop was blocking the blinker that he wasn't giving. So anyway, I guess I'm gonna learn this court thing whether I want to or not.
Man, it's like Texas is like got good people, but holy crap, man, the government down there is just out of control. It's like how do they not throw those people out? It's like you think of like the sort of renegade Western frontier sort of persona in Texas. How are they not tar and feathering them out of the state? Like seriously, like you got police officers pulling people over because they failed to merge, and it wasn't even a merge situation. It's like
Creates a lot of fear.
it's like the government does it there because they think they can get away with it. Because one party rule is even worse than two party rule. They just put an R next to their name, and suddenly it's like no one cares that they're like taking your guns and shutting down your power grid and like when at the beginning of Sharona, locked a hairdresser up. I'm like, what state must that be in? What? Texas? Like, and people just did it. Just people just accepted it. Like a hairdresser's in jail right now. For what? What crime did they do? Are they a bank robber at night? Were they like some sort of supervillain? No, they just dressed. They just did someone's hair.
Yeah, you gotta have a license to do hair. Thanks. Yeah, you gotta have a license to do hair, so that means the cops get to raid and do no-knock warrant raids and stuff like that. Yeah, I've heard about that stuff, but here's the thing: like, if you're a white person, you can just run some clippers through your hair for the most part. But when it comes to being like a black female, like your hair is not like everyone else's. You should have the right to do your own hair or the hair of your family. And to say that like you need a license to do this, like your family isn't going to sue you. Like that's not how it works. So it's really weird that they get away with the stuff that they get away with. Like, were you doing hair without a license? How dare you putting wax in somebody's hair? So they got their dreadlocks. Like, you really could have caused them a lot of harm, injury, or loss. So you need a license just in case you do. That way that you can get properly sued. What? It's just hair.
There's talk of all crazy sorts of licenses, like gardening. One day they think you'll need a permit to grow your own veggies, or be banned totally from doing it. In Australia, children under 16, I think it is, or possibly over, they need a permit to mow a lawn now.
There was a law in Texas that children couldn't have a lemonade stand without a license, and they actually had to strike that law down and get a new law to replace it.
Holy crap!
Holy shit!
What did the police do if they found the lemonade stand?
Arrested him.
I guess
Throw
they
him in the back
shut
of
it
the
down.
car. Beat him with the baton. Throw him in the back of the car.
Well,
They
they
shut
shot.
it down. That was funny.
Bastards.
I remember that.
I don't remember this story. That happened like they were able to leave the neighborhood, like they were
It was
able to
like
walk.
2-3 years ago. I think it happened. It was like Karen that reported it, though. That was the reason why.
Those damn tax evading little kids. Get them.
That's what it boiled down to. Taxes. They weren't paying the taxes on the lemonade.
Yeah, there used to be a guy who had like a bicycle shop around here for like years, like 30 years. And he would just collect like old people's bicycles that they threw away and he would refurbish them. Well, apparently he was cutting into Walmart's business and they said, "Look, you can't do this." He's like, "I can't have a garage sale." They were like, "No, you can't have a garage sale every day. You can do it once a year." So he just like had to shut down his business because he wasn't willing to get the license and jump through all the hoops.
Wow, yeah, isn't that so stupid? I was going to say, in most states, you can still ride around in a 50cc or less without a license plate or a license. So just make it go 80 miles an hour. Yeah, it's true. You can still zip around in something 50ccs. Ring, ding, ding, ding.
Not in Australia. They banned powered powered push bikes. Yeah,
That's crazy.
fuel motor push bike.
Now you have to have a permit to mow a lawn. Oh man.
You need to have a license to ride a skateboard. No, I'm joking.
You do have to get a pilot's license to operate a drone if it's over 250. What is it? What's the weight? I don't remember. Not grams. Is it 250 grams? Yeah, I think.
Wait a
What
minute.
did it sound right?
You roboted outright on the
Pilot's license for drones if it weighs over 249 grams, I think.
Oh. Well, you can still strap one of those motors to your back with a paraglider thing and fly that around. Ultralights, you don't need a license for an ultralight. Just find a field, plop that sucker down, zip. You're flying.
So you know that we can have flamethrowers, right?
Bring back the flamethrower.
So you know if the flamethrower, if it has an electromagnetic field, the flame intensifies, right? Because you're adding a magnetic field to plasma. I ordered one.
That's funny. You see my sense of humor. Thanks for bringing it back on the flamethrower. I don't mean it. I'm only joking. Don't worry. I can't see any practical purpose for a flamethrower. Yeah. Not that I'm willing to share.
Well, the thing is, it's a lighter. It fits in your pocket. I actually haven't got to try it because it hasn't came in the mail yet, but I'm waiting.
Oh, oh, that looked out cold. Yeah, change that. So I watch this stuff on UAP. Like he's been looking at the moon, and this one on the moon is absolutely bizarre. I never saw something that this actual shot of the moon that he's videoing through his camera. It's the strangest thing I ever saw.
What is it?
The moon. You can't even tell what shape it is. I just posted it in the live stream, the video.
Let's watch it.
UAP channel. Well, we can't watch. All you'd be able to do is listen to it. Unless we like went into a cinema room, but I don't. We shouldn't. Yeah, no.
And that'd be cool.
Well, we could. There's not much going on, but I don't want to break up the live stream. And there was this other one. This guy, Autodidactic, was interviewing this other guy, and let me find that. It's probably my history. Where is that? Oh, here we go. Reset World with. That's it.
So I was watching that Autodidactic channel. So, I cut you off, didn't I, Sonny?
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was watching it, and they were talking about how all the insane asylums were built in like beautiful places. They were like, like next to the mountains or next to a beautiful lake. And I was, thinking to myself, what if the insane asylums of like the 1800s were like the FEMA camps of the last reset? And I was thinking, like, that really
Yes,
makes a lot of sense.
man, I know. That's what he's kind of talking about. This guy from Archaics. So he's talking about.
I don't know what Archaics is.
I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. You have to watch the video. I've just posted it, what I'm talking about, at 6 minutes after the hour. So you have to listen to it yourself, because some of it I've never heard before, and some of it I already knew from the ancient, texts, the ancient, like Vedic texts and things like that talk about Rahu and Ketu. I read about that quite a long time ago myself. But there's some other things going on, such as things that were observed by the Royal Society. Like at least 17 times these things in our immediate surroundings, basically in above us. In this, we do have something above us, like a dome. It seems to be. I'm not putting a shape on it really, but it does rotate around us. We know this to be a fact, but there's been these other objects that have appeared. And people have seen them since like the 1600s. So you have to watch that video. It's really quite in depth. This guy's like the knowledge he's got is quite amazing. Can it all be verified? I don't know. Like, I don't know how you would go by doing that, but it brings up some different ideas about what is actually going on here. And that's where I think the conversation needs to go to, because there's something much deeper going on with this place. Why are we here? And why am I questioning it? Why did I have to be the one to fucking question this? To question everything. To get to this position where I feel like I'm at odds with the entire world. With this knowledge.
I think there's two reasons. They either never broke you, like in school, they never broke me, or you snapped out of the programming and woke back up.
Yeah, I snapped out.
Now, I gotta say, I wasn't completely unbroken. They did trick me on a lot of things. I was believing a whole bunch of bullshit. I volunteered for a free, jab to the arm. Got sick as a dog. And it was a perfect experiment because my oldest stayed home and didn't go to the boxing match. And what do you know? They were fine. But me and the other two did go. And I think I did it just so I could see something pierce my skin. I think that's the reason I accepted it. Because I wanted to see the barrier get broken. Isn't that crazy?
What do you mean exactly, the barrier?
Of my skin. I wanted to see my skin, because when you get jabbed, you get cut, right? It's a tiny little cut.
Mm-hmm.
You know about boxing, the cut man, the jabby dabby do, right?
Jabba jabba
I'm
doo.
using ambiguity on purpose. We're not allowed to talk about certain
Yeah.
things here.
Got
Okay.
it.
It's the Flintstones.
Yeah, so
It's the Flintstones. Yabba dab jabba doo da.
The ouchie ouchie.
this was years and years ago. And cool guy who worked there, and we loved him so much. He was an older guy. And, we told him, like, hey, we just got the you know what? He was like, oh, I don't do those. And I didn't ask him why. But I found out the next day when I couldn't go to work. Why? Because you can't go to work with, open wounds and fevers, right? You can't work with food with fever. So, yeah, I had a little infection from the boxing match, let's just say.
When did you do it?
This must have been around 2008 because he was already in remission and doing the breathing treatments. So, yeah, around 2008, 2009, I took it and I definitely had the woos. Woohoo. Yeah, me, my youngest, and my wife. We went, and the oldest child didn't go. And the oldest child was taking care of all three of us at the same time because we were so, tired from the boxing jab. I gotta say something that's peculiar though. When you get, sick without going to when you get tired without going to the boxing match, it's like one of you gets tired and then the next person gets tired and nobody's all tired at the same time. And it seems like when it's natural, like everybody gets tired at a different time. That way there's always one person to take care of everybody else. Have you guys ever noticed that?
That's weird. Possible. No. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it's usually my wife first, and then me, and then one of the children.
Yeah, I have to speak with a lot of people that do it. A lot of my clients, my students, and I listen. Nobody seems to be like suspicious about it. It's like something so seems natural for people. Or I don't know.
Hey, it looks like we got a spectator in here. Spectator, if you were so inclined to want to get voice speaking permissions, you can go to the VC check-in one, and I'll follow you up there and get you verified. If not, you want to just stick around and spectate like your name dictates, we'll let you enjoy the show. Your move, bro. Was he on deafened before I said anything? I don't think he was.
The material that the Sunny posted about the UAP, it's pretty interesting.
God Rockin', I've had you on mute for a while, bro. I apologize.
Yeah, very interesting. Because we could actually be part of some kind of scientific experiment. If we are where I'm thinking we are, like who knows where we are, because where we are is very subjective. Who knows where the whole entire system of Earth, where that is? I don't know where that is. Where is that? That's one question. No one can answer that. Where is Earth? This whole entire system, Earth realm that we call Earth realm or whatever it is. Where is it? Where is it? Where's that? How did that come up? How did that come to be that we're right here and we're discussing it? Where are we? What are we? What are we? We have no idea. I think
Here's a
there's
theory. What if we're in the former Antarctic basin?
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Sorry. What if, like, every time humans expand their population growth, they create global warming and climate change and it blocks the map to where before we couldn't live here, but now the old Antarctica is all melted away so that we can expand our population into these new lands, new worlds, and it's just like, a video game. Like, the more we progress technology, the more that the world accepts the technology progressing and opens up new land masses that were formerly tundra.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible also. I mean, but if you can imagine a being that was able to create all of this that we think is so spectacular, but this is just the foundational level of what we're talking about, because when you get up into the realm up above us in the sky, that clockwork mechanism is no doubt about it mechanical. There's no other way. How could you have a GP of any of those bodies that would be known about? You wouldn't. It would be it'd be off by magnitudes. So it's either on or it's not. Those spots are still correct or they're not, and they are. That's why they still navigate with them. And they navigate with them through static records, almanacs. That's where you get it from. So that means it's just been recorded from what they've observed all those years. That's where those almanacs came from. So we're on the flat stationary plane part of this, whatever it is, and but I think what's more interesting to me is like what this guy's talking about is who's in control, because there's some entity that came in, and it may actually be a rewrite. Different timelines seem to be, they almost seem to be. I know it seems fantastic, but you see these remnants of these whole other things that we're talking about, architecture and stuff like that, on the middle of the desert, right up there where God Rockin lives in Utah, where there's all these structures, roads, that like literally foundations of buildings, huge areas that there's no record of them ever having anything there. So very odd. I don't know. So it's been talked about recently about how we're just walking on the architecture of what was here before, or like all of it. But as far as what created us, like what created this, it's like I never understood people talking about it being a simulation, but in some ways, like, and I'm not one of those simulation people, believe me, but
well, the simulation, it's one of those things to where it's a secondary net for the people that realize, wait a minute, I've been studying science for a long time, and I just can't be a coincidence theorist. Okay, so it must be a simulation. Well, simulation begs the question, who's the simulator? But the simulation people never talk about the simulator, right? They always talk about the simulation.
Right. So this guy's saying basically we came down here of our own choosing, which makes sense to me, because that's why we would forget and not know where we came from when we were born into this place, because we wouldn't have a genuine experience. So for somehow, now I don't know if I go all in on that, but I'm more inclined to go along with those lines that we requested to be here, to come here to learn these lessons. Think of how unique each life lesson here is in the whole entirety of someone's path in life, and this on this level. So there's obviously something, and he talks about this is what I really like. This conversation was very interesting. He talks about how what they talk about as junk DNA is just waiting to be turned on, because we're able to exist in many, many different types of environments that we've come from living in Arctic and Sahara and like everything in between, tropical. So, maybe there's like he talks about a time when there was. Well, I don't know. This gets very speculative. So, talks about a time when there was basically two suns, and there are some ancient records of things like this, and something happening before and after. So, a brand new life, pre-flood, brand new life, when they had a different sky, and the moon wasn't a part of it before then. Like there's supposedly something happening with the skies, and also, like, if you remember in the beginning of Genesis, there's a time when Earth was void. There was nothing, like, I don't know. Just going off. Don't let me bring it back down. It's flat Earth. Kind of got me started along these lines, talking about it.
Yeah, and I was obviously speculating too. I was trying to be like a pro-spiricist with the whole climate change and global warming thing, but I've always said, like, if the poles melt, that's more land. We could just, if, we lose New York City, it's kind of turning into a dump anyway. Why don't we go build something like in Antarctica where all the water's clean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that sucks for everybody who lives in Manhattan Island, but there's no evidence whatsoever of the water rising in Manhattan Island. We've got pictures from the 1800s, and it looks the exact same water level today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The same thing in California. I mean, even though there are lots of places in California where there's slides along the coast and they're just sliding in, like, yeah, that's been gradually happening, but
Well, that's because they keep fucking building on it, just like in Florida. In Florida, with the sand erosion and on the beaches, well, it's because they got these fucking giant ass fucking condos, hotels everywhere. I mean, it's all that weight you're putting on top of fucking sandstone.
It depends on
It's
where you're talking.
ridiculous.
Listen, it depends on where you're talking about, though.
Dude, I'm from
Say
Florida.
that for
Listen,
everywhere.
I grew up in Florida, so I know what the beaches used to look like. It's what they look like now. And it's
well, the water has gone up. The
No, I'm not
water
talking about
has
the water.
risen.
I'm just talking about.
It looks like it hasn't gone
No,
up because
listen,
of
I'm not
refraction.
talking about the water. I'm talking about the sand. The sand is eroding, and that's only because there's so much weight on top of the land now. It's pushing all that stuff away. So shipping
The
and
water's not coming up. The sand is going down.
it's just going out. It's your compress. I mean, they removed all the vegetation that was there. All these things that held shit together. So when you just put asphalt in and concrete and buildings with all kinds of weight, you've seen the condos that fell killed 73 people. I mean, it's just stuff like that. I mean, you're building on sand. Why would you build on? Why would anybody buy a condo on sand?
So they could have an earthquake and it would all crash down, and they get a bunch of money to rebuild.
It's ridiculous.
That's how come.
It's so stupid, dude. I don't care how much money I had. I would never do that.
Hey man, I wouldn't doubt it if they were able to create the earthquakes themselves. The industrialists,
the humans,
those Robert Bennett. What makes us think they weren't underground? They're still doing explosions underground through these tap sites, these well sites, all over mountains, all over around California, everywhere. Thousands and thousands of them.
Dude, we're just a bunch of idiots on this planet. I mean, thank God God is going to change stuff because we are so stupid. We are just the dumbest. We're his dumbest creation.
But see, listen, somebody was saying that if you had the same vibration as the rest of those sheeple, then you would be one. We would be one of them too. So,
well, I mean, we all sin. I mean, there are no only Jesus is righteous, right? Only Jesus is good. We are all sinners. We're all idiots. We are all disobedient. We are all taking part in this foolishness.
But there seems to be a level, though.
Of course, yeah, of course, there's levels.
I'm just saying.
I know there is. There's level of degrees of stupidity, stupid human behavior, but we're still culpable. We're not absolved of wrongdoing.
Exactly.
But it's just the level, like you said, the levels. That's why you have to laugh because there's nothing you can do about it now. It's increasing at an alarming rate. They're becoming stupider by the second. It's just so bad.
And no alarm and no thinking about to wonder or worry about any of this. I just act simply like then there's nothing going on and I'm not worried about anything.
Well, no, you got to live your life. I mean, you got to pay the bills. You got to do what you got to do, man. You got to prosper where you can.
Sometimes when you just know it's like you've learned enough in one particular location that it's time to move on. Do you ever get that feeling in life? And then you just know it's coming. I can't avoid it anymore. And it's time to get ready to move on and go to the next place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, if you think about it, every place I've been just keeps getting worse. So except for that's why I ended up where I am now, and it's so much better here. It's away from all of that. So I don't want to ever leave where I'm at because of what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, the stupidities are just another level, man.
I usually don't have to deal with that at all unless I have to go talk to one of these people who are supposed to be some kind of an authority, like the housing management people or whoever they are. I have to go sign paperwork and stuff like that. And I just don't dig it. Where they're going now with it is I got housing because I was homeless. Now I'm going to end up to where I'm going to owe them money. Yeah. So how is that possible? I'm going to owe them money? Yeah. So they just change it. Who knows? They're going to take a third of my income. That they already know that a third of my income is already being taken, leaving me with a third of my income. Do you know how much that is? Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking is what it is.
It's not survivable. I can't survive it.
Well,
So I either
you're
have to
paying.
take my measly money, like it's very little, as much as I'm taking. Most people can't live on. Well, I've learned how to live on it, but now they're going to make me live on less than starvation level? No, I don't think so. Like, so it'll be time to move on from this roach motel and fuck them. Like, I'll just take my money, I'll take my SSI and go somewhere else with it. Next year, I'll buy a piece of property, a piece of land, and get me a little RV or something. Screw them. They can send me a bill like everybody else. Honestly. They could just keep sending me the bills until the bills are all just going to go away, and I'm still going to survive it. So fuck you all.
The child support plus.
Hate to say it, man. Fuck it.
Well, dude, create your own cover band, man.
Yeah, so that's the thing about being mobile. Yeah, exactly. Like,
America, fuck no.
Gotta
Rather live in Zimbabwe.
I'll play some guitar for you later, probably.
Dude, just go join a cover band or create your own cover band, bro.
I was in a great cover band just before the stupid Kool-Aid scare. And ready to go. But it's good it didn't work out that way, because one of the members turned to be a total jerk. And then you find out who your enemies are and who your friends really are. It was really strange. See someone turn face that quickly. Yeah.
We got to find ways of being productive, you know? Being productive. Helping others, helping people, producing, whether if you offer a service.
Yeah,
it's good.
It's coming. You're right, and that's coming from someone that's very much younger than I am. So I have a different. I still have to stay busy. Yes, my focus is different. It has to be different now.
Sonny, you're the youngest one here, man. What are you talking about, dude? What's going on, man? I was thinking about you today. I haven't seen you in a while.
I'm doing all right.
That's good. That's good to hear. It's quiet today. It's quiet
Now
today.
that
What's
I'm here
going
with
on?
you guys, thanks for saying something, CB.
Oh, no problem, Sonny. Why is it so quiet today?
Because Sonny was in a somber mood, and see what happens to the room.
Oh, what happened to ladies' night?
Go from bright and sunny to doom and gloom.
What happened to all the ladies, dude?
Fraud, I'm offended.
We don't
I
like it.
identify as a lady, so how dare you? I'm right here.
You need to go back to that doctor and find out if they lied to your ass. You do not sound like no damn lady.
I identify as a McDonald's broken down shake machine, so I don't have to work.
I know. I got this one screw on my side. You got a replacement for it? Oh, shoot. Oh, damn. I think I just all of a sudden turned myself into that coffee shake maker. And then got the screw in the side. Lord help me.
All right, here's something. Maybe we could spark up some conversation. But like, if you were gonna put your baller hat on, what is your absolute best argument that you would put forward?
Everything NASA does.
No, the best argument for a baller, and this might sound crazy, but follow me, is the speciation between the human race, the Rh negative factor. So certain women can't breed with certain dudes. If they do, and the baby has positive blood, her immune system will attack the fetus. So she has to take a shot to keep that from happening. Now, for me, that sounds like speciation. And I think that is the best argument, but I've never ever heard it used for evolution, not once. Not fucking once, bro.
So it's like basically, if that's true, then the Big Bang happened, and the ball and gravity, all that's true. This is
You said put my baller hat on, bro.
Dude, that's
no.
some
I
straight
mean,
up
it's just
big ass
funny.
crap
It's
from
funny.
there, from left field, dude.
It's just funny the limit that you have to go to. I don't know, dude. I honestly I try
No,
to do it often. I
it
can't
doesn't
think of
matter. They all say NASA. Every last one of them. That's doesn't matter how intelligent, Zanuck, all of those people. They use NASA. That's all we use.
Yeah. Yeah, that probably would be what I would say is like the pure pressure, the sheer the numbers, the popularity contest type of thing. The pressure. That's probably what I would say. It's not even like there's no evidence, obviously. There's none of that stuff. The earth doesn't move, none of that.
I mean, DeGrasse Tyson uses NASA to quote. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what are these peons going to use? I mean,
right. I told my cousin about this, and he just went to NASA.gov. So I mean, you're not wrong. He went to NASA.gov and tried to show me a live stream. Like, see? I'm like, dude, really? Come on, man, dude, come on. I don't even care to say this, but that guy hasn't spoke to me since. It's really funny. It's like a defense mechanism. If I don't let him talk about this thing, then he can't ruin my mind. You know what I mean? Once you hear about it, there's no going back. Water doesn't form into mounds or hills. So you hear that, you're like, wait a minute, that's true. I've never seen a mound of water, but my religion requires that. So, now I'm stuck. But if I never get to hear that message, then I can cling and stick with my religion for as long as I want. So I think it's a defense mechanism why some people don't want to talk to you about this topic, because it's like the snowball effect. If I push this little snowflake off this cliff, it's going to turn into a huge snowball and avalanche, and I'll never be able to go back. So I think it's like a subconscious defense mechanism why some people don't want to talk to you about this topic. But that's fine. I'll just do victory laps around them. It's all good.
I think people are tired of not being able to make their own conclusions.
Who, us or them?
Them. It's like they just lost interest. Nothing makes sense, really.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Like they just want someone else to make the conclusion for them. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's kind of like they lost their ability to make their own conclusions. It's complicated, you know, like you want to learn about something and it's like so difficult. And the only thing you can do is kind of like steal other people's concept. But
Yeah.
well, that's pretty much it.
The whole system is set up like that. You can't take care of yourself. You need a doctor. You know, you can't represent yourself in court. You need a lawyer. You know, like, you can't think for yourself. You need a scientist. So this whole system is set up
Exactly.
to sort of dumb
Yeah.
people down like that. So
Yeah.
Right.
I'll have to take the lawyer. Sorry.
I represented myself in a small claims court case, and I won. I didn't need a lawyer. They had lawyers. Like,
Are you serious? Congratulations.
I was just right. You know what I mean? I was just correct. You know what I mean? So, like, that's all it is. So, you know, you don't need a lawyer. So, yeah, that's what they want you to think, though. You know. This was years ago. I guess I can say this. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, it was at
For
my
example,
apartment. Sorry,
oh,
go ahead.
what happened? No, what happened?
No, I was just gonna give some details on the court case. I was gonna make a joke because it involved a wall falling. Basically, this wall fell on my car, so I had to like sue the landlords and all this. It was crazy. But like, I was gonna crack a joke about gravity and stuff, but like, um, they actually tried to say, not that this is relevant to the conversation or anything. The landlords tried to claim that it was an act of God, right?
Nice,
But
nice one.
yeah, but the lawyers sniffed that. I mean, like,
An act of God.
right? The judge sniffed that out, and a couple other people I spoke to sniffed that out too. They were like, "Well, who built the wall?" So, well, someone built that wall, so you know. Anyway,
Was it God?
exactly. I mean, like, regardless of what you know, whether you're into that or not, it's like somebody built that wall. Like somebody's responsible. So they ended up being responsible for it. I won the case, easy. But I was gonna crack a joke about gravity. You know, gravity brought the wall down on the flat earther. No, but it was fun. It was a good learning lesson. It happened many years ago, and I still drive that same car. So yeah,
Oh yeah.
great. But yeah, what were you gonna say? Go ahead.
Yeah, like I noticed, like you learn very little in school. Like they give you information, but information, right? You go from one topic to the next topic. At least for me, you know. But information. But you don't really learn anything. For like, what do you remember from school, for example?
They didn't teach us about curvature or any of that crap. So they didn't teach you how to back up your claims, that's for sure. At least the globe claims. So but you know, I did just do the quadratic formula the other day and no, I'm just kidding. I have no idea, dude. It's kind of funny. Like no one else spoke up about the globe evidence. It was the Hanks thing, and then NASA. It's pretty bad. No one jumped in from YouTube. Was like, but here's 15 things. There is nothing. Okay. If there were going to be representatives for the ball Earth, it would be us. Why? Because we looked into it. Because we actually care. You know. Okay. So that there isn't any evidence, guys. Just stop coming in so confident on your high horse. It was funny watching you fall off the high horse all these years, but it's just getting old now. So stop it with the false confidence. You don't have any evidence. Thanks.
But it's really interesting that there's two types of humans, and 15% of the population can't breed unless, she gets pregnant and the baby is negative, Rh negative like her, then she'll be fine. But if her positive sperm donor creates a positive blood baby without, medical interference or witchcraft, whatever you want to call it, her immune system attacks the baby. Maybe it's a survival mechanism for the 15 percenters. I don't know.
Or maybe it's really actually a globe. Space is real, and all of our senses are wrong, and everything. Maybe that's the one piece of evidence right there. Maybe we can all pack it up and finally go home. What do you think, Hank? We done here?
No, I definitely had my baller hat on to make such an absurd claim.
Didn't you used to be like a baller, like in these debates?
No, I never
Or was that
argued
someone
for the
else?
globe.
Okay, I'm thinking of Broken Curves, or what's his name? He's sometimes on Oakley's Flat Earth debate. John, I think his name is.
So I was technically on the fence for a long time, but if you listen to how I debated, I was debating against the anti-flat earthers. And I didn't know the shape of the Earth because I hadn't measured it yet, which, as far as I could tell, is an honest thing to say. Is that I don't know, but I don't think it's heliocentric. That's what I was saying back in those days. I'm agnostic on the shape. I'm skeptical of the heliocentric model. That's basically what I would say in those days.
Were you pre or post Black Swan?
Pre-Black Swan.
Yeah,
In fact,
there
I
we
think
go.
I just about figured it out right before the Black Swan, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther. Like, I've been here long enough. They ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing." And then shortly after the Black Swan, like the Black Swan was 19, and like 20, the what
Black
thing,
Swan.
what happened,
QE says
and
January
then
1st, 2020.
yeah. And shortly after that, I went to Denver, and then shortly after that, I went to Padre Island, and then shortly after that, I went to Corpus Christi and finally made an observation. So I took a whole bunch of cheap vacations, and the last one I made an observation, and that sealed the deal for me because it was day and night. No matter what the outside was doing, it was still visible from 10 miles.
Nice. Yeah. I finally did my observations last year in August in San Diego. So that was awesome, man. I had such a blast. Captain Miggy in the house. Welcome, sir.
What's going on, guys?
You know, just here. We're here in the lounge. We're all surrounded around this warm fire. Just looking for some ballers.
Any good stories telling by the campfire or what?
You know, the usual. I stay scanning the lobby for any goofy comments or anything, you know, so I'll keep you posted.
Nobody interesting came in today?
I just rolled in about 20 minutes before you, Mickey.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Just me. I'm the only one.
Just Larry? Well, it's Friday night, so you never know.
Well, you just jumped in, Mickey.
Drinks.
What's your you know, if you put your baller hat, what's your best baller argument?
Like if I was gonna put up an argument against flat Earth?
Yeah, if you're, you know, put your baller hat on for a quick sec, you know, what's your best what you're firing out of the chamber right away? What do you got?
Well, man, it's hard. It's hard because
you don't have a bowler hat, man. You don't have a bowler hat.
Everything that you think about has like everything to do with like you can feel it, but you don't.
Right.
Or you can't feel it, but we're moving and like
You have
nothing.
to lie.
Yeah, nothing makes sense.
You have to make stuff up. That's why I can't do it either, Mickey, because I'm not a good liar. I don't like lying anyway. But you have to lie. It's
Yeah, you'd have to lie.
you know, obviously these
It's so
buildings
weird,
don't do
right?
what you have to say they do. I can't
It's
say
so
that.
weird. I can't do it, man.
I can't do it either.
I'm trying to think about how you could even faking it, man. Like, how can you fake it?
I
There's
know.
no.
Like, you think everybody lives under a lie?
Right. There you go. There you go. Right.
Well,
There's
if you can't find a way to reconcile, just have to burn the house down, right? So how can we know anything to be real? You know, kind of thing.
Right.
That's usually the last thing they say, no?
Yeah. Yep. When they're trying to burn the house down, yep. That's what they say.
I think for me, like if I put my baller hat on, I think the biggest weakness that I find is the fact that when they go to Google, it'll tell them what they want to hear. And that's got to be really hard to overcome if you're new to this topic. Oh, this flat earther just said gas pressure or, you know, whatever. And they just run off to Google and like whatever they're looking for, it's something's going to pop up. Or who measured the earth? Boom. Oh, Eratosthenes did it. See? But do you know about it? No, not really.
They don't even know Eratosthenes, man. None of the people
No.
who sound like they know what they're saying, you know.
They just Googled it.
Take the character that was in here, that young guy that was not so long ago. What's his name?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. What is it? Mug or something? I don't know. Something.
Yeah, that
I know.
character he sounded like you know what he was talking about. But then, you know, when you ask them specific questions about Eratosthenes, you don't even know anything about it. So it's what's funny is because they don't know the origin story of how they got the story, but they believe that it's so because it says so in the books. You know?
Exactly.
Dude, I keep trying to tell everybody, it's just like Globe Earth Jesus, right? He didn't write anything down himself. They have nothing original, right? But this Eratosthenes guy, he has to exist because the Earth is a globe, and that's how we know, right? It's like they you written down by men. You know that, right? It's like, was the story of Eratosthenes written down by men? Yeah, but Eratosthenes is like special. He was sent by Big Bang.
Real quick, can we just get on the same page? Is it Eros or Eratosthenes? Where's the extra S coming from? Because I hear people say that Eros. I'm like, where's that?
I can't pronounce Greek language. I'm not even. It looks like Erat to me.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Era, era.
Aristotle.
Toss the knees, baby. Toss them knees. Eratosthenes.
What?
But you also hear people say it all different types of ways. I don't have my soundboard right on me right now, but I have a clip of Vsauce. He's like, Aristoteles. Like he said, it's super weird. Yeah, so people say different. People say it's super different. But I think the thing is like, it's ERAT, but I hear people say ERAST, Eros. I'm like, well, if that's what it is, then that's what it is. Whatever. But we're all saying different stuff, and it's just funny, dude. So it's just funny.
Well, the Globe Earth Messiah has many different names.
True. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yahusha, Yahusha, or what, Jehovah, all these different. You're right. Yahuwah.
Yeah, and you got the Big Bang, right? The Creator God. Then you got gravity. He's the one that created the world, right? Because Big Bang couldn't create the world, so you need like the secondary God, and then you need like Erasthenes or whatever. He's the one that came to show us the way. How the Earth was made. So it's the unholy trinity.
And now we've got the churches, NASA, SpaceX. Got the leaders, the priests.
Yeah, Elon.
Yep, Elon. Yep.
That's his name now, Wait. It's remarkable watching how much hate the left has for Elon now that he's like announced himself to be on the right wing of the bird.
Well, so they're mad at him now?
Dude, the day he came out as a Republican, Me Too movement got him. The same day.
This is pretty recent.
Yeah, it just happened with reports.
I feel like everybody slobs on Elon's. Dude, it's weird. People are always like, he's so brilliant. Look how smart he is. But then you go listen to him on Joe Rogan. It's like, this guy sounds like an idiot. What the hell? Sounds like a really bad actor. But that's just me. But people think because he sounds so bad, that makes him really smart. Just like when he says that you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. It's weird. It's upside down clown world, ladies and gentlemen.
I think he pretends. He pretends to be silly because he can't. No.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. But he's such a bad actor. That's why you can tell. At least for me. When you become a flat earther, you get like a special set of like they live glasses. You can see through stuff a lot more. So yeah, I feel like I can see through Elon. People literally think he's a genius. I want to be like Elon. I want to study him. It's like, but then you go and actually look at him.
It's a jealousy.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
It's weird. I have a friend who's really successful. Who's like, oh, Elon Musk. He actually worked for SpaceX and Tesla and all this stuff. And it's like he like really loves Elon. It's like, dude, chill out, man. Like he's a goofball. He's an actor, like puppet type of guy. I don't believe all the things that they say about him, But
what are the things that he he succeeded at? Like, what products did he bring forward?
PayPal.
Cars, right?
He had gems
PayPal.
from Africa. He was in South Africa, and I think his family had like some sort of like rocks that were like, you know, I can't remember if it was jade or some kind of emerald or something. And in his younger days, he'd be in New York City, like just handing out those rocks and trading it for cash. And then as he got older, he did eBay, right? Wasn't that his
No,
big?
it was PayPal.
Oh.
Yeah, right.
Oh, sorry, PayPal. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he got involved with PayPal early on. Well, that's the story,
Amazing.
right, fellas? That's the story. That's what they're going to tell us. And well, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that checks out. But like, they could have just, oh, here's our guy. Let's put him in. You know, here's his story, script. You know, whatever. Who knows, guys? But that's just what they're telling us. But yeah, they're telling us he got involved with PayPal.
I really
know. Why don't
believe
you just prove it?
Prove what?
Yeah, all you say. I think that Musk is so far is helping Ukraine at the moment.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, well, isn't he doing that then?
I'm just not an auto believer. Like you know, when they say something on the news, I don't just auto believe it.
No, I understand, and neither do I.
So
Yeah,
that's where a lot of my skepticism comes from, I would say.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all. But I don't think this server is not for really like the Ukraine thing. We're not.
No, that's true.
I don't care about that.
Let's forget it. Yeah.
Yeah, you've been here before?
Yes. A number of times, always hoping that somebody can help me figure out. I'm trying to prove the flat Earth, and I always get stuck somewhere with defining the point where, how do you call it? Oh, damn it! I'm getting old.
Take your time.
Hey, there's this
where would the distance the sun needs to be at to disappear so that it gets night? There must be
that's
some
the problem with you guys. You're always trying to say that you're trying to prove the flat Earth, but you always talk about the sun, moon, and stars. If you Google how to prove the Earth is a sphere, they'll tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars. Aristoteles, he said, measure the shadows. Why don't you just go measure a body of water at rest, a large body of water at rest, and look for curvature? Because if you were looking for curvature to prove the Earth is a globe, wouldn't you like try to directly measure the curvature?
No,
you have never measured water, so please don't do that. And they will destroy you. Any globetrotter will destroy you. No, you did not.
Measure it.
No.
Yeah.
You can't go with it. Sorry.
Listen, bro. I've already made my measurement.
Who's this idiot saying you can? What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, guys, let's go. I mean, he has a flat earther tag, so he seems fairly genuine.
No, he's not. That's some idiot shit he just said.
But I mean,
that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard someone say. That's a flat earther.
Oh, so any flat earther that is a little bit more critical is suddenly not a flat earther?
You're critical.
Hey, listen.
Come on! Oh my god!
He's insulting.
Scorpio.
Look, I just wanted to.
We do not need. I just want to clarify. We do not need to measure the water because the water itself has the was ist denn dieses Wort?
Eigenschaften.
The properties of no.
Just stop.
No.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know.
No.
See, guys, that's why globetrotters.
Listen.
You're the reason we get a bad rap. People like you.
Dude, the reason is that I'm natively German and I didn't know the word of property.
Bist du Deutsch?
Okay, so
bist du Deutsch?
We do not need to measure the water.
Du bist native Deutsch? Bitte, rede mal Deutsch mit mir dann. Ich spreche Deutsch.
Killer, what is your problem?
Now I have a problem with Clay under the Seal who says he's German. which he is not, because he can't understand me when I speak German.
Alter, ich verstehe dich, aber ich möchte nicht mit dir Deutsch sprechen jetzt.
Ach, sowieso nicht dann. Dein Dialekt ist nicht German. Du bist nicht Deutsch.
Alter, dein Dialekt ist nicht German.
Nein, das stimmt. Ich bin nicht German.
Ja, also, lass mich doch in Ruhe.
Also, Mann.
We just went from a
Du bist kein Flacherder, du.
Perché parliamo? Is this guy a troll?
Sorry, guys.
Nein.
Sorry, guys. I speak a number of languages, so I.
So again, we do not need to measure the water. The properties of water is that it's always going to take the shape of its container, and it will not curve. It lays flat. That's the property of water. So it doesn't matter if we're gonna measure it or not. Literally, a level filled with water is. Okay, dude, are you a troll?
No, let me try to explain. I have seen experiments on the flat Earth where we have taken a aquarium. Do you know what that is? So a glass container with water, and we turned it, and it became hollow. So we cannot say water is always this or that.
Whoa.
What?
Earth
No.
doesn't move. The Earth doesn't move or
Can
spin.
you repeat? Can you repeat what you just said? You take a glass
Yes.
container
A
and you
glass
turn it,
container,
was
and you
hollow.
put it on a turntable, and then you spin it around.
Oh.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't do that.
Yeah, you know
Can you
these
show us the Earth
videos.
doing
You know
that?
these videos. Everybody has seen them.
Did I not just say the properties of water is that it lays flat when it's unmanipulated? What you're doing is manipulating the water, which then starts to have a spiral why you have why then it clears up in
Right.
the middle.
Right.
Water unmanipulated lays flat.
All right, Germans, relax.
Right.
Relax.
And the
Relax,
Globers
relax,
say,
relax.
and the
Relax. Okay,
Globers
so
say they have
hold on,
this
hold on, bro.
magical gravity.
Hold on, bro. Let's say I got a waterbed, right? And I do a cannonball into the waterbed. Will I be able to measure curvature then?
That's
Right?
that's an analogy that goes every wrong direction.
It's
And
just
that is
the
why
same analogy
Globers
that
hate
you
us.
use.
You know, that's why they make fun of us.
Hank,
This
low
guy
key
is
went over my head. Can you explain that? What is it? What was that?
But again, I've been here before. That was the question. People ask me, did you come here before? Yes, I did. The other question I had at that time was, I was trying to find out at what distance does the sun need to be to disappear? Either because of... yeah?
And it sounds like you're trying to tie yourself into a pretzel.
What did you realize?
Now, I myself made calculations, and I got around 6,300 miles.
I got 23,000 miles.
23,000 miles? The flat Earth doesn't have that diameter.
Sorry, that was my friend. I got it 57,000.
57. Yeah, well, okay, yeah. But that is at least close to what I got.
That was 2015. Now I think it's 125,000 miles. I think it's correct.
No, because the flat Earth and our Earth is not that size.
No, in my calculation, 125,000 miles. It's correct.
Well, then you have invented a new flat Earth.
No, I have a right calculation. I only need to say number, and it should be right.
Well, no, I don't believe it. Because the closest thing to a real map is the Gleason's map.
Okay, can you tell me why people should believe in your number and not in mine?
Because you can take the Gleason's map, which is, I think, still the best map ever of the flat Earth.
Really?
Well, it's the only one that at least makes sense. If I take the Gleason's map, I can take.
Can you tell me how it's how Earth looks like after 60 degrees south?
Sorry?
How Earth looks like 60 degrees south?
60 degrees south.
Yeah.
I don't know, as it is shown on the Gleason's map.
On the Gleason's map, but do you know that Japanish map where we have more islands, more continents and stuff, you know?
On which map?
That from Japan, I think from 1,000 years ago, when we have more continents behind.
No, they don't have that.
We have that.
No, I have studied many maps and a few which are totally fake.
Man, I studied gravity.
Yeah. We have a guy here who studied gravity. Good thing, man.
Did you study maps? Did you study maps? Can you tell me what is? Can you tell me what is 60 degrees south then? How it looks like?
That depends whether you go from the flat Earth or from the globe model.
Is it their wall around?
The wall is at least 10,000 kilometers from the equator.
Okay, is it circular?
Yes, I think it is.
How do you know?
I don't know because
because maps showing.
No.
Because you made calculation.
No.
Because
the only guy that did at least an attempt to try to define things and measure things was Mr. Gleason. And nobody else ever on our side. And that is what I'm the fool myself. I haven't gone to the ice wall to prove it. But nobody else did as well. That is my problem. And I don't have the money. I wish I could go.
Can I just add one thing real quick? When I hear things like this one guy made this one map. It's almost like we have a restaurant. We want to make a menu. Well, this is the only guy that could make us our menu. Well, we don't.
You're right.
The menu. Yeah. We don't eat the menu. Okay, the menu is just a representation of the thing itself. So I don't care about any map. There is no one map that's like, oh, this is the map. Who cares? All maps are just projections. We're talking about the real thing. Like when you go outside and you like leave your house.
Yeah, but Coffee Bean, that's you, huh?
And that mean you will go on the street and say, people, look, the earth is flat. And how I know? I know like this because I measure distance to the sun. And then I realized that sun cannot be more than and that because of that earth is flat. Is that true?
Well, that is the way. And then I ask you, please tell me what the distance is.
That's the way to prove that earth is flat.
Yeah. Tell me what distance did you measure?
Please, man, can you please stop to do that way to prove that earth is flat? That's a really wrong way.
No.
I was going to say, it sounds like you're trying to tie yourself up into a pretzel. Just keep it simple. Just go check up. Just go to a lake or something. Measure the lake, the surface of the water.
You can't.
You're making it more difficult than it needs to be.
Sorry, looking at the sun is more difficult than it needs to be.
But what is the sun?
What is the sun?
Doesn't matter if it is a projection, or if it is an oblique, or if it is a downward.
Physical. Is it physical?
Well, I know that I have solar panels that somehow take a fucking lot of power from it, so it cannot be a projection.
But that doesn't mean it's what you think it is because you have solar panels. It doesn't have to be anything in particular because you have solar panels.
Do you
don't know what it is.
Do you have anything you can imagine that transmits so much power to my solar panels?
Here's the thing, Killer. You don't have to imagine anything. Okay, that's kind of the point.
Then
we don't
prove
really
it
do that here because we can't go and check that see if the thing that we imagine is true.
We don't want to imagine
because that's why we don't imagine things. We just, personally, I'm okay with a little bit of mystery. I don't need to attach stories to things and go with the story that I haven't checked. So
I like that concept.
Yeah,
but my problem is at one point our sun, if it is a projection, or if it is a real thing that moves above our flat Earth, at one time it disappears and it becomes night. And I want to figure out where is that point and why does that happen? Is it perspective? I finally got the word. Is it the atmosphere in between that makes it disappear? That's what I want to find out. The sun is one of the most simple things everybody can observe. You don't need math. You don't need cameras.
I'll show you.
One quick
I'll show
question.
you. Can you see the live stream voice text?
Live stream
I'll
voice.
post something. Yeah, I'll post something in just a minute. I'll find it for you. So does the atmosphere?
Hold on, I have to scroll down a lot, I think. Ooh.
Actually, it's right above the room that you're in. Live stream voice text.
Oh, I thought you were in the chat. Sorry.
Somebody says he is not German. That's what I'm seeing. And that's correct. I'm not German. I'm not Austrian. And I'm not from Switzerland. Ah. It's true.
Yeah, that's not the point. I'm about to post something.
Okay, I'm
waiting. As soon as I find it. As soon as I find it.
Wait.
Sorry, it's taking so long.
One more thing. When we look at something disappearing, such as a car driving away from you, is it so important to know at what point it is disappearing?
I think it is important when you want to talk about the true shape of our Earth.
We already know it measures flat.
Nonsense.
Can you hear me?
I have done everything I can to prove it flat. So far, I have a problem.
You haven't listened, though. Listen. So, are you familiar with drones?
Sorry?
Quadcopters that you fly. A drone? A quadcopter? Do you know what I'm talking
about? Yeah.
Okay, so you put it over your head, right? At 400 feet. And then you tell it to go east. It stays at 400 feet, but it appears to get smaller into the horizon, right?
Yes. So
and it disappears into the horizon.
No, hold on. I go along with you. So now it's 400 feet above me. So when it then moves 400 feet away from me, it is at an angle of 45 degrees.
Okay.
Yeah. The next.
So now tell it to go.
Yeah. My point is, the next 400 feet, it will be at 30 degrees. Then when it finally has done 800 feet, it is like 22 degrees. And it does that in a few seconds. So it looks for me.
Right, now think about the stars that are over your head, wherever you're at. And let's say you go to the opposite end of the world, maybe South America, and then the stars that were over your head, they're no longer over your head, right? And the further you walk away, the closer they get to the horizon, right? Now look at the gift that I posted.
Yeah, I don't have them. Who is sending me line? I don't. Sorry, I am in live stream voice chat text, and I see all kinds of pictures. Nothing that is related to what you say. Clay under the seal at killer for Scorpion. Yes. Do I need to push something?
Yeah, click the thing above.
It's not posted in live stream voice text. Where he's
indeed, I don't see it. Yeah,
I don't see it either.
I posted it at 7:16.
But you know,
it is. I marked you, man. It's at 2:16. Yeah, it's the GIF.
Yeah, I understand GIF. Click on the seal. Okay.
A motion picture.
No, I see open original. That's a German guy with a German flag.
Above the guy with the German flag.
Okay, hold on. Need to go back.
Do you see the candle?
I see a candle, yeah. But
what's it doing?
It is a candle that does not represent the sun on the flat Earth.
How do you know that?
Do you see the bottom? You see the bottom one where the candle's moving backwards?
First of all, you are fooling yourself and all the globetards by putting some form of how do you call that, a lens in front of it, and the sun.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is the atmosphere transparent or translucent?
I have no fucking idea what the difference is, as I'm not the native speaker.
I'll tell you. I'll break it down for you. Is the atmosphere where you can see perfectly through it, or sometimes is there fog?
Or humidity causes less light to pass through it. You can only see so far when the air is humid.
Well, that is exactly. That is what I'm looking for. So there is humidity, there is perspective, there are all kinds of things that make the sun disappear. But for the candle, for one moment, just to explain,
the humidity also has a lensing effect. It can magnify things as well.
No. Nobody has ever proved that, and I don't believe that. Yeah. But let's go back to that, to the candle.
Picture. Hold on, bro. Relax. You said nobody has ever proved the magnification effect.
No, I know the video of Rob Skiba.
Do you see what I just posted? All the way at the bottom.
Oh, there's a new one. I was still looking at the candle and trying to first disapprove the candle.
I want you to click on the picture and zoom in to where you can see both red triangles. The one on the right is smaller and does not fill up the triangle. The one on the right being the oil rig. It does not fill up the triangle. Now the triangle is the same size. It's the same zoom, the same location, same elevation, only different days. So when you look on the left, the triangle is full, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, how is that possible? How is the triangle full?
Hey, there are a number of things why I am absolutely believing the Earth is flat. And this is probably one of them. But my problem is, why can't we all the intelligence here, all the guys that know so good, why can't we find out why the sun disappears at which distance because of humidity?
Bro, you're circling back to the thing that I'm trying to show you. Can you please stay focused on the triangles?
I am totally focused.
Okay, so I asked you a question. Why is the platform on the right fill up, or it doesn't fill up the triangle, but the platform with the red triangle on the left picture, it does?
I think it has to do with the atmospheric circumstances at that moment in time.
Right. The atmosphere has magnified the image on the left, Photoshop or whatever, and I want you to grab the image on the right. It's the oil platform. Grab it on the right.
You fall apart.
You're roboting really bad, Larry.
Yeah.
I apologize. Is this better?
Yeah. For a moment to this. Yeah.
Just to make a small point, I never knew what you're trying to prove with the different size boxes, because obviously they're being magnified in some way. So what does that prove one way or the other?
That the atmosphere does cause magnification. Very simple. Proving nothing more than it does cause magnification of things on the horizon.
Oh, it only lifts things on the horizon. It doesn't magnify. Magnifying means in both directions. So if it lifts it up twice its size, why doesn't it get twice as broad or as wide?
If I could
magnification is always
it's not twice, it's by 20%.
Bro, are you here to learn or are you here to preach? Because if you want to preach, then I could just go about doing my job a lot quicker and focus on everything else. But if you want to learn something, I need you to shut your trap for a minute. Please.
Really? Are you now insulting me?
No, he's not, because you're insulting him by interrupting him. You're the rude one, not him.
I'm just asking you, do you want to learn what I'm trying to show you or not? Because if you don't give a fuck, neither do I.
Okay,
I believe I believe the earth is flat. I don't need people to educate me, but if you have good arguments, I'm willing to listen. But don't tell me.
Killer, nobody here believes that Earth is flat. Nobody in this room.
Man, this
Wait,
guy's
let him
starting to
finish.
piss me
I wanna
off.
No, we know it is. I understand.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah, we know, and we
Oh
don't
my
know because
God.
of Killer, and we don't know because of sun for sure.
Sasha, let him finish, please. I want to hear what he had to say. Killer, please go on.
Killer. No. The problem I have here is we and many of people in my group as flat earthers, we make mistakes that make it too easy for globetards to disprove us. That is one of my problems. So if you say the sun, one of our major goals maybe I'm wrong, but I believe is that we use only simple observations. And one of the best observations we can do without using cameras or whatever is the sun. Everybody can see the sun with his naked eyes. Am I wrong or?
Killer, yeah? Now try to disprove me. How you measure mountains?
I would probably use how do you call that? A device you get at high school.
Not
which
device.
Is,
yeah, not okay. You use device, but what you use like a base? What will be your base? What
my
will be
base
your
is my 0 point is the flat Earth, and then I try to figure out at what
Earth
angle the top of the mountain is.
What is your base? Because it cannot be flat Earth. Because
why not?
Because we don't measure mountains because of flat Earth. We measure mountains how? Because of
what?
Sea level. Sea level.
Really,
okay, can I help you? Sea level.
I think they go up with the device.
Why? Can you answer me this? Why it's Mount Everest 8,000 and something meters?
Because nobody can have a visual direct line to the top of Mount Everest, so the only way you can do it is take a barometer and you go up there and you measure how much the air pressure drops, and then you can exactly define what it is. Now the globetards will tell you that they use
Are you telling me that you're
GSM
going
or
on? Are you telling me that you're going on Mount Everest, taking the barometer, and then you?
I have a friend who actually devised a device which, since 1980s, almost every guy that went up there used to measure how high it was. Yes, you use the atmospheric pressure because there is no other way, unless you believe in GPS or other stuff.
Are you telling me that he is on mountain now, and now pressure is, I don't know, 13.7, and he is now reading that he is on 5,073 and 0.5 meters. Not
at that measurement, no, because it is not correct. It doesn't line up with 8,000 meters.
I'm asking you a simple question. How we measure the topography, any elevation in the world?
Oh man, that depends a lot. If you are on a flat space in France and you have a visual line to one of the mountains there, Mount Ventoux or whatever, then you can use the angular height. But if you have no view, then the only thing you have is the atmospheric pressure on our flat Earth, because there is no GPS.
You have Mont Blanc. It's 5,000 meters above what?
5,000 meters above what? Mont Blanc?
Yeah.
How do you measure that?
You use sea level.
No. How do
Oh,
you do
no.
measure from sea level?
Because it's 0 point, because it's everywhere level.
No. I said how. I don't ask you what sea level is. I know what sea level is. Tell me how you measure the height of Mount Everest or Mont Blanc.
How?
Yeah. Because you're now making things up, and that's why Globetards make fun of us.
I will tell you how. Let's say that you are on the beach, and now you from the beach, you are going to the land, and now you have the 1 meter of the ground, and now you measure 1 meter height from the ground. On the 5 meter distance from the beach, you have 1 meter height of the ground, and then you say this is 1 meter high ground. Then you go 100 meters, and there is 100 meter ground, and then you measure that ground, and you say this is 100 meters ground above the sea level, and go on and on and on.
Killer.
Yeah, how did you do it?
Killer, one more thing I just want to say is, why do you always say that they don't take us seriously and such things, even though yourself just said that globals can easily disprove us? Can you enlighten me on that statement? Because I have never seen any global disprove anything about flat Earth.
No, somebody making a lot of noise here.
And you are saying this also, like, why you people making observation and showing that there is no curvature when sun is the best thing to show?
Because the sun is the only thing.
Listen, I will repeat again. Why you people showing 1,000 examples? There is no sphere in reality, because we can measure, calculate sun and show nothing, but we can do that.
It must be my lack of understanding your dialect, because I have no fucking clue what you
Why I should, for example, I know information that we have no curvature in reality. Why I should to some new person to tell that? Because it's better to tell him that it's better to calculate sun and to do some things, and then to say, listen, Earth is flat.
Guys, wasn't our premises that only our own observations count and not calculations or math? That is why what I hear every day here on this channel.
Are we living on the sphere or on the flat Earth?
Flat Earth.
Who telling that? I'm not. I'm every mainstream, every people, everyone saying that we are living.
I know.
Okay.
Let me say where I come from. I come from believing in the Bible.
I'm not telling about Bible. I'm telling about
I know,
Bible.
but I want to believe the Bible, and I also want to interpret the Bible. And the way I interpret it is, as many other people do, is that it is flat. It's my choice.
Bro, if you were interpreting the Bible says be slow to speak and quick to listen. You couldn't even let me explain to you how the atmosphere is working with the sun. You had to cut me off, and then you felt offended after cutting me off because I said, hey, do you want to listen or not? And that offended you. Come on, bro.
That you feel offended is, I feel sorry for that, because I had no intention to
Dude, I'm not offended at all. I'm not offended or upset.
Okay.
I offered you something, you rejected it, but then you went on to claim that you're a Bible believer, but the Bible tells you to be slow to speak and quick to listen.
How dare
But you haven't stopped talking. You haven't stopped talking since you got here, bro.
I think Killer Scorpio has something interesting to talk about the sun.
He thinks he knows it all. He's a know-it-all.
Oh no, guys. I'm just here to ask the question. I don't know. That's why I'm here. I'm here because I want to understand.
Then listen.
You told Hank that he's not going to educate you. You told Hank he's not going to educate you. I heard you say that.
Yeah, right. Because he was not listening to my problem and my question. He made it something different.
Right. Come on, guys.
Well, Hank, if you want to finish your point, go ahead.
Yeah.
So you asked about the sun, right? And how does it set on a flat Earth, right?
No, I asked at what difference does that happen? At what distance does that happen? So we have the combination of perspective, we have atmosphere, all these things together make the sun disappear. I made calculations. I came around 6,300 miles. And I was wondering, what do other people have? What have they done? How do they get
6,000 miles.
Wait a second. Didn't you say like 5 minutes before that they criticized us doing calculations, and now you said you did calculations? Huh?
Now you're trying to catch me. Sorry.
No,
I did not. Well, the calculation is. Let me explain the calculation. What I did is I took the glaciers map. I went.
Yeah, but wait. No. It's okay. You don't need to explain me that. I'm saying you criticized before that someone was mentioning calculation as
Come on. We're getting into the argument again, guys.
Okay. The calculation point, I can maybe say something about that. It's not my idea. It is what I hear a lot in our Flat Earth community. That is what I said.
So if you listen carefully, there's a guy called Flat Earth Data, right? Flat Earth Data is the guy who came up with the 6,000. I don't remember exactly. It may have been a little more than 6,000, like you said, but he says 15 degrees per hour, right? The sun moves overhead, 15 degrees per hour. And when you do the math, it's like 6,000, right? Isn't that what you did?
No. I used the Gleason map. I used a timestamp like 12 o'clock when the sun was on the equinox, so it was above the equator. And then I looked at the distance on that map when the sun would rise in the east and then set in the west. And then I used a scalar on my screen because the Gleason map has this little scale on it which you can turn around. And I calculated from there what the distance was when the sun would come up and when the sun would go down. And there I found this 6,300 miles.
Okay, well, I think that's what he got, and he used a different map. I don't remember what map he used, but he used a different map because that's all we got, because none of us have mapped out the Earth ourselves, right? So you're going off of a map, you're taking it as credible as the size of, the center of the Earth or the equator, whatever you want to call it, right? And you did a calculation, and that's what you got. So when a star is overhead, right, we don't know how high it is, but when it's 6,000 feet away from that position, it sets because it's no longer viewable with our perspective.
With one small exception, that why I believe the Gleason map is the best, the flat Earth we have, is that at any time, if you look at the Gleason map and the position of the sun, if you would ask somebody who is living there, when the sun appears to be on the Gleason map right above it, you will use SunCalc or whatever tool you can find, and it will show you that sun is exactly above them. So it is the best thing we have with regard to the sun's position above a point of the Earth.
Okay, so the star is 6,000 miles, right? But the sun is a little bit wider than a star.
No, I'm talking about the sun. I did a test on the sun, huh? Because the Gleason map doesn't.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying is other people have measured 6,000 miles, right? And you're saying you got 6,300. That 300 miles, could it be from the width of the sun because it's wider than the stars?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it would take a few 100 more miles to go before it actually sets, when the center of the sun is completely set at 6,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
But it takes a few more minutes for it to go the extra 300. Thanks.
Yeah, right. So I'm really into plus minus 10% or whatever. Mm-hmm.
So what is the, just out of curiosity, what is the satisfaction that you got out of it? Like, or what can you do with whatever you figured out?
Oh, that's a good question. But I believe because I want to believe. I don't want to believe that I'm a result of some big bang that makes me a effect or the result of all kinds of random things that happen. So no, I want to believe. I want to believe in Jesus Christ.
You're talking about saying things to make Globers clown on us. You're talking about believe. This isn't about belief, bro. You can go to the water and measure it yourself. We're not proving the Earth is a flat stationary plane because the Bible told me so. We're saying go out and look at the Earth.
Sorry,
bro. Can I please finish?
Yeah.
Can I please finish? We're saying go out and look at the Earth. We're telling people to go out and look at the Earth, and the Earth will tell you so. Not with lips, but with your measurements and observations.
And I absolutely appreciate that.
And who gives a flying flip what globetards think anyway? Are you serious?
I do, because I'm in discussion with some of these guys and I want to have good arguments. And therefore, I really want to figure out at what distance does the sun disappear. Because it must be...
Yeah, so stop purporting yourself as a fucking flat earther. Putting forth some Gleason map, you numpty dipshit. Shut the fuck up. Are you kidding me?
Why are you insulting me now?
How long you guys are going to let this numpty continue like this? Are you fucking kidding me?
Who is now talking? Because this is really insulting.
Oh, yeah, I missed the cue. What happened?
Yeah. Me
Sonny, how dare you? You are so bad.
Yeah.
Can somebody ban Sonny, please, immediately? This moment.
Stop putting forth your beliefs in flat Earth. None of us here believe in flat Earth. You're the only one.
A plot? Why you didn't say that you are plot, man? I was confused. Everything is.
If we're done with this, I have a globe proof.
I will say, I thought he cleared that up earlier. But go ahead, Codrick.
Okay, it's not a great proof, but the Globers think it's great. I posted a video under Godric just a minute ago. It's about a volcano popped out of the sea near Antarctica, and don't get triggered, but it says satellites picked it up. But the proof is that the weather centers around the world picked it up, barometer pressure tests, and they do a globe map, and they did that time stamp on it, and the shockwave went through the whole globe, and every weather center picked it up at the perfect time as if it were a globe. And that's the proof they're running with right now. I wanted to show you guys. It's an 8-minute video. It's worth to watch just because to see what kind of arguments there are. And they do strawman the flat Earth map because they put it on an AE map, and it doesn't work for Africa. Probably because the Africa's expanded on the AE map. But anyways, they strawman that. But they do say we predicted our predictions are correct because it shockwave hit through all the weather stations exactly as if it were a globe, and that's their best proof right now that I want to comment on that.
Godric, did you read the book of Gleason?
No, you want to tell me about that?
Yes, I believe it's called Why the Earth is a Globe. So that makes this discussion a little bit difficult, because why I believe part of the globe is that there are a lot of arguments given by not only Robotham, but I think Gleason is one of the best, You have with them, there are a number of people who have actually wrote books where they explain step by step with all kinds of arguments why the Earth is flat. And they also have measurements.
And do you think that we've never discovered these books ourselves? You're talking to us like we're
No. I'm talking to Godric. I'm not talking to all of you. Come on. Probably half of you have read them, but I was asking Godric.
You're speaking as if you're a school children. If you're not a school child, then don't worry about it.
Come on. Go ahead. Finish up.
No, really. Hold on. I really have to go in my database. But there are a number of books. They're quite interesting. I think that Gleason is one of the few that actually managed to have a map, which probably is not totally correct, but on many points better than anybody else ever did. We used to have years ago a guy
Is this the response to my 8-minute globe proof video, or you told me something different?
Your part I didn't comprehend at all, to be honest.
You didn't hear anything I said, and you're telling me about the Gleason's book. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you said you did not read it. And the book
No, I did not.
No, I'm trying to open it now so I get the right title of the book. Is the Bible from Heaven, Alex Gleason, scientifically and geometrically demonstrated? Is the Earth the globe? ? And then he has this book and he explains in many, many pages why the Earth is flat. Bible from Heaven, is the Earth a globe? In 2 parts, does modern science and the Bible agree?
Can you link that? Can you link that in the live stream, and I can watch it later? I can look at it later.
Yeah, let me take the text because I now only have the downloaded version. Let me see how I do that. If you then use that as a search, then you will find it. Control C.
I'll check out Gleason, but if you give me a link, it'll be faster for me. And
yeah, but
does anybody have? Go ahead.
I know, but I don't have the direct link at the moment. So now I'm going back to Discord there. Let me Control V.
Does anybody have a comment? Go ahead.
I have now posted it. If you use that link, you should be able to find the PDF of his book. It's really interesting.
Okay, I will look into that. Okay, now, does anybody have a comment on my 8-minute globe Earth proof video?
Nah.
No. That's the latest proof I hear them running with.
I'm away for 1 minute. Need to get it.
Okay. Which video are you talking about? I missed it.
I posted it twice, but you guys are like,
I missed
jam in the live stream.
Science it out. No.
Here, let me just post it again because go back.
Did you see the video of the guy saying that 80 and 90% of oil wells miss in Louisiana? So if you're going to miss 80 to 90% of your oil wells, why would you miss if you know what is beneath the earth?
What's the word miss?
Okay. I just reposted it. Volcano eruptions debunks flat Earth.
When they're drilling oil, they're just guessing. So they drill, they miss. They drill, they miss. And then they drill and they hit. But they only hit 1 of 9 or 1 of 10. So if they know what is beneath the earth, why would they miss those 90% of the wells?
Yeah, that's a good
because they were trying flat Earth. They were trying to debunk what flat earthers said. So they were trying the flat Earth predictions, and they did. So therefore, that means it's a globe.
So volcano proves globe now? The fuck?
Yeah, that's just one angle you can take it from. Obviously, all their projections are on on the globe, and like how
I
do you
think they're
verify?
using.
How do they verify the
So wait a
I
waves?
think
minute.
they're using
Just back up.
seismology to detect like holes in the earth, and then they fell into a sinkhole.
So let me get this straight. Missed drill points. Earth is a globe. Then okay. What?
No, the globers are saying we know what's beneath the earth. We know everything. We know the waves, but 90% of oil wells miss.
Yeah. Looks like the eruption's going kind of straight up to me. What's the problem? The globe's not spinning?
But as we know, they have an excuse for everything, or they'll derail it with a question, or yeah. So, but those who know will know.
Yeah, it's my understanding that cloud is not connected to the mountain. Is it now?
Who's this guy, TJ Jones, on YouTube? Anyone knows?
Never heard of them.
I don't know. A couple of weirdos sent me some DMs with
T.J. Jones? No, I haven't heard of him.
SciX and Game 6 or something. I don't know. It's weirdos. Who knows?
Did you say T.J. Jones?
No, I did not.
Oh, because I know one that's an absolutely globe-tart.
You know him?
Well, on YouTube, yes. I've seen
Killer,
that.
why you wanted to point it out that globe-tart every 1 minute?
Why all this concern about?
I think it's funny. It's making me laugh, dude. It's hilarious.
Globe-tart Sympathy Week or something, I guess.
Did you hear anyone else in the last 1 hour that that said that word?
Anything? Yeah.
Apart you.
Yeah, sorry, because they call us.
And you are that Bible guy, Christian, good one, huh?
Here he goes. He's going to tell us some more about how they feel.
Yeah, that's good.
You are that good one, and telling people globe-tarts.
Tell us how the globe-tarts feel. Come on.
I can't because
Yeah, we want to know.
they call me a flat tart, so then I call them a globe-tart.
Oh,
really? Who is calling you flat tart?
Okay.
Everybody when I come up with questions.
Is that in the schoolyard while you're playing marbles?
Yeah, it's when I visit. It is like MC Toon or Fight the Flat Earth or whatever. Yeah.
Do you know what is strange for me? For me, it's strange that 2 months ago you was not speaking nothing about flat Earth. You was speaking everything about globe Earth. That's strange.
Yeah, and they have no proof for the globe anyway.
Yeah.
No, no. You can't find anything about the globe. It's impossible.
You try to win sympathies of people that have no proof for the globe.
Your first time here?
No. I've been here more than a year ago with the same simple question. Can anybody help me figure out at what distance the sun, due to perspective and atmosphere and whatever, disappears?
Okay.
Nobody.
Who cares?
Only one.
Until someone can tell us what the fucking sun actually is, come back to us at that point.
It doesn't matter what the sun is.
Who the fuck cares what it is? You can't define it. So
no, it doesn't matter if it is a projection or a real thing.
Here's what it is.
No.
On this one, if we don't know what it is, we should just talk
I can help you. I can help you, Killer.
Please.
Listen.
Yeah, it grows plants.
Don't look. This is my advice. Don't look into that because you will never, ever realize. That means let's go there where we can realize something, because with that you will not realize nothing. You know.
Ever.
That's my advice. But whatever you want, that's my help.
Yeah, you could never come to a conclusion because you don't know what it is, what its origin is, what its energy source is, or where it's being, whatever it's doing, where it is. You have no idea of any of those. So you could never tell.
Didn't God create the light in the sky?
From the distance between you and it, the observed object, is so much going on in that medium.
Yeah.
There's no way to define any of what you're seeing is what it actually is or where it actually is.
So Killer Scorpio, Killer, you just said a very important thing. He created the light in the sky. So whatever has been written, isn't that enough?
Yeah, it's there. It's moving around us like a clock. Okay, what more? It's a daily clock for the sun. The monthly clock for the moon? What else do you need to know? The yearly clock for the other luminaries. What is the problem? It's a calendar. It's a daily clock. It's a monthly clock. It's a calendar.
It's really nice.
We definitely
it's really nice to lay outside when it's shining. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say we definitely know it has a lot of energy, right? Powers plants, gives us a tan.
Right.
Killer, do you want to do the same thing with the moon or only with the sun?
No, we could do the same thing with the moon, I guess.
Well, let's try with the Jupiter.
More difficult because you can't really see it with the naked eye. You can see.
Let's use telescopes.
No, because we don't use man-made devices.
Why not?
Why? Well, let's you and me use telescopes. Let's do with Orion because it's better, because it's more stars.
The only thing you can determine from the luminaries everything above us is that they are supernatural.
You know what? First, you and me.
Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Stop all talking.
Listen, everything above us in the skies moving around us are all supernatural to us. We don't know what any of it is, where it came from, how it started, or what its energy source is. Period. End of statement.
No, it's natural because otherwise you wouldn't see it. Unless you believe in supernatural things, but whoa, that would
us
be...
being here is supernatural. You being here is supernatural.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm in the real world.
Can you explain it from evolution then? Or
And I'm talking with you in the real world. We are a real part of the creation. There's nothing supernatural about that.
Yes, it is.
Unless you're a globetrotter and you believe in the Big Bang.
No, that's not true. You're totally and way off.
But still, the problem I had 2 years ago or a year ago, I don't remember when I was the last time here. Nobody can help me figure out at what distance the things happen we see, which we can see with our own eyes.
Yeah, we can see the surface if it's dropping or not, or if it's obstructing our view at a 1.225 miles at 1 foot above the surface also. Damn.
No, the sun.
Yeah, but Killer, I can also see a rainbow, but how are we going to measure the distance to a rainbow?
Yeah. You can't. The rainbow I can create in my garden.
So can you measure the diameter of it, please? Measure that diameter.
It differs because
trying to do that
diameter in every instance.
That's like your main goal, though. You're trying to measure the distance to something that maybe you can't measure the distance to.
Exactly.
Why not? Let's okay. That's a good question. You think we could not measure the distance to, but at one point, for somebody on the Earth, the sun must be right above him, and at the same time, me being on the other side of the world, it's no longer visible. So I can communicate with that guy and we can talk about, do you see it? Yes, he says, because at this moment I have no shadow from the sun. It's right above me. And I am somewhere in Europe and I say, yeah, but it's night here. So we can talk about the distance that between us.
Sorry to interrupt.
I get you.
Saying the sun like we know what that is.
Doesn't matter if it is a ball or a projection.
I'm not even saying this, but what if it is like a rainbow? So what are you measuring a distance to?
Do you understand what a rainbow is? Have you ever made one yourself?
Honestly, I don't. But I also don't know how I would go about measuring the distance to a freaking rainbow, bro. Like,
Well, I could do that.
Killer, do you understand what sun is?
For me, the sun is a oblique form that moves above our flat Earth. It's not a projection. I don't think that God created a projection, because then the Bible would have said it created a projector that would show a projection. The Bible doesn't do that.
well, the Bible also doesn't specifically say, "Hey, I made a flat Earth." It just says it in other ways. Hey, this doesn't move, so on and so forth. So
Right.
it's like
There are a lot of things
spell it
that...
out in many ways like that. So
Yeah,
it doesn't have to spell it out for you in the way that you ask.
You're right, yeah. And may I then interpret that for me as being, for the moment, the reason why the Earth should be flat? Everybody has his own reason why he thinks it's flat. The problem is, how can we now find some proof that I finally can go to these insulting globetards and tell them, okay, here, this is what I have, and now you show me wrong.
Why do you disagree with the water thing? Earlier you were saying you can't measure the water. Why?
Yeah, that's a difficult one, because I understand, let's say, the globe theory, and that makes. Do you have a level at home? Call it. It's a.
You have to go to a body of water, bro. And
No. Do you have such a spirit level? That's how you call it in English.
Look, no, you just go to the shoreline of a large lake on a clear day and look across at a known level height, and look across at something another known level height across the distance, and you find out if the obstruction that's required by the globe is there or not.
Lionel, you never did it.
That's why you haven't done that. That's why you only think, or stop interrupting me. That's why you only think or believe that Earth is flat, because you haven't checked it yourself. You need to check yourself, then you will know for sure, for a fact. If you're not satisfied, you could do it over and over again from different places, and you'll find the same result. No curvature is found, no obstruction at the required 1.22 miles, period. Do it yourself. Stop talking about it.
Yeah. So
If
again,
I say I did it, you won't believe me. So
water lays flat when unmanipulated.
Take evidence,
People, why do you still divert from the simple question: at what distance does the sun disappear?
What is the sun? We don't know.
It doesn't matter.
It's the thing that lights up the sky. Hello.
Right, yes, a light in the sky, or a projection.
But what is that?
Maybe it's an actual object. I don't care. At one point, somebody on our Earth has the thing right above him, casting no shadow. It doesn't matter if it is an oblique ball of fire. It doesn't matter if it is a projection, but something shines down and makes the shadow disappear.
Why do you need the sun? 1 second. Why do you need the sun as a necessity to prove that the Earth is flat?
I told that before. It's the only thing you can see with your naked eyes where you could be.
What about a body of water? You can see that.
No, because you can only see from the side on the on the water, and not from above or whatever.
But you're only looking at whatever the sun. You don't even know what the sun is. You don't even barely know what you're looking at. You know what I mean? So how does that help you?
Because whatever form or shape it is, it does cast.
What if it doesn't have a form or a shape, my friend?
It casts a shadow.
And
okay. The thing is casting no shadow. It is right above you.
What he's saying is that it's measurable. That's what he's trying to say. It's measurable.
Is it though? Like I was thinking about this. I was listening
with some lights.
How do you measure the distance?
Guys, do you have never seen the sun?
Sorry, CB.
Hey, can
No,
I say
I
something?
was just trying to think about this. I was just trying to
Can I
think
say
about this.
something, please?
Yeah, real quick, 1 second. But it's like you're saying how you measure the distance to something that you don't know what it is. But you're saying, well, we know it's there somewhere. Okay, well, we can say that about our consciousness, right? We have a consciousness. Can you measure the distance to your consciousness, bro? Like, come on, dude.
You can see your consciousness, right? Can I just say what he's saying is? What's your name, by the way?
I'll just change it back to CB, but you can call me
Killer.
CB. Or Killer, yeah, the other guy.
Killer, right? Where in the world are you right now?
I am at the moment in the Netherlands.
Okay, so if you're in the Netherlands and I'm in the UK, when the sun casts directly above your head, if we
It
wait
doesn't do that in our countries.
Okay, let's imagine I am in, I don't know.
You need to be in Africa.
Okay, imagine you're in Central America and I'm in Africa.
Yeah.
And we measure when the sun hits over your head, directly above you, and when it hits directly above me, and then we can get a measurement. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, we have a time.
I understand now. I understand.
Yeah. Okay. And then the sun moves.
So he's saying we can measure how long it takes, and we can measure the distance between the 2 points to try and get some kind of indication as to where the sun might be and how fast it might travel.
Indeed.
That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
In a flat Earth model, that's not a model because, of course, it's not a model, but you know what I mean.
No, whatever. Why do we say there is no model? Everything that exists has a model. But yes, the sun will move somewhere over our flat planet.
No, everything that exists doesn't have a model. Are you kidding me?
Oh no! Even DNA has a model.
Well, I've got a dog.
Your dog has a model. It has a DNA. And come on.
It's part of the dog. It's not a separate model.
Then you don't understand the concept of a model. Fine.
Okay, so you're saying that the globe model is the Earth then? Like what are you going with this?
No, you come up with no. Stay focused. We have a flat Earth. We have a sun that goes around it, above it. We have, at one point, let's say we live in equator.
That's cool, but you don't need a model for the thing to exist, so that's just stupid.
No, everything that exists can be modeled.
No, it cannot be modeled. Are you serious?
Yes,
Please.
I'm serious. But forget that. That's not the discussion.
So tell us how you would model Earth, the whole entire Earth system. Show us that.
Can you model the creator?
Sorry?
There's no Hot Wheels.
Can you model God? Can you model the creator?
I cannot model the creator because the creator is not a physical being. No.
Wait. Can you model the sun?
If we understand what it is, we can model the sun.
So we
the Globers have their model, and we still have none. That is a little bit of my problem, but again, I don't care because
you're trying to measure distance from something you don't know what or where it is, my friend.
Come on, again, you are quite right. Let's go back to the simple thing. I am on the equator in the country Ecuador. Yeah? The sun is right above me, and now it makes its turn. It will take 24 hours before it's back, right?
Well, when you keep saying it, what is it?
Doesn't matter. Is it back in 24 hours or not?
Honestly, I think it does matter. Yes, it does matter.
No, it is back in 24 hours, whatever it is. Come on. Be honest to yourself.
No, I mean, you're right, but I'm still being honest saying that we have to admit that we don't know what that is.
I agree with that.
So, that's
I
important.
agree with that.
I don't think we can ignore that. That's kind of baller. It's a little bit baller of us to be like, who cares what it is? Let's just move on. Like, I don't know about that, dude.
Yeah, but you cannot always say this, we don't know, that we don't know, that we don't know, and therefore we do know what the shape of the Earth is. Come on.
We don't say that. We don't make a shape claim about the Earth.
Oh,
We're just talking about the surface measuring flat and therefore ruling out the globe.
Oh, that is a new religion within the flat Earth.
No, it's just measurements. Our measurements are related. What's wrong with you, buddy?
There's no belief involved.
Read the books about the flat Earth. Read Robotham. Read Gleason. Read with him. You haven't read any of the books, man.
I've looked at the Earth.
No. Read the books, please do. And you will see.
Your
you will
religion?
see that destroy the globe darts. That is funny, but it's really funny.
That's great, but the Earth destroys the globetards. I don't care.
Killer Scorpio, many of us have read those books. So
No.
what? Big deal.
No, you
what's
did
your
not.
point?
What
is your
Joe
fucking
said is
point?
spot on. Just go outside.
Yeah, just go outside.
That is what I mean. That is what I do. So I'm in Ecuador. I go outside. I had that thing at 12 o'clock solar time, right above me.
Have a good day. Yes.
Okay. And now the thing is disappearing. It takes some time. And at one point, for me, it starts to drop, like as if it was on the globe, but it isn't. But it is perspective, it is atmospheric, everything that makes it disappear.
You don't know that you're on a flat Earth. Just face it. Just be honest.
No,
you
that's
don't
a
know
good.
that you're on a flat Earth. You don't know that yet.
Let's assume I don't know what I'm on.
Yeah, I'm assuming that because you've proven that you don't know it. You've proven it to us and the audience that you don't know it. You're just assuming it is, or believing it is, or wanting to think it is.
I want to believe
more
this.
More concerned with what globetards think about you than really anything else. That seems to be your primary focus, is what the globetards think. So how you might counter them with bringing them what they want, like a model or a map. Like give the globetards what they want. Fuck no, we're not.
Yeah, actually, if you want to give the globetards a model, you can direct them towards their priests at NASA. They have plenty of flat Earth models that they use.
No.
Great point.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, if they need a bedtime story, that's on them. Otherwise, they can just check the Earth to see whether or not it's a globe.
No.
I'll just say this, Taylor.
That doesn't fit my idea of the world. Sorry.
It just seems like you're just tying yourself into a pretzel. You're trying to do too much, man. You don't seem like a fake flat earther, but you're just trying too hard. You're trying to do things that you don't need to do. Measure the distance to the sun. How the hell do you measure this to a rainbow? The hell?
No, yeah, here you go. I can measure the distance to the rainbow. I take a garden hose, I spread it around with the sun behind me, and then the distance between me and the droplets, which is like 1 or 2 meters, is the distance to the rainbow. So,
but the one in the sky.
He got you there.
Yeah, no, but I can also like make a light and shine it, and whatever. But I'm talking about the one in the sky, not the one that you make.
Yeah. Come on.
We can make our own little sun, can't you? I can make a little light bulb in my house, right?
Yes.
I can measure distance to that.
And can you make it behave like the sun?
You know what I'm asking you? The one in the sky.
Yeah, but can you make one that acts like the one in the sky?
Well, I can't do that, obviously. But I'm asking you, can you measure the distance to the rainbow that's in the sky, not the one you made in your backyard?
What is the difference? Sorry, what's the difference?
Your example isn't exactly comparable to my example because you can't make a sun in your backyard, can you? Okay, so thank you.
What is the difference between your rainbow and mine?
Well, the sun and the rainbow are both in the sky.
Yeah, and my rainbow is my water is in the sky, and my sun is still in the sky as well, and I get a rainbow.
But you can't make a sun in your backyard.
I don't need to because the sun is there. I still can make my rainbow.
Okay.
Do you even know why a rainbow is there?
No, that's not important. I'm just trying to say, like, you're trying to measure a distance to something that you may or may not be able to. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
No. So
yeah.
I think it's just a difference.
The sun that was straight above me is so many hours later straight above somebody else. And it doesn't matter if it is an oblique, if it is a downward torch, if it is a projection. At one point in time, somewhere else on Earth, it doesn't cast a shadow because it is straight above that person. And so many hours before, the same happened to me. But now I can't see the sun anymore. What is that distance? Is that such a difficult question? Why are you trying to evade it?
Well, you haven't answered it, have you? I mean, have you?
No, I thought it was 6,300 miles. And I was searching for people who would understand the problem, who would have the math themselves, and would have also, let's say, the same results or some different results, and they could help me figure out what the real distance is.
Killer, to be clear, the thing that you're talking about is the subsolar point, which is a point on Earth where there's no shadow.
Yeah, right. Hello, Matthew. Nice to see you.
Nice to be here.
You're a glober, right? Aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, okay. Okay, guys, come on. It's getting quiet. Why can't any...
I'm just busy measuring the distance to my consciousness real quick. Hold on.
I love you. I love you. That's so fun.
Yeah, I see. I think Killer is bringing up an interesting point. Like if there's a subsolar point somewhere on Earth, and then exactly 1 hour later there's another subsolar point.
Yeah.
All you have to do is figure out the distance between those 2 points, and then you can see the speed of the subsolar point on Earth.
And basically, as far as we know,
I was looking for the photo.
I am just thinking: is it really that important to know?
Yeah. If you ignore that, you can ignore whatever shape you. Then why are you even here?
Wait, what? What? Can you repeat the sentence that you said before the last sentence?
If you don't care how this works, why do you even want to?
Wait, I'm just saying, is it that important? I'm not saying I do not care at all. I'm just saying, is that important? I mean, for me, it's satisfying enough to know that the sun is going away from me every day and getting back to me every day. While going away, it's getting dimmer and dimmer until then there's darkness, and when it comes back around again, it is doing the same thing just behind me, so to say. But from whatever perspective I'm watching it.
Yeah. So the Egyptians, who also believed the Earth was flat, for them the sun went above them and then below them. So the sun moved below the flat Earth, which is a total different concept than we have.
What? Sorry, I never heard of it. So I can.
Have you never heard of it?
I never heard of.
Interesting, man.
I've never heard of them saying that the sun is going below them or something like that.
That is
society stuff.
That is really the difference between our flat Earth and the Egyptian flat Earth.
Yeah, I never heard of it, so I can't agree or disagree. I don't know.
No, then look it up, please.
No, I'm not really interested.
Oh, now okay. This also works.
No, I'm not interested because it's. I don't need to because what I observe is not the sun going below me. So why should I be interested in whatever the Egyptians thought of it? I mean, I personally, even if I look into it, I can't. I don't think.
Okay. No, I get it.
Egyptians would be.
It seems pretty closed-minded, bro. Like it's pretty interesting.
That the sun is going below me. Is it something I observe?
Perspective of the Egyptians and what they thought and what their culture said about, the flat Earth and how they saw things. It's pretty interesting, man.
Why is it that it lines up with society propaganda of today?
One second to just address this. Why should I be interested in something that just sounds completely retarded because it has nothing to do with what I observe? It's the same as if a glober tells me. If you look at the sunrise, you're actually falling backwards.
Hey, dude, simple. The Egyptians made that model based on their observation.
I don't care about models, man. I just care about the thing that I can observe.
They observed it going below them.
The fact that the Egyptians made the pyramids is pretty impressive. I think any kind of knowledge that they gathered.
I was not talking about that. That's something I find interesting.
Did you hear for Yugoslavian? That doesn't exist anymore. Yugoslavian going on the beach and measuring the surface of the water. They're saying that is the best way to realize does Earth it's curving or not. Yugoslavian. Do you know that people? They were living like 30 years ago, but they are not. They are not anymore. But they are not was looking in Egyptian. They said Egyptian was wrong. It's too complicated. Let's measure the
Oh, it's
surface
too
of the
complicated.
water.
Come on. What a poor
Listen
excuse.
did you hear for Yugoslavians?
I know they're pretty stupid. They're Serbians. They support Russia in the war against Ukraine.
You
I
said
hate them.
Yugoslavian. You said for one nation that was stupid.
Yes, there are many nations stupid, but I don't care. We are talking about and nobody.
Listen. Then you said that doesn't matter this story. Then you said Serbia, and that's not
that's Yugoslavia, isn't it?
Yeah, that is one of 8 parts of Yugoslavian people.
I know all of them, Bosnia, etc.
Yeah, but then don't bullshitting, then about something what you don't know, you cannot.
I know because they're very close to.
Yeah, don't bullshitting about something what you don't know, Now
Stop
you're
saying
about
I don't
some
know.
population even you don't know who lived there. Do you understand?
I know who lived there, and I know they support the fucking
Great.
Russians.
Now I'm telling you something. That Yugoslavia. Now I'm telling you something. That Yugoslavian didn't look anything about Egyptian. They went to the beach and they said, "It's good way to measure surface of the water and realize if it's earth curving or not."
Which Ukraine? Which Yugoslavian person?
All of them.
No, because all of them don't live at the beach.
All of them, but they doesn't exist anymore, because there is no more that country,
You make flat Earth people look like fools.
Listen this. Let's try to use their method for one time.
Okay, their method. Come on, with their method.
Okay, yeah. Let's go and check out if his Earth is spherical or not with the given dimensions.
What is this discussion?
The discussion is trying to figure out how far the sun needs to be away.
You're just busy.
For us who don't see it, and nobody has an answer.
I asked you before, why not Orion? Why Sun, man? I told you, let's you and me, let's do with telescopes and let's look for Orion. Are you telling me that you don't see Orion?
No, not always.
Are you telling me that Orion doesn't exist?
Orion exists. I cannot always see
Let's
it.
measure the distance, man.
When I'm in South Africa, I cannot see it.
Killer. You said before there was no way to measure it, and I told you a way to measure it, so you can't come in here saying we didn't give you an answer. I gave you an answer.
Sorry, I don't know who is talking at the moment. Hold on.
Stoned.
Okay, Stone. Hi.
I gave you the answer before.
Don't remember, sorry.
Well, I said that if you stand on one side of the world where the sun does go over you, and I stand somewhere else,
we
can wait until it's directly above me.
Right.
Then we can wait until it's directly above you. Then we can measure the distance and the time it took.
That is my point. Yeah, that is my point. And what is the distance then?
I don't know because I haven't measured the Earth. Have you?
No, what I did is I used all kinds of methods like sun clock, etc. And then I came about, during the solstice, about 6,300 miles. That is what I figured out. And I was searching for some confirmation. That's the only reason I'm here. And if you look at the shit that goes on top of me, it's and all the no, it's a simple question, isn't it?
And look at the devil. Nobody wants to look into that, and everybody is pointing out that we need to measure the surface that we have. Look at the devil.
The devil, I don't care about it. Sorry.
Yeah, but the devil is against you. It's against you because you are the only one who has the point, and we are all against. That's fucking. I want to join you.
There's nothing to join. Help me to figure out what to do.
I want to help you. What do you want What do you want?
Okay. So, Killer, we'll figure it out. And then what do we do with information? Then what?
Okay. Right. Finally.
Yep.
Now I have this. Sorry.
That's okay. I was going to say, how should we start this task that we have at hand to measuring the distance to the sun that no man has ever accomplished in all known human history? So how shall we start?
Sorry, we're not talking about the distance to the sun. We're talking about
the distance between 2 points.
Yeah, the distance between 2 points where there is no shade when the sun is right above.
The distance between 2 points where? On Earth?
Where the sun casts directly above your head.
Yeah.
At an angle. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So we don't need to take care of angles. We don't need to take care of refraction. All the shit can be taken away because there is only 1 point when there is no refraction whatsoever. That's when the sun is right above us.
Okay. How do we find that out?
Here's how to do it, Killer Scorpio. Here's how you start. You get those people with a sextant at each location.
I don't need a sextant.
Don't interrupt me. So measuring elevation angles at the specific moment at the same time as close to noon as possible. Or whatever, at noon at one position, and the other elevation angles at the other times, and you can start gathering some data as far as those elevation angles. Yeah, good luck to you. That's the way to do it.
Why would I need a sextant if I need to see if there is no shade straight above me?
Because
a sextant doesn't do anything when the sun is straight above you.
A shadow isn't going to tell you. You're trying to find the location of the sun, right?
No. That's not what he's saying.
Only the distance on the bottom side. That's what you're talking about? Okay, I got you. You can still do that by measuring the bottom angle, just like you would in navigation.
Now, I need to go to bed, guys. Let me give you where my real problem is. I was in Ecuador, and I witnessed this equinox, and the stupid thing that you have no shadow, that is so... it's as if the light is totally different than it is usually, because you don't see shadows. It's if you're in a virtual world. But it happens, if the sun is right above you, doesn't matter which map you think of the flat earth, but there are places in the world where the sun will be straight above you and there is no shadow. And it doesn't matter if the sun is a real ball of fire or if it is a projection, it doesn't cast a shadow. We can all agree on it.
You're right. It has to do with the path of the sun over us. Yes, that's true.
Right.
There is a point where it is directly above, and yes, you could tell. That's why they call that the Tropic of Capricorn and Tropic of Cancer. Those are related to the circuit of the sun and the moon.
Now, let's assume we go a little bit south of the equator to the Tropic of, what is it? Capricorn, I think, the south one.
Yeah.
Now, if it is there, I will be somewhere 6,000 kilometers below the country Ecuador, and I will notice this thing go above me. And then, so many hours later, the sun sets for me. And the problem I have is that I did measure it, and I did have a talk with a nephew of mine in Australia, and he had the sun almost straight above him, and the difference was more than 10 hours. And if I now measured it on the Gleason map, the distance was not what I thought it would be, 6,300 miles. It was more than 12,000 miles.
See, so that's what people have been saying for a number of years here about doing these observations with the sun, is because as soon as you try to triangulate it exactly where it is, no matter what side of the triangle, because that's...
I am not triangulated it. Sorry, I'm not doing that.
You're only trying to figure out a side of the triangle, though. So it
No.
is a matter of triangulation. Yes, it is. Like you're using an angle of a shadow. Yes.
I'm not. I'm only looking at a map, which is the best map we have. And we have a guy in Australia and a guy in 6,000 miles below Ecuador. It's getting worse because somebody told me he was in Punta Arenas or something like that, the southern point of Chile. And for him, the distance was more than 60,000 miles. 16. Sorry, not 60.
Yeah, but the other thing to think about is that throughout the year, the sun moves in different patterns, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
No, we're taking one particular movement he does is over the Capricorn, the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah, but in different seasons, the sun moves in different patterns, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
It does matter because I'm talking about one particular movement.
Yep, one particular thing. But listen, Killer, you don't know how high the sun is. It could be actually going higher elevation at different locations. So if you're in a different location, it could be at a certain angle from your viewpoint. It could also be a lower elevation than you're looking from another location that's closer to the north, let's say.
But that would mean, that's a good point, but that would mean the person that is at the location where it is higher would see a different angular change of the sun during the day than the guy who is where the sun is moving lower.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
If it's only optical. No, not necessarily.
Come
We
on.
know everything above us is only optical.
No?
Yes, everything above us is purely optical. Period. End of
The
story.
fun part of everything above us is not having any trouble to refract.
You can only apply optical effects to it. You cannot say anything else about it. It's optical only. Period. That's it.
I'm sorry, guys, but that's my only problem I have.
Bro, yeah, you do have a big problem because you can't measure things that are only optical, especially at the size that we're talking about.
Now you come back to the point. I can actually ask somebody who is below that sun at what time he is below that sun.
Where in Australia? What time of year?
You're only measuring something optical. That's it. So you can't tell anything definite about something that's only optical.
Of course you can. Come on.
And what
if
part
I'm
of
reading
Australia?
a book, everything I do is the part of Australia. What was it? My God. What did he say, my friend there? Do you have a second, please?
Do you think the sun is physical?
I don't know what it is. That's the problem, but it doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, yes.
Again, you come up with the same.
It's a yes or no answer.
The answer is I don't know what it is. The only thing I know.
That's not the answer to a yes or no question.
Yes, my answer was no, I don't know.
Is it physical or not?
I don't know.
No, it's not an answer. It's a yes or no question.
I don't know, you don't know, I don't know. Come on. What is this?
Yeah, you do know.
I don't. I wish I knew.
Is it physical?
It is something I can observe.
Yeah, is it physical?
It probably is physical because I can observe it.
No, it's not physical. How is it physical?
It gives off a lot of heat. I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
It must be physical.
It changes the environment. That's for sure.
It gives off heat. So is it something that's caused in a combustion or fusion of some kind?
Well, I don't know. Think about things like give heat. Fire gives heat. It could be a ball of fire. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
can you grow a plant with a fire?
Sorry?
Can you grow plants next to fires of any kind under any conditions?
Yes, you can if you use the right. How do you call it?
Lens. We're not talking about a lens. We're talking about a fire.
No. If you take a LED and you can emulate fire.
That's not the same thing, and stop confusing the matter. Can you grow a plant next to any kind of fire?
No, because it's only infrared.
Light bulbs.
Can you grow a plant with light?
Yes.
Yes,
you can. End of my statement. Thanks.
You made no statement.
Yeah, you can grow plants just like it grows here
He's
on
saying
Earth
it's
with
electronical.
light,
He says
but you
it's
can't do it
electronic.
with fire. So it's not a fire in the sky, period.
He's
It's
saying the sun is electronic.
It has to be.
Some kind of a plasma.
It doesn't matter. I can measure.
No, it has to be a focused beam of some sort of light.
No, it can't be.
Light or some energy we don't understand.
It doesn't have to be focused. It just has to be strong.
Listen, we can measure the frequencies of every part of the light that comes from the sun. And we know exactly.
It's a light show put on for us.
A light show.
To actually confuse
Dude,
us.
where is the projector? Where is the projector?
That's why it makes the moon look real.
What
it makes it look 3D. Makes it look like that, but it's not.
Stop making flat Earth be foolish.
I've actually just come up with a theory.
What a nonsense.
Every time there's an eclipse, somebody's just turning the sun on. I mean, off to work on it, to fix it.
Yeah, lens change. Exactly.
Lens
and
change.
They know there's a black disc that goes in front of the sun because they know for sure that the moon is not in any near that quadrant anywhere.
I just figured that out. I'm trademarking that one. Okay.
The moon can't be seen before any solar eclipses. Period. Never been seen ever. It's not in the sector of the sky. There's a black disc that comes in front, just like a lens change.
No. Please don't help the Globers.
Oh, shut up! You don't know what you're talking about. You're already ignorant.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Let's find out who knows more. Okay, listen. The Vedic text, since you won't shut the fuck up, you can't be reasoned with. You're totally unreasonable, bro. I don't know if that's a German in you or what, but it's disgusting. Anyway, Rahu and Ketu have been known about for centuries. And the Vedics, however, the Indian Brahmic text, however old they are. So I'm just saying, is there someone else to talk to? This kill Scorpio just takes up all my freaking nerve. I'm on my last nerve.
If it was a far thing, we would see it block the stars before it comes. It's above.
He just keeps on talking. He doesn't even know. Wow.
You're muted, bro.
Unbelievable. So anybody new to the chat that wants to join in,
so indeed, on an eclipse, the moon is not the one that is creating the eclipse.
No. Never been seen.
We know that because of spectral analysis.
So I don't care what anybody says. Everything we're looking at in the sky is only optical, period. The end of the story. So I don't care if you don't know all the aspects of everything you're looking at, how far it is, everything in between it counts of what you're looking through, the medium you're looking through, but the way they appear when with amateur photographers taking video of these things, they look like shimmering lights at the bottom of a pool, like there's a light on the outside of some glass surface. That's what it looks like. It looks like the light's coming from outside, coming through some barrier. That's what they actually look like.
How was he coming up with these measurements of 6,000 miles?
Yeah, I don't know where he's going with that. You're not going to get like a three-sided triangle. If you're missing totally that one point, you're going to have undefined conclusion.
So that's what he was saying. He was saying that he had people in 3 different places around the world, and they were trying to triangulate the sun.
Something
is that right?
And that the sun was directly above both people at the same time, or something like that.
How does that work?
I don't know, but even if it's true, it could be, because where these other people are, how do they know the distance and the medium, the angle that they're looking, like all of that stuff? Like there's, are you kidding me?
Well, they don't even know if the sun's a solid physical thing.
Yeah, you'd never be able to find that out. That's why it was put there like it is, so we wouldn't find out. If it was that easy, everybody would already know it. What would be the use of having this place here? No one would have a genuine, unique experience. So that's what I'm all about. We were put here to not know where we came from and why we're here exactly, so we could have lessons learned that our spirit needs to learn while we're here in the physical realm, that we may have even requested to come here ourselves. And
yeah, I agree.
Why would I
You're never going to learn anything.
feel all this fucking physical pain and torture of being in this physical body at times? Like, what kind of spirit must I be if I requested to come down to this? Holy shit. Like, I must have been just out of control or something. I probably need some kind of like real taming, like I couldn't fucking get it or something. I had to be beaten into submission. There's Sonny, a boy again, has to go through this shit again because he didn't learn the first time or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Could be. Never know. That's the whole thing, isn't it? You got to learn from your mistakes, and if you're not learning from any mistakes, then you're not living your life, really, are you?
Yeah, if you're not making mistakes, you're not living. You're not doing anything.
Yeah, well, then if you're not learning from your mistakes, you don't understand the when you're not making mistakes, how good things are, and then you just keep on repeating the same old mistakes and
well, listen,
not learning anything.
What if we're here to correct mistakes that we weren't able to correct at some point in our development, whatever that looked like before we were born?
Interesting. Yeah.
That the reason we're put here for this thing, there's some kind of, it seems to be a program, because how else could it be? Like, it has to have a writer to all of this. How could each one of us have our own code? Like, how could that information just be here? It like didn't come from nowhere. It had to be written.
Well, that's interesting. It comes into when you think about things and they end up happening. It's strange like that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that could go down a rabbit hole, though, couldn't it?
I think what this flat Earth thing is about each one of us having this individual experience within ourselves to try to discover. Because in my impression, I can't really discover it by looking outside of myself. I can only look inward to try to find out who I am and where I came from, and I think I get glimpses of it when I go into it with that kind of a questioning motive. Like my intention is to why am I here? Maybe I could get a clue. Like maybe I would stop beating my head up against the wall or whatever. I'm up against a brick wall and I don't know it, or I'm stuck somehow.
Just try to enjoy the ride, bro.
Yeah, life wasn't meant to be easy.
Oh, you don't have to tell me to enjoy the ride. I know how to enjoy the ride a little too much, man.
But yeah, I think Killer's back now.
Yeah, I was blocked somehow.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Just be nice.
Well, I've tried. Sorry. I was still looking at the last question was where in Australia the sun would be. It's somewhere in Queensland. Yeah. So, still not any closer to the. I'm going to bed. For the few people who actually understood searching for and how I tried to do it, I thank them for understanding. And I'll be back. I hope at one point in time.
Where is the searching for? I just got here. Do you have it written somewhere?
No, yeah, well, I was looking for the distance at which the sun disappears based on perspective and atmospheric stuff, etc. And I did my own calculations, came about 6,300 miles, and everybody is diverting from that with all kinds of strange arguments, in my opinion, my humble opinion. And the only thing I want to figure out, there must be a standard distance at which this happens. And nobody seems to be able. And I was here a year ago. People found it an interesting topic, but nobody managed to come up with an answer.
Yeah, you were cutting out a little. Did you post this in chat? So it's a little bit hard to understand because you keep cutting out.
Oh, that's sorry. What is the distance at which the sun disappears based on perspective and atmosphere?
So that's a question. It's not an assertion.
No, I did my own calculations.
Oh, what's your assertion?
I used the Gleason map.
Okay, and what's your...
And I came to a distance of 6,300 miles, plus minus 10%.
Okay. What's your height of the sun? How did you measure the height of the sun above the Earth?
I used who says that it is 3,000 miles, 5,000 kilometers.
Where did you get that from? I've heard that before, but I'm not sure how real.
I wrote a book.
Which guy?
Gleason. Alex Gleason.
Oh, you're just talking about the Gleason map. Okay.
No, not only the Gleason map. He has a whole book. You know.
Okay,
And
I don't know how he did it. But
the book is called "Is the Bible from Heaven? Is the Earth a Globe?"
Okay. So he had 3,000 in there.
Yeah, because he did measurements, and myself, I did another measurement that is built in Quito in Ecuador, and I would come to 7,000 kilometers, and he comes to 5,000 kilometers.
Oh, but you did your own measurements. You got 7,000.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a pretty big difference.
Yeah, it depends.
Okay, so then once you have the height, then it's kind of just, an exercise in trigonometry and your resolution, right? To see how far, like the answer to your question, how far you could see the sun.
Right. So what I did basically, the construct in Quito, it is built in such a way that when the sun is at Tropic of Capricorn, it has this thing that then doesn't show a shadow. And the thing is under 60 degrees. And then you can measure from Quito to the Tropic of Capricorn, the distance, the base of the triangle is so much. And then you can calculate how far away the sun must be to have no shadow on that tilted construct. Yeah, so that's where I get the 7,000. Gleason, I don't remember exactly, did some tests, and he came to 5,000 kilometers. But, it doesn't really matter with my problem, because the problem I have is that there are people who claim to see it from more than 16,000 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, are you you're taking into account all the variables, like whatever you're using to measure? It basically looks like you're using some kind of sticks and shadows method, right?
Only no shadow. So I forget.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're using the fact you're kind of measuring when there's no shadow, but you're using some kind of object to see when it casts a shadow or not.
Right. Yeah. Which could be you as a person.
Sure, yeah, you could, but yeah, I mean, you might have to take into account some other, conditions, like you're on a flat surface, and then what's your elevation and so forth. No obstruction.
Yeah, but so if something's straight above you, is there anything that could change that?
Oh, if it's straight above you, I see. So you're in Ecuador, is what you're trying to say. Okay.
Yeah. I always assume the points on Earth when you have no shadow, when the sun is straight above you. So I want to eliminate anything like refraction or whatever shit the Globers tell us.
I mean, it'd be great if you had like a video of this or like a write-up, so we could just like go through in detail. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to like put you on the spot. I'm just saying like it'd probably be easier for people to follow along.
Yeah, I would have to search. I once saw a guy who made a video where he basically showed that this difference between 6,000 and 16,000 kilometers exists.
16,000 is a lot. That's like 10,000.
Yeah, but if you are, his argument, if you are in the south of Chile, yeah, can you imagine that?
I can imagine it.
Yeah, and the sun is above Australia at that time, because you can verify. You can verify in Chile that the sun just at that point sets, and then in Australia, somebody says, hey, it's straight above me, I have no shadow. Which actually coincides exactly with the Gleason map.
Side of your side.
If
you mind.
I did not understand your last words. Maybe
yeah,
not.
I think.
Yeah.
I think it's quite difficult to have the sun directly above you. But I used to live on the Tropic of Capricorn.
Yeah.
And it does happen.
It does happen one moment in time per year.
You're saying on an equinox, it happens, that shadow thing, or the non-shadow thing?
It basically always happens between any of the two tropics. It happens twice per year, only at the tropics itself, only once per year, of course, because that's a turning point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're in between those two, you will find a moment in time where the sun will be straight above you and you have no shadow. Yeah.
So, sorry, you're at the equator or you're at one of the tropics right now when you're talking?
The extreme. I don't understand is where the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn.
Okay, so the southern hemisphere. Southern hemisphere.
Yeah, we don't say that because that is a globe model.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, but
I'm still
when it is
programmed.
there, it has the biggest circle around our flat Earth, and if you're then somewhere halfway Chile, the sun will be straight above you. But if you go even more south to the lowest part of South America, you will see that at one point it's at 10 o'clock in the evening or a bit later that the sun disappears.
Oh, I see.
For the people there, for the people in Australia on the flat Earth map, it's just straight above them. Do you have a Gleason's map in front of you? Because that would help.
I'm just imagining. So these places in Chile and Australia, are they on the same latitude? The same degrees?
No, of course not. No, they're on the total opposite side of flat Earth.
Sorry, latitude means like distance from the center. Like
no, the place in Australia is straight exactly on the Tropic of Capricorn, and the position in South America is a little bit like 2,000 kilometers below that.
Oh, okay. So you're measuring the distance. So, like, how are you measuring the different distance between these two places?
I use the fact that the equator is 40,000 kilometers. So I can measure on the Gleason's map North Pole to the equator, which should be, 2 pi divided by...
20,000 divided by pi is the distance from the equator, right?
Yeah, and then I have a reference. So I can measure on any map from North Pole to the equator the distance, whether it's 3 centimeters or 10 centimeters, doesn't matter. And then I compare that with the distance from the south of South America all the way to Australia. And then I can easily exactly get the distance within plus or minus 10%.
Yeah, I believe so. As long as you have this 40,000 thing, and so forgive me. So, are you using something from the Gleason book again for the 40,000?
Yeah, he has on was it page 300 or whatever. He explains where that comes from.
Okay.
Which contradicts the globe version, where they say the distance of the North Pole to the equator is 10,000 kilometers.
Right? Is that what they say?
Yeah. Maybe. Because that is the definition of the meter.
Yeah, I know that story. They screwed up what it's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be 10,000, right? But I think they got it wrong. I mean, they got it wrong because they have their models wrong. But but yeah, the meter is supposed to make it so it's like 10,000 K from the equator to the North Pole, right?
Yeah. Only the problem is that two people who are used to advocate the flat Earth in Eric Dubé's and Robotham's books are the guys that did this measurement from Spain to Ibiza, which was much bigger than is possible on a globe.
Right. Yeah, I've heard all sorts of stories like this. Examples.
Yeah. Right, but the problem with these guys is that when they did that measurement, which proves the Earth is flat, at the same time they were measuring the distance North Pole to the equator being 10,000 kilometers. So I have a problem there as well.
Well, it's good to actually do research here. It's usually we're just dealing with trolls, but it's good if we get a moment every so often to actually discuss. Try to figure out.
One of these guys, which Eric Dubé and Samuel Robotham mentioned, has a statue in, I believe it's Barcelona, and next to his statue there is a globe model.
So it's like mocking.
I don't know. Tell me.
What's his name?
Of the guy. Okay.
Yeah, what's
Now I really need to take some time to figure. I'm all collecting this in a Word document, but it's hundreds and hundreds of pages, so I will have to look it up. Have a moment, please.
It's okay. Yeah. But yeah, it's good if people actually do work. I mean, I'm seriously. I wish more people would talk about sort of research, not just how to deal with anti-flat earthers, because that's usually what we're doing here.
Yeah, it's I wish to fight them with the same science as they use. That's my goal. It's difficult. I must say it's difficult. Let me see. Recently opened Flat Earth, but it's not in there.
40,000. Wow, that's huge. Let's see. 40,000 equator. I use miles.
Yeah, but the miles finally are defined by meters. Even the Americans who don't use meters have adopted the SI standardization, which uses the meter as the only true value.
Is that right?
Yeah. So it's not the meters, this part of a mile. No, the mile, so many meters. And the same goes for liters and kilograms and everything. No, basically the whole world accepted the decimal system of Napoleon.
Yeah, Napoleon. Yeah, I guess he probably commissioned a lot of this standardization. It started in France, like the original meters in France, right?
Yeah. Well.
So yeah, it's probably. I feel like Napoleon is on the side of whoever the controllers are now. So.
Yeah. And now I have a Napoleon more as a general in the field. Huh? But,
Napoleon was a good guy. We had a couple beers together. It's all right. He's an all right dude.
Yeah, I
super short.
Him.
Super short. Wow.
I arm wrestled him. He has short people leverage advantage.
Yeah. I mean, it's strange. You know what's funny about that? I had a job with. Never mind. Are you guys done talking? I'm sorry.
No, I'm still looking up. I'm trying to figure out something for him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, go ahead, because it does have to do with flat Earth, and my story does not. So continue, guys.
Oh no, he's just looking up something for me. But you could entertain us with one.
Let's segue from Okay, so the quick story is I was working for a lawn care company, and a bunch of Hispanics kind of run the crew there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was, I think, the only white dude there. And
Gringo.
Yeah. Dios mío. So anyway, I was walking around thinking I'm tough, right? Because I'm tall, I got some muscles at the time. This is like a decade ago. And I'm like, hey, I'll arm wrestle these guys. Fuck it. Because I saw them arm wrestling each other. I was like, oh shit, let me get some of this. And I sat down. I didn't win once. Didn't matter how many of them I arm wrestled. Some of them, I almost won, but no. And they didn't really look like they lifted weights. They were just normal, regular guys. But I sat down and lost maybe 6-7 times in a day. I was like, this is crazy. But it's a lot of it, I think, has to do with that little bit of leverage that the shorter arms have and such.
Yeah.
I know that sounded very stereotypical, but there's no other way to put it. I'm saying Hispanic people are hard workers, and they're tough, and they're just a little bit smaller, but that, Mighty Mouse kind of deal. It's crazy.
They're more compact. Like, they don't need to transfer as much force through their limbs if they don't have longer limbs. That's short people can win in like arm wrestling and lifting weights. That's why usually they're at least short-limbed people.
Yeah, because they have less work to do.
Right.
I don't know about that because they put on muscle if putting on like a little bit of muscle makes it look like they've put on a lot more.
Right.
So it's like but I don't know. Like I'm very lanky and very very skinny and lanky, but I never lose in arm wrestle against anybody.
Really? Maybe I just suck. Maybe it's just I'm weak person.
You can also just be weak as fuck. Yeah, I
think that's what it is, guys. I think that's.
Maybe they are just like hard, like they work hard. Also,
they do. I mean, they led the landscaping crew, and landscaping is not easy. So
wait, Glad, weren't you a bodybuilder?
Ish.
Oh, so you're weak as hell. That explains it. Because by
because I was always sore and swollen. So yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a couple names in here. Zeppa. Well, I was hearing you talk. You've got quite a lot of roles, but you don't have a flat Earth role. Are you a glober, Zeppa?
I don't know.
Found
Let's
it.
find that out.
What do you think about the how does the Earth measure? What do you think it measures? Curved or flat?
Curve hasn't been measured.
It hasn't been measured?
No.
Okay. Curve hasn't been measured, or the Earth itself just has never been measured for that?
Well, we don't have the we don't have the technology or the tools yet to be able to measure over such long distances. The curve is so gradual that you wouldn't ever notice it.
I see.
You would be able to see
And so since we don't have the technology to do it, what would be the technology that we would have to have?
I know that if we got into space travel again.
Since we don't have the technology to do it, how do we ever do it?
Great question.
Well, we know that it's round because we've got pictures.
But we don't have the technology to prove that it's round, so how do we know that?
We
did in 1969, didn't we? Like when we went to.
So we had the technology then, but we don't have the technology to just measure an 8-inch per mile squared drop on the surface.
No,
that's quite something.
That would not be the right formula, by the way.
Yeah, it would be.
No.
Yeah, it would be. If you're going to check for curvature drop over 5-10 miles, that would be a perfect formula to use.
Yeah,
but you also want to factor in the observer height, etc.
Within 100 kilometers.
Yeah, it corresponds perfectly with the 3959 mile radius globe claim up to about 1,500 miles, so no problem.
No, it would not work when you go like a.
Yeah, nobody's trying to measure like 2,000 miles at a time of Earth.
No,
so
but I was here in the discussion of the distance of the sun, and I had to look it up, so it took some time.
Okay.
Where's my dear friend I was discussing this with?
Are you talking to me?
No, I don't know.
No,
I was just generalizing anyway about the kind of drop that we should be seeing, because obviously if you're going to do an observation, you got to factor in observation height anyway. But I'm just saying, an 8-inch per mile squared drop of the Earth would be an easy thing to measure for, I would think, if we could go to the moon in 1969. I don't see why we wouldn't have the equipment to do that.
What's 8 inches squared, by the way? Isn't that just 16 inches?
Well, this is the miles that it's squared.
Right, okay, so you know what I'm saying? Like square something, and that's all you got to do. That is not difficult, even though I just fucked it up. You know what I mean?
It's not hard.
That's the best thing, that we can do is just utilize against the globe math, the globe math itself, and geometry. That's it. We don't have to get into anything else if you don't want to. We can, and it's fun to discuss all that shit, gravity, the sun, whatever. But yeah.
I mean, that's just it. Yeah.
Yeah. With whom was I talking about the experiment?
Me,
Joe.
Who am I talking to? Sorry, what's your name? So I know him. K something.
I'm Keller, and we were discussing the people, the distance North Pole to the equator.
Yes.
Yeah. So I found the guys in Eric Dubai's document, the 200 proofs against the globe. It's number 13.
Okay.
Where he found this experiment by M. Biot and Arago, and they used very powerful lamps on the top, placed on Desierto Las Palmas in Spain.
And it's not 200 proofs against the globe. Do you always take things out of context? Just curious.
Sorry, what is the name then?
200 proofs for flat Earth.
No, the name of the document of Eric Dubay.
You mean the video or like
no,
the document?
You're the one quoting it wrong, and you don't know the right way? You're asking us the right way? Okay.
Yeah, I'm asking you the right way. Help me out.
Yeah, 200 proofs Earth is flat.
No, it's not the name. It's not the name of his document. No.
It's not a globe. 200 proofs. Earth is not a globe.
Right. That's what I say.
Okay, he's
So
right.
Stop fucking me, because that's how globetards make a fool of us.
What now?
That's how they make a fool of us.
Oh, you should make it so fucking easy.
All right, guess what? Everyone's wrong. It's 200 proofs Earth is not a spinning ball. So
Right.
everyone's an idiot.
Indeed. So guys, that guy, so Mr. Biot and Arago, we were talking about that. And they basically are used to prove the Earth is flat, which I'm fine with it, because looking at lights over 160 kilometers is a bit silly. But on the other hand, and that was what I had to look up and what we were discussing. Let me see. There is this guy, one of those two. Yeah, they were the task they had was to check whether the people who did the same thing for Napoleon was to measure, is the distance North Pole to the equator 10,000 kilometers. And in the end, one of these guys I have here a portrait of Francois Arago. By Charles Steuben in 1832. And he has a statue, and let me see. And at his feet on the statue there is a globe model.
Yeah, it's probably just some usual mockery, whatever.
No, it's not mockery. That's too simple. Come on. Do you really think people put a statue on to mock somebody?
Yeah, dude, Freemasons are pretty simple folk. They just they're like playground bullies.
They don't even exist anymore, do they?
I don't know. You tell me.
I once was actually asked to be part of a Freemason.
That's probably the dumbest thing you've said in like 2 hours. Is
I got a Freemason log about a block
Really,
from where I'm sitting right now.
Wait a minute, what did he say? Did I miss something?
He said Freemasons don't exist nowadays.
And they do, but they wanted me to be part of them.
That's not helping your case.
Wow, that's really contradictory. Oh my god.
Yes, strange, isn't it? But basically one of
both sides of your mouth at the same fucking
No. The reason they wanted me is because of my strong belief in the Bible. And that is one of the basic things they want you to be.
Yeah, but they don't exist, so what are you talking about?
Sorry, there are some that exist. You have these chambers in the US. I have a friend in the US.
Their little club that doesn't exist anymore.
And a friend in France.
Okay. You should get
and the one in France wanted me to be part, and I didn't. I said, no, please don't.
That's right. You have friends, globetards. They're your friends, huh?
Yeah, it happens. Don't you have any friend that happens to be a globetard?
Globetards are his friends.
Yeah, I got plenty of those.
Of course you have. And the guy that is now laughing is making... Because everybody has globetards.
Yeah, someone muted.
Let's be honest. Come on.
Hey, can you do me a favor, at least while you're here the rest of the night? Can you not use the word globetard, please? I'm seeing how nice we can be, like kill them with kindness kind of thing.
Okay, globers. Is that
glober? Yeah, that'd be great.
We need like a swear jar, we'll raise so much money if we have a swear jar. We probably could buy the Hubble balloon telescope, whatever.
Square jar. I have a square jar in my cabinet.
We got cocked this. That's square jar enough.
Sorry, it's oblong square. I'm wrong.
Yeah, guys, the reason I use it and I've been called so often flatard that I got used to use.
Well, here's the deal. If I lower myself to the level of my bully calling me a piece of shit, then I'm no better than him or her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, you're right. Yeah.
I mean, you're way a little better.
But in the meantime, we haven't progressed closer to finding out at what angular distance and atmospheric distance we need to have the sun to disappear.
Yeah, and
I'm here now 4 hours and 5 hours, and I haven't got any answer that helps me.
Yeah, and that with P. Diddy's shoelace color, you'll have ice cream.
A shoelace color has something to do with it. Right.
Sonny, you're kind of quiet. Is there any way you can fix that a little?
Oh, I can fix it a little bit. Hold on, just a second there.
You did it now, Glatt.
Wait a second. Wait. Okay, is that better?
Nope, but that's
Not
okay.
really.
Yeah,
No.
it's.
Okay, hold on. I'll fix it.
I've got you up to 110% here.
Okay, hold on. Let me adjust one.
Waiting patiently for Mr. Sonny to fix his microphone.
Hmm. Has anybody read the book?
Okay, is that better?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Right on.
Which book?
Yeah, which
With
book's
them.
What is it?
With them, he is the name.
Might have to post a link.
Yeah, hold on. No, I don't have links, but I probably have a name which you can easily Google. Let me see. Where do I have all my books on the Flat Earth?
Yeah, Google, because Google works so well.
It does if you have the right title.
Okay.
Do I seem a little sarcastic today? Tell me.
Yes, you see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I don't sound sarcastic, something's up. Something's wrong.
Glatt's like several meta levels of sarcasm.
It's
ahead.
crazy. I don't like it.
You're like post sarcastic. I can't even like
3D level post.
Oh, sorry. I did name the guy wrong. It's Windship.
Windship?
Yeah, Windship. Well, I remember that one too. So
It's his book is Synthetic Cosmogony.
That's Samuel That's Burley Robotham. That's Parallax.
No. It's a different guy, absolutely. But let me try to figure out how I can send you a link. I can do that here.
Windship. I've seen some of that too.
What amazes me is that so few people control V. Here it comes. So I have the book of Windship. I have Windship. I have the book of Samuel Robotham, of course. I have the book of Gleason. There is some Dutch guy even that wrote the book. There is Heaven and Earth from Gabriel Henriette, also a Flat Earth book. There are so many books. And what amazes me always is that our fellow Flat Earthers don't have read these books. Is that strange? Am I the fool here?
No, yeah, dude, it's definitely not the standard mold of people here. Usually,
nice, Sleepy Joe, well done. Yeah.
But usually we're kind of holding down the fort, like we're being besieged by anti-flat earthers. So it's like the Lord of the Rings, where like they're trying to like break down the gate and like shitpost or whatever.
Yeah, I noticed that you are so afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of.
Hey, you guys say there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature.
Yeah, well, because if you really, I know a little bit of math, eh? And
are you telling me that at 3 miles, there's going to be more than 6 foot of curvature?
Mm-hmm.
3 miles is 9 times H magnitude, 6 feet.
That's not much. It will do a little.
3 miles. 3 miles is 72 inches of drop.
Yeah, divided by 12 is
5 miles is 16.67 feet of vertical drop.
What the? What?
Wait, I'll actually want to correct.
At 5 miles, it should be 16 feet.
Oh yeah, drop. 5 miles, sure, but he said 3.
I know they said 3 miles. 3 miles is 72 inches or 6 feet. of drop.
I want to correct you here, right?
Okay, go ahead and try.
Yes, please.
Right. So it's actually 6 miles. There's 6 foot of drop.
Nobody said 6 foot of drop. No, 3 miles is
Well, actually,
6 foot. I'm sorry. Yeah, 6 feet of drop and 3 miles. Yes,
I'm not talking about I'm talking about like obscurity. So, like, let's say you go to the beach and you stand like with your feet like at the water's edge, sort of thing.
Okay.
Calm day. 3 miles away,
That's
there should be 6 feet of curvature. But then 3 miles from that, like let's say you have someone walk 6 miles down the beach, so 10 kilometers, right? Or somewhere around that. So, or 9 kilometers, a bit more than 9 kilometers. So almost 10 kilometers, right? So then there should be a mound of earth 6 foot high in the middle.
No, you have to think, because if you're on the Sagitta, there's an actual amount of drop over distance. But yes, you could think of it like the physical, the geometric horizon should be no further away than like 3.5 miles. At let's say 5 feet above water level, you should only have a 3.5 mile approximately is where the geometric horizon should be, and everything after that should drop off. So if you're looking at something at 5 miles, you're supposed to at 5 miles have 16 feet of drop from your location.
I actually don't agree, because if you use trigonometry, sphere geometry, it should actually like if you use the cosine, you should be you're looking at the mound of Earth in the middle, right? So you have a point in the middle. That's
I understand what you mean. Yeah.
There's 3 miles from each observer. Then there should be a 6 foot mound in the middle. So it's not exactly.
That's what they claim. Yeah.
It's not so much. I don't like the whole drop thing, because you're thinking about a completely lateral, like a.
Well, on the surface, but if you look at the Black Swan, it's 1 foot above the water level, and there are those habitat and the oil rig and the islands are behind them at the same time.
The 8 inches per mile square is literally like the drop in y coordinates. So actually, it's first of all, it's an approximation, but even so, it's only a bound. It's actually it's like a lower bound for the amount of drop you should see in the height.
That's where it is.
This comes from NASA.
Yeah, NASA.
It comes from NASA.
Hey guys, it's so funny to hear you talk. Yet nobody can tell me at what angular distance that sun finally disappears.
Nobody knows what the sun is. We're talking about.
Doesn't matter. I explained to you already.
Yeah, so back to the surface, 8 inches per mile is, and the mile squared is considered at the surface.
No, that's globe talk.
Yes,
that's
I get what. Yeah, why do you interrupt all the time? So we understand what you're saying about the height taken into account. Yes, that's fine. But we have the oil rigs where they enter the water is visible where it should not be, and the horizon is further behind them.
I did not at any moment talk about the height of anything. The only thing
why don't you let me have my own discussion instead of butting in and thinking it's always about you?
Because I was here with the simple question, and you are changing the subject.
Fucking rude. We're not even talking to you.
All right, so Guy, listen, we got some new people in the room. We're going to ask you to place yourself on mute or go to bed. We want to talk to the new people. You've been here for hours. We've entertained your Sundance and all that stuff. But we want to talk to the new people. So, new people, go ahead. You got the mic.
All right. How does the sun set?
Does the sun set, or does it just move out of your view?
Well, we know, everyone knows what the sun setting is.
It's the sun disappearing.
Okay, so does the sun disappear behind Earth curve, or does it disappear due to perspective?
Well, I don't know. You're the expert. Why?
No, I'm no expert. Bro, I'm one of the stupidest people here, but I do understand this.
How does the Earth set? How does the
The Earth doesn't set, dude. Have you ever seen your?
There's a limit to your vision, and things disappear bottom up because of perspective, not because they're going over some Earth curve. Now, you'd see Earth curve left to right if you were seeing it front to back, wouldn't you? But we never see that.
Well, I would expect
the limit of angular resolution.
Correct.
Right. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and take Earth curve off the table here because the horizon's too far for it to be that.
Yeah,
and good luck with your journey and figuring out everything there is to know about the horizon. But yeah, let's just get that one detail out of the way. It's not Earth curve.
If there's downward refraction, you would expect there to be that it would disappear from the top up, right?
You're saying if and then would expect. Let's talk about what we do see.
Yeah, we see the sun setting. So how does the sun set if the Earth is flat?
Are you talking? So when you say set, do you mean blocked by Earth curvature?
No, I just mean the sun goes away. I don't know why.
Yeah, it goes away, doesn't it?
Setting is an action word. That's a verb. So that means, yeah, the sun is in action. You're correct on that account.
Yeah. I wanted to say this real quick, and then you guys please take it away. So if nobody had told you, sir, that the Earth was moving, if you looked up at the sky and saw the sun moving, would you assume it was the Earth moving? Or would you see that the sun is moving and that's it?
Well, the sun looks like it's moving. Right?
Well, there you go. There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Okay, take it away, guys.
How does... No, we're not going to... No, we're actually going to talk about it. How does the sun...
Okay, go ahead, guys. I'm serious.
The sun just goes too far away from your vision. You just can't see it anymore, bro.
Yeah, but it's in the air, it's in the sky.
Yeah, and it's just moving away until you can't see it anymore.
So are the light poles and the power lines in the air.
If you see an ant on the floor and then you go up some ladders, eventually you're not going to see the ant on the floor anymore, bro. You just can't see that far.
Dude, you can't even read a book from across the room.
What the
I can see it, though.
You can't
you can't see a dot in the page. You can't see a comma. You can't see shit.
And if it's all the way down the street, you probably can't see it at all.
Do you think you can see forever?
You can see the you can see Tycho on the moon, and that's like I don't know, like millions.
Which is impossible on your globe. If it's the far away, as they said, that's impossible to see that kind of detail at that distance. Sorry, overdone.
93 miles away, and you can still see Tycho on it.
Yeah, so it's not the distance they told us. They lied. Huh? What a surprise.
Okay,
so it's 248,000.
If the moon isn't 93 million miles away, then how far away is it?
For any of those sizes, they would have to know the radius of Earth, wouldn't they? When did they measure that radius or curvature on the surface? When did they measure that?
Eratosthenes.
We're going to go into this again. Stone Age Tech on 2022.
You just said we
Stone Age Tech.
We don't have the technology today to do it, but they had it thousands of years ago.
2200 BC, yeah. I mean, 200 BC. Yeah, so that's what modern day globers are utilizing, sticks and shadows from some dude they can't even prove existed in reality. Sticks and fucking shadows, folks. You heard it here.
And using a flat baseline to get the angle too.
Yeah. And using shadows to get inferences about what your presupposed circumference is supposed to be.
And they have to presuppose that the sun is giving off parallel light, and it's...
So why not just directly measure some drop over distance? Oh, wait, I think I know why. There isn't any.
Yeah, so drop over distance, yeah. That's why they haven't measured it, because there isn't any.
So in that way, I agree with them. We don't have the tech to do that. We don't have the tech to measure things that don't exist.
That's true.
I don't know.
High five on that one, Stevie.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. Anybody else?
Just hear what?
I didn't hear what he said.
No, he cut out. Sticks and shadows may break my globe, but logic will never convince me. That's what
So just bring us that curvature measurement, the documented one with the Nobel Prize attached to it, that this is what proves the Earth is a globe. We need that measurement. That's all. Because, if we're in the at the task of like measuring shit like you're in a machine shop, you have standards that we use. They have to stay microclimate adjusted areas to measure your micrometers to make sure you're measuring correctly. Those are called standards. Yeah, they have standards of measurement. So where's the standard of measurement for this?
I have standards. That's the difference.
Where's the globe standard measurement?
What's your standard? You said you have standards?
Well, okay. Cavendish, right? Proves gravitational attraction.
What are your exact standards?
It's a fucking parlor trick. No thanks. We don't go for that here. You need something. So you need something. No, you need something irrefutable. That's not science. We need a measurement, an actual drop over distance test, a line of sight test, or some other kind of test like that in reality that we can go to and say, this is how they proved it. So bring us that one.
Well, there's heaps of them. There's Cavendish, Foucault's pendulum.
So we're not talking about Earth again. Fucking get out of town. We're talking about Earth. Stop it.
Yeah, we are. We're talking about
We're talking about some fucking device in a shed, some dude fucking 150 years ago. Get out of town. We want the measurement of the Earth curvature on the surface. Bruh.
Yeah, I hope your standard proof isn't just sticks and mud and then like a Parker trick. Like, I hope not.
Look, I'm really trying to help
adult kids playing with balls and torsion fucking things, whatever he's doing, like it's silly. You people are just ridiculous bringing up that crap. Bring us a real fucking legitimate measurement of Earth curvature now. Or just shut the fuck up.
Simple.
Yeah, dude. Let's just end this. Do you have anything better than sticks and mud and toys?
Well, observable phenomena.
Okay, such as
the horizon.
So
the horizon's too far; it debunks you. So thanks for bringing that up. It's too far to be Earth curve. Yeah.
So that's not your friend either. So what else do you got?
What's the observable phenomenon?
Boats sailing over the horizon.
The horizon's not Earth curve; it's too far. We just went over this. Boats just go over the optical location.
That's a limit
of the horizon. Yeah, they don't go over any physical Earth curve. That's why we can always zoom them back in.
Yeah, I might accept it. If you can tell me what.
And when you zoom in, it comes right back over the horizon again.
So now you're going to try to patch.
You zoom in, and it comes back because it's a limit.
Yeah, and so now you're going to cancel your boats over the horizon claim with your refraction claim. So it all just sums to nothing. So might as well not even bother with the globe because it's just a useless claim.
Well, you're going to have the bottom of the boat disappear first when things get far away.
I'm being honest here, and I'm asking that you be honest. All I'm trying to do is keep you as honest, and I can.
We're trying to teach you.
I can make the argument for you, but I'm not gonna spoon feed you.
Wait, didn't Glover just tell us that he's not going to spoon feed us?
I would say that the boats disappear over the horizon because of traction.
Okay, so are they going over Earth curve?
Well, that's yet to be determined, isn't it? We haven't talked that far.
Well, I mean, if it's Earth curve, then it should be at a specified distance based on the size that they said the globe is, right?
Well, I mean, let's not take anybody else's word for it. How do we know that
so you're arguing it could be a different globe than the one they claimed. That's
what we may be living on a much bigger globe than they say.
I see. Well, I guess, but I mean, there's no real reason to think that we are.
Well, boats disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, but that's just an optical thing. Zoom back, so there's not an Earth curve obstruction, so that's not an indication that we're on a bigger ball than they said or something like that.
If you're looking with binoculars and then the boat goes over the horizon, you can't just pull out a telescope and then it'll be there again.
Yeah, you can. We got videos and stuff like that where we do that exact thing. I'll just post one right now if you want.
He's looking at it through binoculars. He sees it disappear.
It comes right back up and you see a new horizon behind it. That's why we're telling you, you're seeing too far. And if you're going to adjust the radius for that distance, then we are 4 times bigger than the sun. We're seeing horizons 30 miles away without obstruction.
Actually, I know you're making an argument from ignorance.
What do you mean? We can see cameras zooming in and seeing horizons 30 miles away with oil rigs and buildings and rocks. We can see too far. This is not from ignorance. This is observable. And we've told you 100 times what angular resolution limits are, and you're still talking about boats going over some horizon.
Look, if you can't explain why boats disappear over the horizon, I think with the conversation is
We did. It's called the limit of angular resolution.
No, that argument doesn't stand up.
Get the earwax out of your ears, man.
Look,
Where's your curvature?
This is a totally ridiculous argument you're making.
Yeah, because you're making it ridiculous.
Well, if it's able to be made ridiculous, then it's
because
ridiculous.
you refuse to listen to reason doesn't make it ridiculous.
It
just makes you
defend it. Defend your argument. Don't just say it's ridiculous.
I'll do it for you.
You got nothing to say other than that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
No.
It's ridiculous that you invoke Earth curve that you then just go ahead and explain away in your very next argument.
Yeah, it's like my entire argument depends on X phenomenon. I have no proof for X phenomenon.
I'm not going to continue. I'm just going to leave if you continue like this. I think. I believe.
Ask yourself that question.
Just fucking let me speak for 1 second.
Ask yourself that question.
You use boats over the horizon as evidence of possible Earth curve, and then we showed you that it can't be that. Like, what's the problem?
Just because you're triggered and you can't listen to reality. Just because you can't process reality doesn't mean you have a point. Okay.
Right?
I'm sure.
Listen for just 1 fucking second, mate. Just
the limit of angular resolution is
spiral so much. That's all we got from Glover's spiral.
Yeah, you need to just chill, dude.
Yeah, shit gets too real on the surface here. Y'all flip out all the same. Just gonna take a while for the rest of you. Don't be the last dumb Glober on your block to figure out where you actually live is a flat stationary Earth. Thanks.
Okay. I'm trying to test you guys' knowledge, right? And it's fucking
you're failing miserably.
Where did we fail?
The Earth is flat. I believe the Earth is flat, but guess what? I don't know it to be true. Right?
Well, I do. You're in the wrong camp.
Why? You can navigate it, observe it, and measure it flat. What are you saying?
Yeah, this concern trolling stuff isn't working.
Well, it's like the old, like, it could be an infinite ball type of argument.
No, I'm not. I'm making these arguments out of
incredulity.
Basically, right? And the idea is that I should be able to get explanations from you guys that are scientific and that have some sort of reasonable explanation behind them.
We just did angular resolution.
You just ignore what limit of angular resolution is and say it's ridiculous, and then you tell us we have no explanation for it. You're literally just ignoring everything we're saying.
You go off with your science into formulas that get so far from reality that they don't match reality at all. Just like our friend Tesla said, that you fucking still what Earth is not a scientific question. Go back to your fucking drawing board or whatever you're using because you're.
He literally said if you pull out a telescope, you're not going to see it come back up when you are.
With zero proof.
I used to be a moderator here. I used to be a moderator on this server and on the other server before the server.
Yeah,
I know I'm almost confident enough to say that I know the Earth is flat. You guys are making me.
Yeah, we know you're full of shit, dude. We know you're doing. So, like, we've been around the block for a few years. So, like, we can spot concern trolls. We can spot bullshit. So, it's not working here. Okay?
You think you're like
better
a
get your
top agent or something? Like you're fucking.
Okay, well, I'm saying, okay.
You're too fucking.
I mean,
just
oh
fucking
my God.
positions for a second.
Is this all they have? They're fucking really dragging the fucking bottom of the barrel.
You just refute the things that I say, and I'll try to prove to you that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I hope you're talking to yourself.
No. Yeah, you're just full of shit.
Yeah, dude. You didn't even make it 20 seconds here. We can already tell you're full of shit.
I'm on mute. I don't want him to leave. This is fun.
Yeah, we need a punching bag. You're right.
But he does need to be timed out here because he's losing it.
Yeah, dude, take 30 seconds to breathe and then finish your soy milk or whatever. Unbunch your panties or whatever.
Okay, the boats disappear over the horizon because of upward refraction. Okay.
All right, that's total bullshit unless you can provide proof there.
Standard atmospheric refraction is in the upward direction. Ask any
atmospheric. That sounds like that's going to require a sphere.
The globe will say that
the sun is
there's
93 million miles away with parallel light. But then when you want to explain a penumbra and an umbra during a lunar eclipse,
we got another fucking glober patriot.
No, I'm not. I'm just testing your knowledge, and it seems to be lacking.
But you're failing even to administer this test.
No.
So you're not qualified.
I'm asking very, very basic things of why does the sun set? Why do boats disappear?
Knowledge is lacking. Well, that's good. Our knowledge is lacking, Seppa, because it's not our knowledge. It's the Earth itself that provides all the information we need. So you're in the what the fuck? Who are you? You're out.
I used to be moderator here.
Yeah, you're not trying to sharpen our tools. Believe me.
I am trying to sharpen your tools, and you're failing.
Well, you're failing. You failed.
Yeah, it's a lot of projection, dude. I'm sorry your tool isn't sharp or whatever.
Don't project on us, motherfucker.
Look, I'm not attacking you guys. I'm attacking the arguments.
Yeah, we know.
You're attacking your reason.
Would you mind if I started over with them? Would you guys mind?
Go for it.
Yeah, do it up.
Cool, thanks. All right, so here's the deal. You saw it on TV. You saw it in a magazine. You believe it's real. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball in space in a vacuum?
You're misrepresenting what I believe. You don't know what I believe because you haven't talked to me.
Okay, so what do you believe the Earth shape is?
I believe the Earth is flat.
You believe the Earth is flat. What's your top 3 evidence for that?
There's no spin. There's no curvature, and gravity.
Nobody? Is that your third proof?
Mass doesn't attract mass. The Earth doesn't spin, and there's no curvature.
Hey, real quick, I need somebody in the VC check-in to give someone VC verified, please. Thanks.
What's the name? What's his name?
Grog.
Okay, thanks.
No, not Grog. Just ban him.
No, he wants to post in the lobby. He doesn't want to waste our time in here, so.
He's been in the lobby for a bit. He's not bad.
Okay, thank you.
If it's the Grog that I know of, it's going to be a waste of time.
If you want.
So, why have you been arguing with flat earthers?
I want people to be able to have the correct arguments when they come to the table with this information, instead of saying ridiculous things like, oh, it disappears because of perspective and angular resolution. That's a stupid argument.
Well, even if it is that.
Let me get this straight. So, let's say you got a bird right in front of you, right? So this bird, she's got big hair, right? And the further she walks away, does her hair appear to get smaller and smaller as she walks away?
Sure, but I can get a telescope or a pair of binoculars out, and I can look at that thing right until it goes over the horizon.
Okay, we're talking about on a flat plane, we're talking about like inside a big box store, right? It's completely empty, just got built. And let's say it's like 1,000 miles. Let's say it's 1,000 miles across, right? You're telling me that you can see her hair getting smaller and smaller, and you can just pull out a bigger and bigger telescope and you can keep seeing her?
No. At some point, there's a limit.
A vanishing point, right?
A vanishing point.
Yeah, this exists in nature too, right?
You can see
and
birds.
Let's say you got an actual bird and it's flying away. You can't see the bird forever, can you?
No, you can't. It appears to go over a horizon, right? Obviously, it's not doing that. But what is happening is you can actually see videos where there's birds that are hunting in the water, so they're getting fish and stuff. They're flying up from the water and they're going back down. When they're sitting on the water, you can't see them. But then when they come up off of the water, they're going up in the air. You can see them, but it's really weird looking. Right? It's just like a huge separation between the bird and the water. There's like some things seem more spread out.
It's an opaqueness.
Yeah.
Next to the water, it's opaque. You can't see it at some level, depending on what the conditions are. But
why is it the woman? Go ahead, Sonny. I'm sorry.
I was just going to mention you do see all sorts of video observations of people zooming into boats that previously had gone completely out of view, away from the observer, and zooming in and pinpointing these areas of the horizon that are occurring, such as the mirror line. Do you know about these things?
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, there's a mirror line. There's actually parts of this that people have identified. So you go and look at those, and it'll help you figure out what's going on at the horizon.
And like when you see an inferior mirage, where you see like almost looks like there's water on the road, for example, right? It's because a shallow enough angle that you're viewing something against, like if you view something at a very shallow angle at a large distance, almost any surface can become reflective if it's viewed at a shallow enough angle, right? And there's enough light there. But this idea that you can zoom back in, like you're basically telling me that I can get some binoculars, I can watch a ship go over the horizon, then I can put my binoculars to the side, get a telescope out, and then see it.
Yes, up to a point. Up to a point.
Totally ridiculous. Doesn't happen.
No, it's only up to a point, though.
No,
it's going to get to a point where it's too far. It's going to get to a point where it's too far for any optical device you have, because of the vanishing point. That's why. Once it gets into that range, it will be completely visible.
What is the vanishing point, and how does that occur? What is happening there?
It occurs with perspective. How do we know? Like, why do painters use it? Because it makes it look realistic. Because if painters were not using perspective as it applies on the way we actually see things on the surface of Earth here, it would look odd to you. Your eye would notice it immediately. Like when you look up at a picture on the wall and you see that fucking picture's crooked. Because your eye can notice other lines. Is it parallel or not? Your eyes can see these things very easily.
Yeah, we call that abstract art when they don't include perspective.
And what you guys are arguing here almost seems like abstract art.
What's that?
Okay, the reason that a boat disappears over the horizon is because the light is refracting upwards. Think about that for a minute. As the light is traveling towards you over a long distance, it's hitting different densities of atmosphere.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. They're all homogeneous, mixed up, all mixing up once upon another. Temperature change.
Sonny. Hold on, Sonny. He's admitting that the radius of the Earth is debunked. Hold on. Let him do it.
Yeah,
so you're telling me that there's refraction?
There is upward refraction, not downward refraction.
Oh, okay. So then no globe. No globe then.
I told you cool. I believe the Earth is flat.
No globe.
But I will not claim to know it. I have all the scientific information.
No, you don't. Because you don't know in between you and the object you're observing, you would need to know every fluctuation, upward, downward, sideways, lateral, diagonal motions of all these convection currents, heat, convection, transfer of energy. What the fuck?
Okay,
moisture in the air. You have no idea what you're talking about. All this is not stopped for you to make your presentation to us. No, all those things in the air continuously moving all around. It does not give you this lined up fucking densities that you're looking for your fairy tale refraction religion.
How much do you know about what was I about to say? About electricity. How much do you know about electricity?
Here's what I know about electricity, and probably more than you, but that's not the topic.
Okay, well, it is the topic. We're talking about light. Light is electrical propagation.
What you see. Yeah, what you see. And how you see it on a flat plane. Is how we've always seen things.
Refraction.
Prove me wrong.
Have you seen the Skunk Bay footage?
Show me the pic. Show me the images of.
Go on YouTube and search up Skunk Bay.
Oh my God, unbelievable! I mean, you got no curvature to go by, so like, fine.
I'm not. I'm telling. I've just told you 3, 4, 5 times that I'm not arguing for a globe Earth or curvature of any sort. I'm testing your information. I'm trying to get you to explain to me in scientific terms why I see boats go supposedly over a horizon. It looks like that to me. It looks like that to everybody, right?
I got you now. Okay, Seppa. on a flat plane, the reason that boats go out of view no matter what size of lens that you use is because of the diffraction limit. Okay. There's an aperture in every lens, right? It can only allow a certain amount of light in depending on the distance that you're looking. So there is no lens big enough that will collect enough light, especially because of attenuation, at a very far distance that you can resolve any object. Okay. It's down to optics. We can't see a certain distance. If you want, I mean, that's not really scientific necessarily, but I mean, it's close enough if that's what you want to know. These are just optical effects that we experience.
This is actually closer to the answer I was looking for. So, if you've got like a telescope or binoculars, binoculars have a little bit of a wider thing because you're looking through two lenses separated. So you've actually got, I think you'd actually probably see more with binoculars than you would with a telescope. You know, put the binoculars on their side, so one side slightly higher. but there's upward refraction causes the light to be deflected upwards, right? And the reason for that is because the air is colder and wetter towards the surface of the ocean. It's drier and hotter towards the upward direction.
Yeah, in a static system.
And air pressure doesn't play into it because we're still at a low altitude. And,
so you're using a model. You're using a model, Seppa, in a static system, which we don't exist in.
No, I'm not saying it's a static system. I'm saying there's refraction, so it can't be a static system.
You're saying it's a static
system. If it was a static system, then there wouldn't be refraction.
Yeah, you're saying it's
Seppa, I'm listening to you. So there's no doubt, and I want you to finish your question, actually, but there's no doubt there is some sort of refractive effect. We're not denying any of that at all. But, you can just add that to the list of effects that keep us from seeing, too far or whatever you want to call it.
So what you're not including are these things, that things get smaller over distance as it approaches that point that your line of sight is. We see in a cone shape. So as everything converges in, those things will converge in at a exponential rate also. Then you have the exponential extinction of light at distance as well. You have taken all these things. You have taken the further the distance, the more optical lessening. You'll have a shorter distance of view with more particulates moving around. And like I said, it's not a static system. It never is. So you can't talk about what the air above the surface as being static, that you could say light is bouncing off of some kind of density. Because
it's not density.
There's nothing.
I was actually about to explain to you that in terms of electrical propagation of light, there's more resistance through warm air than cold air. You see, on a hot day, you see inferior mirages because of that.
We know this, yes. And it's fluctuating all over the place. It's not going any one direction.
Well, anyway, I'm not going to get my point across.
So in waves, you can see it when you're looking at the side of a hill that in a hot day. I see it all the time. There are ripples.
Look, instead of trying to be right, why don't you try to learn something?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be right, bro.
I mean, I'd love to be wrong about the Earth being flat.
I'm wrong,
but I haven't had I haven't had anyone present any good evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Well, we know it's not globe, don't we? So,
well, do you though?
Yes, I do. Absolutely. And if you don't, then there's a problem with your observations, if you've done any.
I hope I can tell you about one I've done. Go to the beach, look at something. Get a friend to stand in the water 6 miles away, and you will see them. You will see their needs.
Yeah, that's impossible on the globe. Exactly. I live right by the beach. I can see these things in the harbor every day if I want to. I can see lights shining from light posts across 6 miles away, and the light shining on the post above the water, and the light right there at the water's edge on the other side. I can see the light shining there too. And that light, if it's calm enough, will go all the way across to my feet. 6 miles away. I can see the whole harbor going. I can see the whole shoreline going across. In the daytime, I can see these line of ships anchored going all the way out the side of the harbor, miles and miles away, and you can still see every part of their waterline, which is painted on these ships.
Well,
Like,
6 miles,
there's
right? The
troops-
halfway
there's
point
troops-
is 3 miles away. 3 miles times
troops
3
all
times
over
3
that.
is 9. 9 times 8 is 72 inches. So that's
Yeah.
6 foot. So you should only and your eye level is 6 foot. So we're talking about equal heights here. You shouldn't be able to see something that's shorter than 6 foot. I don't care about anything that's taller than that. Sure, you can
that's
see it.
shorter. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, you're right. And so here's how I can do that. Even at 3 miles, I can look at these big concrete stanchions that
3 miles isn't far enough.
this
That's
bridge,
1.5 times
this
1.5 is
bridge sits on, called the
so like
Coronado
20 inches.
Bay Bridge here in San Diego. So the bridge sits on these stanchions. Those stanchions are in the water. You can see the high and low water marks on them. So I can see those going all the way out the harbor. And if I just put my binoculars, I can see the water line, the high water mark on every one of those stanchions going all the way out the harbor to the other side on Coronado Island. And I'm from San Diego on the city side, standing at the Embarcadero. So I should never be able to see those going all the way out the harbor, or see the water line, or even 3 miles across to this little beach with no magnification at all. I can basically see 6-inch waves breaking on the beach. 3 miles away, there should be 6 feet of drop. You'd never see a 6-inch wave or a 1 foot wave. So yeah, I agree. There's things all around us. I live right by the water. So I could do this every day. If I want to ride, I could ride all the way out to the beach and see places along the point further than 5 miles. See waves breaking out there that are 3 to 5 feet high. There should be 16 to 18 foot of drop. So there's that. As a kid in LA, growing up at the beach on the most beautiful beaches in the world, being able to see across Catalina, laying on the beach, see Catalina 26 miles away. This was a everyday occurrence, almost everyday occurrence. Shh! Everybody quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
Damn. I was wondering when we're going to hear from you again.
Crazy.
It's been a long time.
Shoot the person.
So the person we're talking to, are you just struggling with things appearing to disappear from the bottom up at distance?
I have no problem describing why that happens.
Okay. Sorry, I'm coming in late to the conversation.
I did kind of want to, I did want you to think that. I wanted you to present a valid argument, but angular perspective and resolution isn't a valid argument for that.
Why would you say that that's not a valid argument?
Because if that was true, then I would be able to see something go over the horizon with binoculars, grab out a telescope, and then I'd see it again. That doesn't happen.
Holy shit! Where you come from? 2015?
Yeah, thereabouts.
I'm serious. Your argument is well, you don't actually have an argument. What's your argument? And then provide empirical evidence for it. Go.
My argument is that things disappear because of upward refraction.
Upward refraction. Holy.
Upward refraction. That's correct. That's why the sun disappears.
I told you, don't say it in warning.
That's why the sun sets.
Holy shit, you're a fucking clown. Define refraction.
Who am I talking to here? I recognize your voice.
Define refraction. Don't worry about my voice.
I know who you are.
Prove your claim. Oh, we got one of these fucking idiots. Upward refraction. You wouldn't know what refraction was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in concertina wire.
Have you seen the Skunk Bay footage?
Clown. What's refraction? Define it.
Refraction is the changing of the directionality of light being changed in its direction of travel slightly. It counters a medium that it causes resistance. Say,
Due
for example,
to what?
hot air.
Due to what? No, it's not hot air. You're full of
Heat
hot air.
density.
You fucking idiot.
Well,
Citation, please. With your definition in it, what you just said, I need a citation right now in live stream.
Right. You know, Ohm's law, right?
No, stop. I need it right now before you go forward.
Well, I'm playing a game, and I'll be finished in 20 minutes.
You don't have a fucking argument then. Stop back when you're done playing your fucking game, you idiot balltard.
My birthday's now complete hearing QE telling people to shut the fuck up. Thank you, QE.
I mean, you should feel good when that happens. It's like a badge of honor.
I love when QE does that.
Fucking upward refraction.
I said so. Upward refraction. Upward from what?
Fucking idiot.
To where?
And that's not the definition of refraction, you numpty numbskull.
We've had a couple of real doozies here, actually. The one was like, yeah, the Gleason's map. Yeah, I'm a flat earther, and the Gleason's map is one we like. Oh my god! And now this one.
So I missed a lot while I was out to dinner.
The other guy was like measuring the sun.
The other guy was out to lunch.
Upward refraction in a static fucking system. What
fucking guy probably has fucking premonitions of flashbacks.
I thought I heard them all, but upwards refraction, I gotta admit, is a new one.
Yeah, I'd like to see a citation for that.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting on. You got that citation yet, Zeppy?
Oh, well, let me come back in half an hour. I'll unmute in half an hour and we'll talk about it. I'll put the game away.
Yeah, you need more than a half an hour, clown fuck. Upward refraction. Unbelievable. Why don't you come back with a definition of inferior mirages? There goes your upwards refraction. Clown.
Didn't even know what the mirroring effect was at the horizon. Like,
uh-oh. Don't give the game away there, Drace. Damn.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. It's gonna... Will the real Snell's Law please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up.
They're just... These are just your average, everyday retard. Just fucking with diarrhea of the mouth. They'll just make shit up right on the fly. It's embarrassing. So the reason boats are blocked is upward refraction. What the fuck? That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Right on his face. Well, if there's upward refraction, then it kind of wouldn't be blocked. My God. In their paradigm. Sorry about that. They don't know. I have yet in 7 years to run into a globe-tard spinning space monkey that knew what refraction was. I'm serious. That's as bad as hypothesis. They don't know what refraction is. Refraction. That's it. Every single last one of them. The real question is, how many slobber nurses are around each of them? That's what the real question is. That's what I want to know. I'm saying at least 6 for each of them.
QE, if you had to guess what his explanation is going to be using upward refraction and the disappearance of things from the bottom up as they move away in the distance, what do you think it would be?
An idea, man. These people are so batshit insane. You don't know what the next thing to come out of their fly trap. I have no idea, man. All I know is they're going to get battered. That's all I know. I know what's gonna be the effect.
Then I'd be curious to know why he would think that changing an optical device that you're viewing this object disappearing from the bottom up, how upward refraction would come into play regarding the optical device.
I don't think he said anything about an optical device, dude. You making that shit up?
No, I'm not making it up.
I'm pretty sure he didn't say anything about an optical device.
He said binoculars and then a telescope.
Oh, he must have. Did he say a telescope? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Right.
he said you could watch something disappear bottom up and then use a telescope or a camera or something to see it again. And I posted 4 images of just that as he said that, but he wasn't paying attention.
Oh, I see. I got you.
Yeah, he said you couldn't see it again if you brought a telescope. That you couldn't see it again.
Well, you're he's being too general, and you guys are following along. Sometimes that is the case. Other times not. So you can't. It's not a broad brush.
Well, I think he's under the impression that something like a small telescope can see objects 239,000 miles away.
Yeah, he's in it. That's just fucking idiotness.
Exactly.
That's like the pilot the other day telling everyone that the fucking atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, is spinning with the Earth. I mean, you've got to be one dumb motherfucker to say that.
Really? So no swirling winds anymore, folks.
Yeah, that's what I told him. I said I listened to about 2 hours of it, and then I popped in and I said, "Can you please explain north, south, and east surface and mid-level winds, please?"
Crosswinds. Then you don't have to pay attention as a pilot to any crosswinds, huh? No matter what their speed. Okay, or direction. Great to know.
Yeah, it's stupid on many levels. I mean, just basic gas behavior. We're talking second grade, third grade level here.
Yeah.
Then then you start getting into what it's just second grade incoherency. And then on top of that, if you want to get more, how would you say, educated about it, would be the gas laws, second law of thermodynamics, and Brownian motion, which you don't even need to go there. All right.
Which the guy couldn't remember.
Just the north, south, and east surface and mid-level winds, it's all over. Or just show weather patterns traveling east.
Yep. That's all you need.
It's just over. I mean, it's stupid on just a fundamental fuckwit level.
And here on the West Coast, where the primary direction is coming from the northwest, like all the storms are moving to the east from here.
Yeah, they don't know what they don't even know. Most of them don't even know where they're at.
Yeah.
I don't want you to say anything. Seb, are you ready to formulate this into some type of citation or something that you got with refraction?
Sure.
Go ahead. Post a citation that supports the horse shit that flew out of your fly trap. It has nothing to do with refraction, by the way. You even know your own name. You think that shit you just made up on the fly is going to fucking fly here?
What did I make up on the fly?
Refraction.
Refraction doesn't occur in the atmosphere, is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say the refraction doesn't occur. I'm saying your horseshit definition of what it is, well, horseshit.
I can give you a layman's understanding of it.
A layman's understanding? You couldn't give me a layman's understanding of fucking soup.
Yeah, soup is mostly water. It's made up of vegetables and sometimes meat put in there as well. Quite nice.
Oh, that's amazing. Sometimes vegetables and sometimes meat. What if you don't have any vegetables or meat in your soup? You're fucked. You're a dipshit, aren't you?
Do like the cannibals did, just cut up a neighbor and put them in there.
Is this really happening right now?
Yeah, it is. He's
talking
a
about soup.
retard. Yep, still waiting on that citation.
I'm looking for a PDF document that shows
a
standard
PDF
refraction, but
document. I said citation. What the fuck? Do you equate that with a PDF document? What's a fucking citation, idiot?
Citation for upward refraction, please.
No, I want to know what a citation is at this point.
Well, I want to know why you're refuting an argument that's
You're refuting an argument. You can't even form a coherent sentence, for God's sake. I mean, what the fuck are you doing here? Why don't you go back to your true vacation, picking up cans alongside of the road? Supervise. You tracking with me, sunshine? Yeah?
Almost
someone
got
wants to talk about the
already-
actual science. I'll be in FE beginning.
Actual science? You don't know what the fuck science is. Where'd he go?
Disappeared.
This fucking guy. Fucking now he tries to fucking impugn science in this shit.
Yeah. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah. He
These are
fucking he boot scooted quick.
Some low-level agents they got, if that's what they are. I mean, that's some low fruit, man. Like, shit. You don't think we... boy. So that's all in today's...
Agent for what?
Exactly.
Agent for numpty dipshits.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
Honest conversation with a fucking abject retard.
Moron. The school of morons.
I asked you for a citation. You said, okay, I'm going to give you a PDF. You've got to be some type of
Oh, and now
piss
he's
drinking moron.
Now he's not even in the chat, but he still chats skanking, isn't
Yeah.
he?
Yeah.
That's not allowed here, buddy.
Jeez, this is weak.
Yeah, go to the complaint department, Seba. Yeah, whatever, bro. Very poorly done, in my estimation. Your acting skills, as far as being a flat earther, only a 3.75 to 4.2. So not so hot. What do the other judges have to say? Yeah, well, how can you have an honest conversation with you there, Seppa, if you are saying shit, we ask you for a citation, then you have to run away like a little baby.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't know what a citation was. Most people, I don't want to say most people, but baltards have no fucking clue what a citation even is. They think it's a car.
Really?
How many times? I don't know how many times I can count. It has to be in the literal hundred. It happened today again. On Nathan's show, we asked the guy for a citation support to what he said. He gave us a fucking link. I don't know what. Maybe they're hearing something different. No, they're not. They don't know what a citation is. It's pretty scary out there.
You got it there, Johnny. Citation, the act of citing. 2, a quotation of or explicit reference to a source for substantiation, as in a scholarly paper. 3, a reference to a previously court decision or other authority for a point of law, usually the case title and other information. All right, yeah. That's one. Probably a more accurate one.
So, in other words, proof you didn't just make the shit up.
Yeah. Substantiation, that's a key term.
And a citation doesn't absolutely preclude that they didn't make the shit up either, because the next question is for them to demonstrate it, or your citation's bunk. There's a couple steps in this challenge.
Should we go to plagiarism.org and see what they have as a definition? Plagiarism.org? What?
Hey, who's deleting his comments?
Who's
I'd like
comments?
to the guy in the chat.
Zappa?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be me.
Why?
Because I don't deal with chat skanks. Especially when he's in VC right now. That's my policy.
Pathetic.
Still waiting on that citation. Of course, you don't know what one is, so how are you going to provide it?
Okay, let's look for a study of standard atmospheric.
Atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmosphere is, atmo means gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. So atmosphere is a contradiction. So you're already debunked before you begin.
There can be no such thing as standard refraction through the quote unquote atmosphere.
Well, with the contradiction, number one, he has yet to define refraction.
Refraction is the impedance of light causes it.
I need a citation. So let me explain this to you. You go find a source, preferably not Mr. Magoo, you, right? And then you find where your definition is actually stated in the substance of that reference, and you pull that little piece out that directly relates to your claim, and then you post it along with the reference. You follow now, sunshine. Welcome to 9th grade, you fucking moron. That's at the level that we're at here. That's not fucking refraction, you doofus.
All right. You ready for a simple explanation of it?
No, I don't want to hear an explanation. I want a fucking citation. I just explained to you what one was. So it should be pretty easy for you to catch on.
Why would you try to explain your way out of the citation?
Yeah.
I don't need a citation to give you a definition.
We don't want
you do.
Definition. We need a citation. For the information you're spouting, it comes from some source. We're asking you to cite that source. Tell us
what information am I spouting that's incorrect?
Upward refraction was one.
So upward refraction doesn't occur?
Dipshit.
Fucking citation, bro.
Dipshit. Upward refraction is moronic in comparison to what is refraction to begin with. That's what we're looking for. Then we can get on to your fucking adjectives in front of the word. Okay? So let me spell it out to you. Give us the definition of refraction in citation. If you can't do that, then just leave.
Every time you do that, I will deafen. Okay?
No, you have
an honest conversation.
You have to support. The honest conversation is you're a fuckwit.
All right, this conversation is over.
Yeah, that's the honest conversation. Take that with you. I got you before you left.
We got that settled.
Yep.
That was getting kind of painful. Not a flat earther. Pretending to be one. That's the newest little trick they try.
Well, they're all flat earthers.
Yeah, they are.
They just don't know it.
Yeah. They haven't figured it out yet. They choose to not use their own senses, so they're only going to come to nonsense in that state.
They don't know what logic is. They don't know what fucking science is. That's for damn sure. They haven't a clue of what geometry is. You know what's really funny? Ask one of them fuckwits what a triangle is, and then get your popcorn.
Mm-hmm. Just ask that. See what their answer is. Then go to navigation with a sextant. See if they can use that knowledge about triangles to navigating. Funny stuff. Wow. Kicking it with 42 in the chat.
There's no live stream on YouTube?
Isn't it?
Why not?
Yeah, I think it is.
Zysis said there's no live stream on YouTube.
He got a 7-day strike. He'll be back on in a few days.
The backup YouTube's on though.
He's on
and
channel.
He's running it on. Where else did he say?
Helioskeptic channel.
Yeah, and I think he said Facebook too, or Twitter. That's what he said.
The one I'm watching on YouTube just says Flat Earth Discord, nothing else.
Really?
Does it say live?
Well, it says, 24/7 FE Discord 2.0 live stream is the main highlight of the channel.
Oh.
But it's like this, it's a backup channel to the main channel.
Oh,
It's only got 243 subscribers.
Well, that's what we got.
I just so happen to be one of them.
Probably only a couple, 2 or 3 more days, and they'll be back on anyway. So,
Killer Scorpio DM'd me to unblock him, so I blocked him. And then all these other randoms send me these weird little pictures, like some cartoon drawing. It's great to have fans. Shut up. Wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't have blocked you. Let's see. Okay, I guess that was harmless.
We have precautious. You were muted, server muted, but you're muted now. We also have Attune. Attune? Welcome to the Flutter Discord. Hey, Attune, you've been muted.
What you're seeing here is a massage.
What you're seeing here is a montage.
Ferrari Countach. What you're seeing here is a. Anyway. What you're seeing here is a garage. Fully automated garage. Okay, so are we going to talk about more of the non-existent Earth curvature?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Why will you want to talk about nothing?
Because it seems a lot of people believe in it, and I want to cure them of their misconceptions. Is that okay? Does that make sense?
Do you know what a triangle is?
No. What's a triangle?
All right, QE, tell him.
I ain't telling him.
The fuck?
Yeah, QE's not telling
Triangle
you.
doesn't exist in reality. It's a concept.
No.
I can't believe you just said that.
I'm fucking around.
Okay, QE, tell him. Fuck.
QE, tell him. I mean,
I think
QE's
QE
the best
does
to
everything.
tell people about triangles, but
Yeah,
I mean, he is a triangle expert.
well, yeah, but you should be by now too listening to him. You should have been paying attention.
All right.
And you're
I'm
like,
going to.
you're like those
a
people.
triangle is the part of geometry that that helps us disprove the globe math. How's that sound?
It's a good one.
Precious or Attune, new people in the server, please save me from this one. Unmute your mics and
It's
say
all good.
something.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Precious. No, that's
It's
precarious.
precarious. Yeah. So precarious.
Triangle, I'm going to triangle.
You were muted earlier, precarious. Was that because you were talking, or just because you weren't talking? I guess. We're probably about to mute you again for not talking. How's that grab you?
Or were you a bad boy?
I'm gonna try and go to the store tonight.
Boy, that was a good one.
I like that one.
Ah, that was good.
Cracked himself up on that one, didn't he?
Yeah, Slalom got the. That's the dog I was.
Dastardly dog.
Yeah. Or he goes. No, we can't hear you, Precurious. Maybe reconnect. Just quit Discord and come back in. You know.
I'm just listening to you guys, and
against your desk until it starts working. The fuck?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, buddy. What's going on?
Yeah, so I'm flat, but yeah, I had a kind of a curiosity about planes accounting for curvature.
They don't do that.
Planes are called, but the high flying planes, the bomber
High altitude planes.
planes, you know how they're like the nose of them curves down. Why?
They don't fly down. Their nose is pitched up all the time, like 2 or 3 degrees. To keep
Like
a
the
level
Concorde had like a little bend in the nose, but that I don't know if that was for aerodynamics or not. What planes are you talking about, sir?
Concorde had a heavy
I
cocaine
can look
habit.
them up. I don't know exactly what the planes are called, but I guess they're spy planes, high altitude planes, the supersonic speed
The
planes.
U-2 ones? Oh, okay, yeah.
The U2 fuselage is perfectly, it's perfectly in line. It has no curve on it. I mean, it's in a tube, but it doesn't deviate from that.
They call it an airplane because it not only flies over a plane, but the makeup of it is planar, and it has to be.
So when it's flying, I guess the nose is horizontal to the plane, and then the rear is kind of angled up.
I don't know, man. Are we in a plane right now?
I don't know. I'm just trying to understand like how it.
Well, they just whatever pitch the plane is on is just it holds its altitude, and so it flies in a straight line parallel to the ground, basically. So they don't follow any curve or anything like that. It would be a massive amount of drop that they would have to do. I'm not sure who. I think Huey had some numbers at one time. It would be so many feet per second that you'd have to be nosing down, and it's an astronomical amount. You know, if you had to follow the ball around in a plane, you would definitely know it because you'd be like falling, you'd be dropping at all the whole time you'd feel it.
It'd be 2,790 feet per minute, and it's not about how the aircraft is built. Aircraft has to slightly elevate up, angle up to achieve level flight. So they're angled up at about a 3% grade, so the winds have the proper amount of lift. The Concorde planes, the nose did drop down. That was for visibility because they had to have a high angle of upward, right?
You sure it wasn't just because they wanted it to look like a bird? I was kidding.
No, they actually had to drop the nose down so the pilot could see from the cockpit or beyond the nose.
Didn't that nose move? Didn't it like move into a different place after it took off? Didn't it like bend down?
That's what I'm saying. It dropped down because at the elevation angle that they had to fly it, the nose would be in the way of the pilot's view.
yeah, it does move that nose.
Yeah,
so it's not.
And there was a problem with the Concorde. The flight was so fast that debunked the globe theory at the same time.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, that's an old picture of that plane. It's an old version of that one.
And Glad here got to fly in one of those.
Yeah, twice.
Glad got to fly in a what is it called? The LST Concorde or something?
Yeah, it was. Well, and what's funny is my mom was like, Sean, you've been up in the Concorde, okay? Almost 60,000 feet. Of course we saw the Earth curvature. I was like, Mom, I was 19. I was not paying attention. Like, get out of here with that. She's like, no, but we saw it. I'm like, take me back in time or don't talk about it. She's like, okay, that's fair. Yeah, ugly. Very ugly plane. The one we flew on was even like more futuristic looking than that one. But even still, yeah, the nose being down like that, it was weird looking.
So the nose,
just from the
nose
outside,
is pointing downward when it's flying horizontal.
I almost did the nose like move? Could they fit? Yeah.
Yes.
See, and that's so it did help with aerodynamicy.
Interesting.
It was really just like a normal plane ride, though. Any other commercial jet at 28, 30, 35,000 feet. That's what it felt like. But we were definitely way high up there. But I'm not going to make a claim, oh, I didn't see Earth curve. I wasn't thinking about that, so I'm not going to make a claim. I don't remember.
Did you stay in your seat? Did you stay in your seat all fastened, buckled down because of?
No way. No, there was a time when they're like, basically they're like, you're going to get your money's worth, and so we're going to get up as high as we can, and then we're going to, tell you guys, get up and walk around and go to all the windows and take pictures and this kind of deal. And he's like, well, you'll have like 35 minutes for us to do that. We'll have a window where it's safe for everybody to be, walking around and such.
They announced that to the passengers?
Yeah, because they wanted us seated, most of the time, just for safety protocol and regulations and all that. But they had a window where, they're like, get up and check it out, see how far you can see, and yeah, that's the Concorde design that I took, slalom. That's more what it was.
Yeah, the new version. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the year 2000, right before they discontinued it.
Why do you think there's that mist over the top of the wing like that? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Because it's such a low pressure zone. That's where lift is. When the airfoil causes a small gap over the top of the wing, and so it creates a very low pressure zone. And what do clouds and storms and that? Where do they migrate to? Migrate to low pressure. That's the migration of the moisture in the air toward the low pressure zone.
Nice. Okay, so the guy who's asking about planes, Precurious.
Sure.
Do you have a different question? Any other questions about the flat Earth?
Not relating to that.
Okay. Well, you said you're a flatty, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm just going to run through 3 questions real quick, and then somebody can give you the 3-point participant role and such. Really quickly, these are yes or no questions. You may have even been asked these many times before. I'm sorry, but we do have to get through it just to be sure. So, first question is, do you know of any time in history when anyone has directly physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
The answer is no. I mean, I know of times where they say they have, such as Eratosthenes' stick and shadow experiment, but...
Right, okay. So that's a no. I agree. I haven't found a time either where anybody has directly physically measured the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so second question is, do you know of any time when anyone has physically directly detected the rotation of the Earth on its axis? Or just in general, is it moving? And did they prove it? Could they prove it?
I would say no. Globers like to use... I'd say no. Globers like to use Bob's failed experiment, which wasn't a failure. It was non-conclusive, but...
Right. Well, they can call anything a failure, and then and their globe cronies will be like, he totally failed. Wait a second, how did he fail? Can you show me? So anyway, yep. So no rotation, no curve, and then lastly, where we live, right, in reality, do you know if it's possible to have gas pressure without a container?
No. One time somebody cited something in Japan, but they were full of it. They were just making stuff up.
Oh, that sounds conclusive. Okay, yeah. So, Mods Golds, you heard it here. He's gone through the points. So, and if anybody else wants to chat with him, here we go. Thank you, Precurious.
Yes, sir.
So Precurious, how you doing, bro?
All right.
I got 3 questions for you. So, what's your 3 best proofs or evidence that we live on a flat station airplane?
Well, I guess the first and most simplest one would be the horizon. I mean, the word horizon, or excuse me, the word horizontal comes from horizon, and there's no way you can make that horizontal curve except with special lenses, camera lenses. It's flat, and if you do see something going over that curve would have to bend on the X and Y axis. So, like, unless Earth were like a cylinder, that's not possible for objects to go over the curve without noticing a curve on the X-axis.
Okay. So you're saying that we would be able to see the curvature of the beach from left to right if we went out the horizon would be curved at 6 feet off the water?
Yeah, if it were to be scientific. Yeah, if you were to notice something going over the curve X amount of miles out, then say it was 10 miles, then you would take 10 miles of the X-axis, and you should notice that same curvature on both the X and Y axis. But if you only see it on the Y axis, then either Earth is a cylinder or it's an optical illusion.
Right, so got that one down. You got 2 more? It's okay if you don't know. Many men know many things. No man knows everything.
Well, I mean, for me, it's just all the blatant lies, man. There's so much fakery and dishonesty, and what the authorities telling us that, I mean, for me, that's a good point against them. But
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm convinced. He sounds genuine. Anybody else want to say hello?
Welcome aboard, pal.
Welcome aboard. Or to the real world.
Hey, Precurious, how did you find this this server?
I think somebody referred me here on a game chat thing. They told me about it, and back then I tried to get on, but I guess y'all were still young, and it was real hard to get through, and I guess I never really did. But tried again later, and now I'm in. So yeah, I was referred from a game chat.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I started listening to y'all on YouTube, and eventually I just came straight to the server.
Nice.
Well, we are glad to have you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, wow, it's 42 flat earthers in here. Yeah.
Got you the 3-point participant. So, BC verified 3-point participant. Yeah, takes a while to earn roles. I'm sure you probably know that we don't just give them out. You got to earn them. So, yeah, welcome to the server.
So it looks like in the voice text we got a lurker, Zysis, Zysis. And
Oh,
there,
Zysis.
yeah.
Welcome. Get in here. Say hello.
Zysis, if you can hear us, and if someone could tell this person that we'd love for them to also be in the conversation here. Zysis, if you want to have image posting perms, one of the best ways to do it is to come here into the voice, the voice conversation, the big boy, big girl pants conversation, and talk with us a little bit.
Can you guys give me a perm?
I think Zysis was the second person I debated in 2015.
Wow.
Can I get a perm one of these days?
Yoke. Yeah, I mean, it's not up to me.
What kind of perm you need?
I can't
Like one
post
of those
pictures in the chat yet.
You want one of those 80s
Jerry
hairdo?
curl,
You
dog.
want
I was gonna
like
say,
a perm with a mullet?
what's
You
a
tell
big
me.
perm? I mean, big worm.
I prefer a mullet.
Give you a skullet.
I'm going bald, so it gotta be a skullet though.
There we go.
Skullet. Wow.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that. I'd just shave it all, partner. Do some nair. You know, just take care of it.
Yeah. That's what's happening so far. Nice. Thanks for the perm, Jimsy.
There you go.
Great success.
Indeed.
Wait a minute. I thought we don't give roles to people when they ask for them.
He's, Yoke Smasher's been around for a sec. If y'all have seen Yoke Smasher's Instagram page, you'd be like, oh, why doesn't he have perms already?
Yeah, that's how you policy.
I've been defending the flat Earth for a week in here, man.
I will also take away perms from anybody who mentions that we don't give perms to people who ask for them. It's a double-edged sword. The sword of Damocles.
Shave him. Shave his perm.
So now there should be a skullet perm. All right. 1987 called, and your garage with Metallica's and Justice for All constantly playing called, and they want their skullet back.
Like that song ever gets old.
It's an
or
album.
the album. Well, it's also a song.
It is. You're right. You're right.
So
it doesn't get old.
STFU.
I will.
So what exactly is
TY.
a skullet? What exactly is a skullet?
Is like you have. It's just the back piece. Everything else is like clean.
Back piece. Okay.
It's just the party in the back. Everything else is a parking lot.
Yeah. It's like a rave. Parking lot in the front, party in the back. So, yeah. Zysis, please come in and talk to us. We're desperate for... I'm desperate, okay? Let me be honest. I'm desperate for some food to play with. Come on in.
Is Zysis a flat earther?
I don't know. They're in the live stream voice text.
Hank? Larry?
What, bro? Did you take my mods?
Not yet. I will. Is Zysis a flat earther or a globie?
No, he's an anti-flat earther.
He's an anti-flat earther.
My favorite.
That's correct.
Not even a globie. He can't even reach globie.
I say give him perms and let's chat.
Yeah, is he in here?
We're gonna give him a perm.
Yeah, a 1989 perm. Hey, listen, Zysis, can you in the live stream voice text confirm that not only are you a Glober, you're an anti-flat earther, please?
He
Yeah,
said he's
he
one of
just
the
did.
first
He
to
said one of the
smear
first to
Effie into the
smear
dust.
Effie into the
Oh
dust.
my gosh. Oh
In
man,
stereo.
Zysis, get your ass in here. Come on, it's Friday night. Pop a couple shots back and let's do it.
Yeah, are you saying previously known as Rolling My Boulder is here still? All right, well.
Is that
What's
him?
his name?
I don't know about rolling a boulder.
Yeah, isn't that
What's he at?
Zyxix?
No. Zysis is from
You mean
Australia.
Sisyphus?
Sisyphus, sorry, I did the wrong.
Sakes.
I got it wrong. See, Sonny does make
This
mistakes.
is what happened when Sonny doesn't take a nap every day.
Oh, I've been taking more than my need of nap. That makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, Zysis. So you think we're in a cult? So observing reality as it presents itself is being in a cult? That's weird. But I can see why you would say that.
By being in a cult, yeah, and being projection artist that you are, that you Glovers are. But that's okay. We still accept you here. Come on in and
He's
tell us.
verified and he's not coming in. Come on, Zysis. Back in the day, I used to debate like 5 of you guys at a time. Get in here, bro.
Worst cult ever. No membership fees, no weekly or monthly fees. I could leave anytime I want.
Have you done what I told you and disowned your family?
They disowned me long ago.
Good enough. You're in.
I'm still married and I hang out with my grandma sometimes. Does that mean I can't be in?
Yeah.
Damn. Can't be in.
You can be in, just don't
Since
tell
the
the
Earth,
other members what you do. It'll cause a ripple effect.
The nipple effect.
Oh, it's a areolus kind of maneuver.
Areolus effect.
Exactly. Yep. Man, see, we're doing dad jokes. Zysis, get in here.
The ladies are blushing at home.
This is the internet. There are no ladies at home. Got him.
Yikes.
Fucking burnt.
Touche.
Okay, well, anybody else have the confidence
So-
that Zysis has in voice text, but enough to come in and have a voice chat with people? Come on down.
So obviously, everyone in here is aiming, facing their phone east because the Earth is spinning faster than the speed of sound. So if you were facing west, your voice couldn't even catch up to the mic in your phone, bro.
Oh no, sound is velcroed to the earth.
Oh, nice.
God bless NASA.
Relativity.
Relativity.
Teletubby.
Yeah, that's why you can yell at somebody like across the street, and because the areola effect, it hits them on the other side.
Something I always thought weird about Zysis is he didn't like believe in sacred geometry. He said it was a bunch of bullshit. That's one thing that I always was like, what? Like he said it was bullshit.
Why would that amaze you?
Well, it's everywhere, all throughout nature.
Oh, you
Maybe
mean like the
he's-
Fibonacci series sequence and the golden mean or the golden
Yeah, the golden ratio. Yeah, we see it in shells. We see it in ears. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
The pantheon.
The fingerprint. It's the fingerprint.
Yeah, he was an atheist, I think, or agnostic. I'm not sure which one, but yeah, I thought it was really weird that he had the audacity to like say that the golden ratio wasn't real, or it didn't exist the way I was presenting it. That was the first one.
Even mainstream science is befuddled by it. They think it's how the universe organizes itself rather than saying that it's obviously a signature.
Well, they got to acknowledge it because they can't just be like, "No, doesn't happen." That's not how it works. I mean, it's
If the
there.
golden ratio didn't happen, then we would never hit a sour note in music. Period.
Yeah, I got a beautiful view of the moon right now out my south-facing window, almost directly south. About what, half full, a little less than half full. Very beautiful.
Not sure what that has to do with the golden ratio.
I don't know. There's probably golden ratio in it though. In the moon, you say? There's a golden ratio in the moon? Well, probably so.
Sunny started early today.
Not really. No, I got up late.
I meant drinking.
No, I'm not drinking at all. I'm done
You're
with
not?
all of that. No, I don't drink. I generally don't drink.
How did you get Sisyphus wrong? I figured it was because you were drunk.
No, I'm in withdrawals, so that's all.
It'll be over in a few days, man.
Do my best work in withdrawals. I'm only kidding.
I've had marijuana and caffeine withdrawals, but that's it. That's the only ones I've ever had, and they're both very similar.
That's
Like you
bad.
get headache for like 3 days. That's it.
I was going to say, what, it lasts like a day and a half, 2 days? Glatt, you have anything to add? Any witticisms? Good.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stick with caffeine and cannabis. I'll be fine with coffee and cannabis.
You guys ever had Kahlua with your coffee? Maybe a touch of vodka.
Now that's pretty good. Shoot. See, every now and then something like that really does taste nice. Just like one or two, and that's it.
Yeah, just kind of wake up in the morning and you're like, creamer? Nah, Kahlua this time.
Not in the morning.
Yeah, in the morning on your day off. I can't drink coffee at night. Another thing people used to do with the Jaeger bombs, they get that Jägermeister and they would chase it with Red Bull or something, mix it together or something. Not me. Couldn't do it. Yeah. Can't believe ISIS don't want to come in and play. It's all like hanging outside, like throwing pebbles at our windows.
He's yellow. Oh man, that's riveting stuff. Tell me more.
Is he learning us? You can only imagine what he's thinking. How dare you flat earthers question NASA?
Has anybody spoken to mops and sticks?
What? Mops and sticks? Isn't a mop a stick?
That's what I was thinking.
Or is the mop only the part that does the floppy stuff and the stick is the stick?
That's called a mop head, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought the mop included the stick.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see. Edit book, chapter 2, paragraph 3. The stupid things flat earthers do. Okay, so right after, can't understand the difference between gravity and gravity. Can't understand the difference between a mop and a stick. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's a new book coming out, friends. It's going to be all about the secret society of the flat earth. All our secret hand signs, right? Our secret passwords.
There are hand signs and passwords? Why haven't I
Yeah,
been that
bro.
known? I gotta read his book to learn about this stuff.
Can we
I
have
know.
secret casserole recipes?
Secret casserole recipes? Yes.
Hell yeah.
Man, dude. Oh, man. Can't wait for this book. I have a few predictions about this book that I'm going to put in secret, so that way it can't be altered. We'll let a few people know it, just to see how right I am.
Flat earthers think that casseroles go to a level.
Yeah, so, well,
right.
I mean, if you think about the idea that someone's writing a book about the flat Earth, and they basically, are identifying like this iconographic or initiative or secret right hand sign, right? If they think that that's the case in any way, shape, or form, right, and they're writing a book as a professional to that end, then you should fill in the rest of the blanks about how stupid this book is going to be.
Yep, that ought to be great fun.
Yeah, you forget about the Masons, how they actually do have secret handshakes and stances. You ever see a guy standing with his heels together at a 90-degree angle, right in the room, like matching one of the angles in the room? You can tell that he's like inviting other Masons to come talk to him. So I've heard.
Man, don't bullshit me.
What about if you pseudo intentionally position iconographic Masonic symbolism in as innocuous venues like a debate, a forum, or a photograph trying to stir up drama about flat Earth, right? So, for example, you may walk into your office and the little artistic model that you keep on your desk all of a sudden has its arm positioned in the secret handshake flat Earth position. And when you take that photo to tell everyone else about the secret flat earthers that are making fun of you, by sneaking into your office and changing your little art model, you so happen to have like a Masonic letter opener right in the same frame. I don't know, it's just coincidental. I mean, I'm not accusing the man of being a Mason or anything, but it just so happens, you know, it's like you're accusing the flat earth of having like the secret right, or at least it seems that way at face value, right? Without any, you know, I don't know, it could be that he parsed it much different. But while making that assertion about the flat earthers, at the very same time, you have Masonic symbolism, which definitely has secret rights. You know, they're always, look, the mainstream's always trying to pawn off their things onto the flat earthers or whatever group that's out of favor at the moment, you know. So, like, relativity has the problem of the equivalence principle and the equal and opposite force principle, right? Every action has equal and opposite reaction, blah, 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 right? So they have that problem where, in order for relativity to function, objects have to be accelerating upwards against the object that's accelerating downwards into it. That gravity is quote unquote pulling, pushing, bending the space bed sheets, right? Push it towards the earth or whatever you want to call it, right? So if an object's sitting on a table at rest, that means that the table is accelerating at 9.8 meters per second upwards to counteract the force. So, you know, rather than focus on that problem that seems counterintuitive, they just say, oh, don't worry, nobody will think twice. We'll just blame the flat earthers for this one. They have a lot of those where they have problems in their model and in their paradigm and in their philosophy, and they blame it on flat earthers. They blame it on various theistic Christian or theistic religions, you know, or any such group that they can blame for their faults, really. And so people are inoculated in their mind. Go ahead.
They don't really have problems in their model. Their entire model is a problem.
What model?
Well, there you go. Let's take that for an example. So the Glober's question is, where's your flat Earth model? Right? As if they have one to present. That's, you know, like the same thing that they're asking the flat earther for.
Yeah, I've been looking since 2015. I used to think there was a model, but I've not seen a working model for the globe. I've seen a bunch of partial modeling, which is used to explain certain aspects, but you can't combine all those together. That contradicts itself and becomes a complete mess.
ISIS, if you're still there, pal, does dark matter and black holes exist in the same universe, or are they competing theories that can't exist in the same universe?
I think you went bye-bye.
Oh, man. I think that was a little bit too highbrow a question.
Yeah, he gone.
Yeah, in the modern era, if you ask somebody, does dark matter exist, they might respond with, are you denying the black race? I bet you voted for Trump. Yeah, these are the kinds of people that are the zealot defenders of the globe.
Dark matter matters.
Or you could say dark matter lives. A recent interview between a famous television personality physicist who's like a legitimate physicist or whatever, but he's always on the shows doing documentaries and stuff. Some other legit scientists, right? They kept on referring to dark matter as the dark matter.
You guys
hallowed be thy name.
You guys just gave me a great idea for a brand new hit sci-fi novel. Black matter exists. We don't know where it is, what shape it is, because it's in the dark. But it exists. Yeah.
Black matter matters.
Black matter matters.
I gotta find that episode because it's very interesting because they talk about.
We don't know where
they talk about black matter. They talk about trying to look for it because we don't know where it is. But they also talk about all these other particles that become kind of necessary, as side effects. It's like, well, if we have this particle, then in order to explain these forces and balance this equation, we got to have another particle. And there's different competing ideas of what those particles should be or what properties they have.
So the battle of the particles.
Man being interviewed, he said, exactly. He said, I prefer that the particle that I dreamed up is the one that's actually found. So hilarious.
Just like they prefer that we not be the center of everything because we actually are.
Yeah, but he's talking about this hypothetical particle that he pre-named in the past. He calls it an axion or something like that. So he imagined this particle that would help solve these equations, these problems, and he called it the axion before they ever even had like a solution where it was needed, right? And so then they're just waiting for whatever kind of evidence just appears to in line with their little hypotheticals, right? And if anything happens, they're like, yay, my axion came true.
Yeah, how weird is that?
And they talk about it in certain terms, though. After saying all of that, like it's speculative, hypothetical, or maybe it's math, and there hasn't been any detection, so there's no proof it exists whatsoever.
Yeah.
Right? Then he speaks about it as if it's in a past tense already proven. It's like this particle does this, and it does that, and it does this when it interacts with that. It's like, dude, you haven't even detected this thing yet, that it even exists. You're already saying what it does and doesn't do.
Yeah, they haven't proven the first one yet, so exactly. So that's the same thing they did with Einstein's theory of relativity. They tried to say that they proved it later. No, you didn't.
Yeah.
We would need an experiment for that.
It actually works good, though, for like grant money, I suppose. You're like, I found this new particle. Now give me $1 million and I'll find it 2 years from now.
I wonder if they'd pay me to write a novel about a character that finds their particle. The hero of the day.
Hey, you know what? I got the title for your book. Okay, so there's this thing in grammar called the dangling participle, right?
That's right.
So let's just call it the dangling particle.
Dangling particle theory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we got so dangling particle is the main title. Then we need a subtitle. So let's see. Dangling particle.
Yeah, the dark matter exists could be one of the chapters. Yeah, that's true. Have chapters for the discovery of each specific particle.
All right, I could think of three titles. So dangling particle, buy now, prove later. How and why funding and grant money is extensively manipulated based on speculative hopes and dreams.
Wow.
And you don't read it in science class. You have to read it in economics class.
We'll put it up on the big screen. Yes, I tell you, it'll be great.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
You know what? It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing, dude. All the people that complain about mic time and having to fight for the mic got all this dead air and they're not here.
I know. Where are they?
Well, you know, people have different schedules. So.
Yeah, they're on a schedule where they're in here and they're not speaking.
Oh, man.
I also noticed Murtato. If he wants to speak, this would be his chance.
Yeah, hi, what's up, guys?
Hi. Is that Murtato or Murtato?
I go by either, you know, but Murtado is what I had in mind.
All right.
So how are you guys? Yeah.
Just
Nice.
basking in the sweet glow of victory.
Sounds great.
We're just basking in the light of the moon over the flat Earth at the moment.
Well, it's perma sunlight where I'm at but yeah, whatever.
Sunlight.
Well, that sounds like a great time.
What's the
I'm just sitting here, kind of chilling. I wanted to listen to some what you guys were saying in the voice chat.
Well, guess what? Drace is chilling and basking in constant sunlight.
No way.
Right, Drace? In the land of the ice and snow.
All right, Taters, I got a question for you. You ever seen like flat Earth stuff on like YouTube, and it was like Wikipedia article linked at the bottom of the video, and it said that flat Earth is an archaic form of cosmology. You ever seen that?
Sorry, that was directed at me?
Yes, Taters.
Taters, I love it. It's kind of like a wraparound thing, you know? Some people say it's a really archaic thing. A lot of other people say that it's like a newfangled thing that people have like dreamt up or whatever. And here's what I say. You know, when the truth is the truth, it doesn't matter, when people observe it. You know, it's observably there. So, you can say archaic. You can say it's just like the new trend or whatever. But I mean, like when something's there, it's there.
All right, well, what do you think most people use as evidence when they come in here for the first time? What do you think their number one go-to is?
Go-to as in like to disprove flat Earth?
Yeah. How do they prove their globe?
Well, I've heard like all sorts of things. I get into arguments about this all the time, with my family at school and stuff. And one thing that, I mean, obviously there's like the obvious stuff, like we've been taught it our whole lives. Look at NASA, look at, like people have been saying, hey, I saw like a satellite, or not a satellite, sorry. I saw a rocket being launched live, I was right there. Or all this other kind of stuff. And basically, I would say that that is probably the most common thing you hear, like it's been what they've taught their whole lives, so they have this like repertoire of stuff that has to deal with the globe Earth. And, a lot of times it's purely anecdotal. Like, you weren't there. You weren't really involved in the process. You weren't seeing the end result. And so it's a pretty common thing I see out there in people with their evidence.
What keeps you believing in the ball?
Believing in the ball?
He sounds like a flat earther.
Yeah. Is there like a... I am... is there like a flare I can get or something so that that's not like a confusion?
Yeah, we'll just go through 3 simple questions. What's your 3 best proofs or evidences, like the top 3 that you can think of that prove the Earth is flat?
Okay.
Now, first question, how long have you been in the server?
I have been in the server for a while. Like, might have been close to a little over a year now. Not very active.
What?
Yeah, I got voice verified quite a while ago, and I've been like, I'm more of like a lurker, so I don't usually jump in very often, but it is fun when I get around to it, and I really enjoy being here,
All right, carry on.
So the question...
Yeah, so what are the 3 best proofs? The
3
Earth is
best
flat?
proofs.
Dictionary plan. Yep, go ahead.
Number 1 for me, personally, this makes the most sense to me, but planes. Like, so flights from the southern hemisphere, they usually make like multiple stops. While, I mean, just like the whole thing is so confusing. If you look at flight maps, like live flight maps, I usually have just one tab open on my computer. Just look at it every now and then, give it a glance. It is not consistent with these vehicles moving over a globe. I feel like that's, if you look into it a little bit, I feel like that's pretty apparent. I feel like it's pretty easy to come to that conclusion after a little bit of observation.
What is it specifically? Is it the time it takes for them to fly, or what?
Well, I mean, the path that they fly is really, seems really weird to me. I mean, like, we all know Pythagorean theorem, right? The Pythagorean theorem, like a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? The hypotenuse of a triangle is always going to be shorter than the length of the other 2 sides, right? Well,
It's not true.
Longer.
Pythagorean theorem?
Yeah. The hypotenuse is the longest side.
Right. No, oh, yeah, I'm saying that the hypotenuse is shorter than both of the other 2 combined.
Okay,
right?
gotcha.
Yeah, sorry. So, I mean, given that, it's pretty weird how airplanes don't take, like, straight paths. Because, I mean, if you lay out the globe, if it's a globe, lay it out flat, right? Flight paths they don't go this is kind of hard to explain, but imagine that the curvature is accounted for on like a flat plane. Not saying that this is our flat Earth model. I'm saying imagine if you just, for simplicity's sake, accounted for the curvature in like a flat piece of paper, right?
What is happening right now?
Okay, let me try and explain this again. You want to imagine the globe Earth model just like laid out on a piece of paper, right? And if you account for the curvature, flight paths don't take the optimal route or the route that they convey to anybody who's watching in. So that's pretty big evidence for me.
For what?
Why would you account for something that nobody can measure?
That's actually a good one. It's just that you can expand that the aircraft itself is designed by the engineers, the builders of it, for a motionless, flat level plane. So yeah, it's designed for that kind of stuff, not for a globe. That will be the foundation of the aircraft.
Anyway, my friend, the reason why GLAD is having a reaction is because this has been a canard that many a Glober has tried in the past. Right?
Oh,
where they
right,
try to
right.
get. I'm not saying you're doing this, but maybe you are. Who knows? The point is that you try to appeal to common ground, and you get the flat earth to concede in the law of triangles, and then you apply it with the Habermas formula over a curve, and you prove that the distances don't line up. So essentially, it's to bait and switch the flat earther into agreeing, and then getting them with that later. So that's why our other friend there had a little adverse reaction to the way you were taking that line of reasoning.
No, don't even worry. I totally understand. I've a lot of people will just to mess with me. They'll say like, "Oh yeah, I'm a flat earther too." If I actually ask them about anything, won't be able to tell me anything. I mean, it happens on Discord. Is actually the place I've seen it happen the most. People will join like messing around, no interest in doing actual debate or actually providing evidence for anything, but they'll just be around to troll. And I mean, if that's what you want to spend your time doing instead of having actual like scientific discussion, then sure, go ahead, but seems like a big waste of time in my books.
Do you think that talking about flight paths is a scientific discussion?
Well, it's a discussion. To add in science, I would probably draft something up, some like data to show you, but
it's a roundabout way to say no, but that's okay. The reason, the man is right. The reason I had that reaction is because I'm failing to see what flight paths have to do with the Earth measuring flat.
That doesn't matter.
And also, the next
point
thing
is
I
that
was
if you have claims, right, from the globe paradigm that we must be doing these things because the Earth is a globe, and we're doing these things to account for that, and then you look at them and scrutinize them, and it says, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Why would you have to do that? You could just do this. And then that starts to open someone's mind to like, okay, it's not really necessary that we're doing this thing that you claim we must do. And so for some people, that's the straw, that broke the camel's back, or the little drop in the puddle that sends the ripple through their mind.
And you were saying, imagine if they tried to take Earth curvature into account on a flat Earth or flat map. That's when I got confused.
That was a really bad way to explain it, and that's my mistake.
No problem.
I was just talking about for like simplicity of imagining the model with a triangle, right? Because putting a triangle over a globe is kind of like a little hard to imagine. But I'm saying that the line that the hypotenuse makes, right? The line of like shortest between point A and point B does not match up theoretically with the actual model of a globe. If that makes any sense.
Well, if they don't, why would they adjust for the curvature in their flight paths when they don't even adjust for the downward curvature by having the nose down to follow the curvature? Why would they do one and not the other?
Yeah, I think that's a good
All
point.
right, so I'm not going to address his point. I apologize because I was listening to what you were saying. So I'm going to address what you were saying. So you were saying that basically, if you're in the air and you got the shortest point between point A and point B, why wouldn't you take it, right? So are you talking about like the North Pole or what? Because that's what I got out of what you were saying. Is that right?
Really sorry, but could you repeat that last little bit again?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what you were talking about because I was listening to you, and you said that the flat paths don't make sense how they take them. So I was wondering, were you talking about the, shortest distance between point A and point B, and sometimes, they get closer to the North Pole? What were you talking about?
But basically, what I'm saying is that the shortest path between any point A and point B is going to be a straight line.
Right.
Look at a flight path. I just find it weird that the supposed path that airplanes take is always is always curved a little bit, and I'm not explaining it as eloquently as I've seen others explain it. And
I get your point, and it is a valid point. It is a valid point. So even if you can't expand too much on it, it is a valid point, 100%.
Okay, thank you. I was just hoping that I had explained it right because I don't want to cause any confusion.
Yeah, if you look in live stream voice text chat, I posted at 26 minutes after the hour a little image of Abu Dhabi to Worthing, Texas. The flight route shown on the map appears to curve in a gigantic curve, but on equidistant projection, it's just a straight line. So I think that what was what you were trying to explain to us, but
yes, that image is a great way to actually illustrate that point. Yeah, thank you for that.
It's weird they have no problem flying over the North Pole, but the South Pole is totally off limits because it's too cold. Because when you're in the air, it's minus 200 degrees Fahrenheit out. It's going to get even colder than the South Pole. So, a lot of flights would be, if the Earth was a globe, a lot of flights would be shorter if they were willing to go over the South Pole. But for some reason, it's different from the North Pole.
I think the thing that I found out when it comes to flight paths on our flat and stationary Earth is that they're basically land location to land location in a straight line, and the airplane flies 3 degrees nose up. And from there, if you want to discuss other things, but that's kind of a simple explanation for me. Thanks.
What about noses turned up into the air like a bunch of hoity-toity French people?
Sacre bleu. I know that when Admiral Byrd was in the South Pole or Antarctica, they had a lot of problem with ice buildup on the wings because it was so cold. And then when that happens, then it ruins the airfoil, the shape of the wing, so it doesn't have the proper lift. It adds like thousands of pounds of weight. And if you fly in an environment where you're going to gather ice on your wings, it is super, super dangerous. There comes a point where your plane just falls right out of the sky like a rock because the airfoil over across the top of the wings is disturbed and the lift is no longer being produced that it needs to stay in the air. Plus, it weighs now thousands of pounds more than it did. Yeah, super dangerous.
Was this only in the South Pole, or does it happen in the North Pole too?
Well, it would happen anywhere where it would be cold enough. It's just so much. It's literally colder in the South Pole, and the weather. So I'm sure it happens. jet airliners and other planes have had problems with ice buildup on their wings, just flying in North America, in the winter. It has happened over the course of many years. There's been a few planes that actually have crashed. People have died because of the ice buildup on the wings.
But it's weird how commercial airlines, commercial flights seem to go near the North Pole with no problem.
Hey, really sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna head out now for work, and hopefully next time I see you guys, which will be soon, we can continue our conversation. So, bye everyone. Nice talking to you.
Okay, bye.
Have a great night. Take care. 100% American. Sleep in good bed.
Duh.
Yeah, I can't really give out the FE for that one either. Sorry, not yet.
I wasn't really convinced one way or another.
See, I kind of feel like they have to, make an argument, not like Witsit level arguments, okay, but they should be able to make an argument to where, like, a child can understand.
Yeah, I've kind of mentioned that a few times over the last couple months, that I think you need to simplify this stuff a little bit more for them, because you start saying, sometimes the explanation is too brief, and you use words that we all understand, but they don't, and not necessarily because they're not familiar with the conversation like we are. And I think you just start rattling off, and you think they're understanding like everybody else here does, and they just don't. You got to dumb it down, and not necessarily dumb it down, but you got to, I don't know, really a better way to
Simplify.
say it. Yeah, simplify. There you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that is in context to if someone wants to get the flat Earth role in the server, those are the rules that they're gonna have to make 3 points in a clear way. But he doesn't have to.
Oh, he's a special boy?
No, that he if someone is not asking for the flat Earth role, nobody has to push it to them. So if he's saying he's a flat earther, but he cannot stipulate the 3 reasons clearly, you could say he's a flat earth beginner, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He was a beginner.
Exactly.
You guys want to try again with Furious? He's in the lobby asking to be unmuted. He has some beginner questions.
Yeah, I think that's a good new next step. But the gentleman that was speaking, and he was asked about the reasons about the flat Earth. How many reasons he gave? One about the airplane path in a straight line makes sense on a level motionless plane, yes, and the dependency of the airplanes to be designed that way for that environment. Obviously, we all know that. What is the next?
He didn't say any of that.
No, he didn't say any of that, but I'm relating that. That's not okay. I'm saying, does he has any other reasons, like a 2 and a 3? Did he say anything else besides the airplane? Do you have any other? The question is for you. What was it?
I have a question.
Go ahead. You can
Go ahead. Okay. So, my question is, you guys believe in flat Earth, right? Okay. Personally, I don't really have a belief on it. So, my question is, if you believe in flat Earth, how could niggers exist in the world since they
Wait. Can I correct you for a second, please? Just hold on. We don't believe in flat Earth, okay? We accept reality. So it's not a belief for us.
Just
someone.
Dude, he's so exasperated that you didn't let him finish his troll sentence.
Good deal.
Oh my goodness! I waited so patiently.
Everybody wants to wait. I admire your fire.
What a dumbass.
Yeah, but listen, my little kid friend, right, who thinks it's fun to say the N-word, right, on air. Okay, nobody cares. Nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares that you said the nigger word. Hey, watch. Nigga. I'm 2,000% nigga. 45,000 niggas in a row. Nobody cares. You wasted your time, dude. You had one chance to do something of use, and you said the N-word like a retard. Hooray! Hooray for you. Let's clap for the little slow kid in the back.
Went through the process of clicking the link, joining the server, being in here,
okay.
and he opens his mic and he can only say that.
That was my bad. I had a real question. I wasn't trying to troll.
We don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Why? So if the Earth is flat,
yeah, you have to learn about first impressions in life, dude.
So, like, if there was a shorter bus than the short bus, he'd have taken it to school every day.
You don't get to ask any more questions.
Yeah, you screw up your first impression. When you get kicked out of your mom's basement, you're going to find out real quick how important first impressions are. And hopefully, this is a little bit of a life lesson.
George Floyd was a dirty nigger, wasn't he?
He
was.
He said a word. He said a word.
That was fucked up.
Somebody keep unmuting him or something?
Somebody keeps unmuting him, though.
Yeah, don't do that.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, which one of you geniuses unmuted that kid? For goodness sakes.
I was trying to unmute him the first time, and then then he was unmuted,
I know,
and then I tried
happens.
to mute him again. Yeah.
When you use that word and it goes
How do you
on
spell his name anyway? F-U...
All.
F-U
has 2 dots.
Oh, that's cool.
Furious.
So, yeah, definitely. George Floyd kind of deserved it because he was a dirty nigger. He should have followed orders, but he didn't, and that's why he's dead because he's black and the color of dog shit.
Oh, man, ban that kid, too.
So, anyway, that has nothing to do with the flat Earth. I don't know why he's talking about that.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
I just sent him to call Jess. If somebody wants to moderate him further, be my guest.
No, I just banned him outright. Okay, because it's just a waste of my time when somebody. I mean, how hard is it to not unmute the kid? So whatever, he's gone. I was gonna make a funny joke. I was gonna say, if the Earth is flat, then why are you banned? And he was gonna say, I'm not banned. And then I was gonna say, oh, hold on, let me get in my time machine, and then I was gonna ban him.
Okay.
That's a good one.
It's funny because you had to explain it.
Well, he joined.
I would have had to explain it if he didn't keep getting unmuted.
I do feel bad for his parents, for sure.
I mean, even his step parents. I don't know.
It would lack of parents, it would seem. But yeah, I mean,
I'm pretty sure his real parents abandoned him.
He's probably like that because of his parents.
Well, this is how. Look, you guys. No offense to anybody, but this is how stupid people have become. They're not even up on current events to realize that, the N-word and Black Lives Matter and George Floyd is like irrelevant in ancient history now. There's way more controversial topics that they should be pressing if they want to be, flamboyant and triggering. It's like, dude, you're pathetic. You're a waste of time.
See, what they think is these words still have as much power as they did before half the country. Or wait, what was it? 3% of the country marched around screaming them at the top of their lungs. Now those words have lost all their power. It's just like saying hunky. You think I cringe when someone says, "Hey, look at that honky over there"? Like, I give a fuck less.
I love that
Everyone
word,
has no
honky.
power.
That's not a curse word. It's just funny.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Anyway.
Where did that even come from? Honky. I used to know this.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it just sounds like a clown or something.
Yeah, I know the answer.
I was
my grandparents told me when they were young, they went to the honky tonk. So this is like a bar and dance place that white people go in Texas.
That's it? Why is that a slur? It's like just descriptor. As is the N-word, I guess. But yeah, let's not get into that.
I was told they call us honkies because it's the last thing they hear before we hit them with our car. Honky, honky.
Alrighty.
That's what I was told.
This conversation is going in a great direction.
We're going to move right along back to the old flat Earth. Good.
I'm just told. You asked. I was
know.
Told.
I
That's what I was told.
We don't take kindly to Globers around here. We should say that. Make them feel hope.
Depends on the Glober, to be honest. Depends on the person.
Does it, Glat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Situational.
When's the last time we got like? Oh, so you're making a thing. But seriously, when's the last time we got like a normal Glober, like a normal person that was a Glober here?
Matthew.
He's not normal though.
That cosmologist that came in, Mr. Parks.
Oh yeah, he was okay, I guess.
But he was normal though, right? He wasn't an anti-flat earther.
What about Jesse from yesterday and the day before?
I think Matthew's an anti-flat earther.
I do too.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well,
or at least he makes their arguments really well.
Yeah, what I mean by normal, I guess, is they're not here to troll like a toddler and such, and they really are up on the subject. Matthew's really up on both sides of the subject. He doesn't act offensive. He's strange, right? Not normal in that way, but I just mean like, I guess, cordial, informed, and adult in their conversational tactics.
Yeah, I was going to say adult. Good job.
He's undergone the most rigorous anti-flat earther training, where he's basically impossible to trigger. I mean, that is admirable about Matthew.
Oh, nobody's impossible to trigger. No.
It's really hard to trigger him. Like,
I heard him have a bad day once. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty funny.
That was awesome. He was human that day. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think I
heard
saw
Kiwi. I heard Kiwi lay into him pretty good, and he didn't break. So
no, Kiwi's not the right. Kiwi's too kind of direct. You have to get into his head to break Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew's a different breed on that.
He didn't break because he had a bad day. Like, no, I'm saying we didn't break him. He was just having a bad day, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
People just have bad days. I think for the most part, Matthew is the idea debater against the flat Earth because he's making their arguments without all the ad homs and maybe not so many tactics as he possibly could use at once, right? So it's often that he makes a logical fallacy or something like that, but it's not very often where there's like 3 in one argument.
I agree all up until but see, here's the thing, up until the point where he then admits the globe has no proof, like he'll word for word tell you that, and then it's like, shit, now what do we do?
Yeah, that's his tactic. He just basically goes along with it. He's like slime. Like you keep punching it, and it just sort of stretches or whatever. And then what do you do? Because he just says he's able to maintain like 2 contradictory positions. He's like, oh yeah, I have no proof, but I still believe in the globe.
And of course, he's going to make logical fallacies because you can't argue for the globe and not make logical fallacies.
Which means you can't argue for the globe, period. Huh?
Right. Yeah, that's true.
But proves he's here to waste time because like he's willing to admit that his model has no proof. So then if you have someone who's not going to be convinced to abandon their model because there's no proof, then there's no way you're going to get them out of it. Right? He's just in the cult.
Yeah, before you introduce the guy and muted him, I was trying to ask a question, a second reason to that guy, remember? But I guess he went south with the unmuted guy. Banned.
You talking about Furious?
Murtato, people were talking to Murtato about, the reasons he thinks the Earth is flat, and I think he got to one. I wanted to hear more instead of the troll.
Yeah, you're talking about Furious, he left.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's a shame. I was definitely waiting to hear like 2 or 3 because he went for the airplanes first, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, I was going for.
And plus, I mentioned the Wikipedia article about the flat Earth. He didn't seem to know about that being in the Wikipedia article, which is odd. I thought everybody could see that there because it's like you type in flat Earth, the video you click on, there's Wikipedia because the government said so.
Oh, levelist. If Matthew knows what's good for his character with us, his position, he will never watch even 1 minute of a Brian Mullen video and at least tell us about it. He might watch it and be like, "Holy shit!" But yeah. Brian Mullen breaks it down so well that the whole Globe community went after him. Whole thing. Try to ruin his life.
They were like, we got to stop this guy because he might believe something different. And he paid for all that education and he still doesn't believe.
Well, that's the thing. It's like he's highly, wildly educated in a lot of fields, but especially physics. And he put all of the Globe math to task and debunked it all. And, they're like, man, he's a professor and he's getting a lot of attention and this is the best argument we've ever seen. We got to do something.
If you know all that math and physics and you still don't realize the Earth is flat, then you're not really educated at all. I mean, you really aren't using any of your math or physics skills. So basically, he's just like a rare example of someone who actually did absorb all the math and physics knowledge that he was.
And they turned it around and used it against the status quo. I fucking love it. Anyway.
Yeah, we need more people like that. If you know all that math and physics, there is no way you can't realize the Earth is flat unless you're.
When did this miracle happen?
Brian Mullen?
Yeah, did this? I'm not. I didn't even really hear about it. So how come?
Well, there's probably a reason you didn't hear about it. He was silenced quite something awful. Globers won't even talk about it anymore because they know that it just gives attention to it and people go and check it out. His YouTube videos and channel, I think, were taken down, or he took it down or something. It was just a big, messy story from where I'm sitting. And, yeah, you might not have heard about it. I was privy to it, and I looked into it. And that's why but I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't like an ODD post where everybody saw it right away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is the guy who came up with the experiment to actually directly measure the curvature or lack thereof in Kansas, right?
Yeah, check the Livestream voice text. God rockin'. Looks like the playlist is there. You'll be blown away. And he puts it in a way that I've never actually seen anybody else demonstrate. Now it's wordy. I mean, you got to have a clear day to watch that stuff, but it's on point more than most.
All right, thanks. I'll check it out, or what I can find of it, I guess.
No, the playlist is in the Livestream voice text. Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I was just thinking if there's more to it than this, I'll see whatever I can find, I guess.
Cool.
Did he ever take his stuff to Rumble?
I don't know where he took his stuff.
Mm-hmm. You talking about Brian Mullen, Holmes? He took his stuff to the house, wrapped it up, and he said, "My family's more important." Considering the socio-political nature of the attacks against him, that was probably a wise decision.
Well, he did lose his job over it.
You know what? There's a lot of people out there that were mad at him for packing it up. They were pissed off that he wasn't willing to sacrifice his family for the cause.
Yeah, just wait until it happens to them, then see how they think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Meanwhile, they haven't put any skin in the game. Meanwhile, their greatest contributions were complaining about Brian Mullen. Very wise man once said that the future belongs to the children, right? So if you want to impact the future, have lots of kids and raise them up right. So Brian Mullen's going to raise his kids, right, and put his progeny out into the future, well-educated and able to reason and think and probably have a lot of the tools that he had at his disposal in their rationale, right? So it's not like he's out of the game just because he's not producing flat earth content. And it's not like nobody else in the universe, right, can think or do math problems. But speaking of that, where's the GoFundMe or what else? What else? You know, any of these other crowdfunding or grants or donations or people picking up where he left off to try to get any of his practical demonstrations finished that he invented. Well, who knows if he invented them, but let's just say they were rife in his videos. Like what? The torque the line one, that one pretty much failed. Force the line, though, that's kind of feasible, but at the same time not feasible because the scale to be able to create it, right? The amount of money and time and logistics and all of that to put in, you know, it's multi-million, even multi-billion dollars. Which, of course, if nobody knows, you want to make a physical structure that was created at one point, right? And then all the joints of it were forced to be square. So the original point is level, then all the joints are forced to be square, and it continues out from the initial plumb and level and square out into the distance, and then you'd be able to see Earth curving down below it or matching it, one or the other, right? And it'd be at a large enough scale to where you could just look at it and see the rigid metal structure that was forced to be square to the original plumb line to the left. And so as it goes to the right in your field of view, you'd see the Earth curving down below it, and you'd have an immediate proof that the Earth was curving below it or that it was parallel, proving it was flat, one or the other. Now, of course, you need massive scale for that. You know, you're not going to get it in a few hundred yards. You need, well, what is it, 8 inches per mile squared? So, I mean, you need more than a mile. You need a structure that's longer than a mile long, you know, maybe a couple miles long, maybe 3 miles long, that has that quality of being forced to be square to the initial plumb and level. And, you know, as you could start to think of a steel structure or whatever it's going to be, you could start to imagine how much money that's going to cost. So in the future, beyond that, someone came up with the idea of using a drone style point, right, cloud network of drones. So rather than having an actual physical structure, you essentially make a lattice of triangles out of these drones that communicate with each other to prove that they're square to each other, right? Which are much cheaper, easier to employ, don't require a permanent structure, so you don't need to buy a huge plot of land and get all kinds of permits or whatever. Has that gotten off the ground? No, that hasn't either.
How much would something like that cost?
Well, you know, drones with multi-communication systems are, let's put it this way, you can get a drone for like $30, $50. Now, the idea of it was everybody do their own. right? So you have a plan. So you need an open source plan, right, of the type of device you need to build or buy to have it manufactured for you, whatever it is. And the coding inside is open source. The types of measurement devices and signal devices that communicate back and forth are open source. And so a flat earther could fund one, right? And a glober could fund one, and they could put it in there. And then they would all be able to look at each other's open source code and all the information and see that whether the other guy's trying to cheat or not, right? And it would essentially be like a crowdsource type thing where everyone just pays for their own. And then you contribute it to the overall quote unquote structure. So each person's only in the game for, around, less than $100 for sure. Now, of course, with battery technology, obviously everyone has to kind of have their drone there at the same time in a 30-minute to 1 hour window. But it's a plausible concept. Now, of course, subject to that, the number one argument on the globe side would be refraction, because technically, quote unquote, refraction would apply to any kind of intercommunication they were having with each other. But there's a certain range that they could be from each other where it wouldn't matter, especially since you have multiple triangles being created by the devices. So the triangle that this device makes can coordinate with the triangle that this other device makes to correct the errors or the margin of error. So it's definitely not as elegant as just a physical superstructure that with your own two eyes, you can just scan very quickly and immediately see that the Earth is parallel or curving. So maybe one day, Flat Earth Millionaire, that guy and his YouTube channel, maybe one day we'll have Flat Earth Trillionaire, and then we'll have Brian Mullen's vision realized.
Do you think that we could definitively prove something if we shot a rocket up, like that Go Fast rocket, if we sent it even higher?
Nope.
So you think going up wouldn't prove anything?
Well, think about it. What would it need to do to prove anything? Well, most people would say, well, to see the whole Earth in full frame, right? Or in full field of view. Okay. Let's be clear. No little rocket that you can muster up is going to get that high. The ISS isn't even that high. Contrary to popular belief, the ISS is not high enough to see the type of curve that they represent in the images that they show that are allegedly from the ISS. In fact, an astute observer would notice that the curve that the ISS often portrays would make the Earth about an eighth the size that it's supposed to be. So it's obviously not the actual curve of the Earth that they claim. It's an optical curve in some way, shape, or form that's being induced by the camera or whatever. But it's definitely not the curve of the Earth.
Do you know how we know that?
Because the Earth isn't curved.
Because we keep checking. He came in here and said believe, I think. We keep checking. There's no belief required. We got first-hand primary knowledge. We can see through for it.
Was it Furious that asked that?
Me?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. You're
No,
not Furious.
No, I didn't know what you're referring to.
Furious is the guy that clearly had a sardonic allusion to Hitler in his screen name, yet was VC verified so he could come on and, trollify. Yeah, just a word for the check-in, guys. If the guy has Führer, Mein Führer, Mein Kampf, Hitler is cool, Hitler did nothing wrong, and, all of these permutations, probably gonna troll.
Well, I mean, it's kind of late.
Yeah. Dude, it was fun. Look, I gotta tell you, listening to his exasperated tone when he was right in the middle of about to close the deal on his point about why he said the N-word, and then somebody interrupted him, and he was just like, "Oh my goodness, you ruined it, bro! You ruined it." That was satisfying, I'd have to say.
He was waiting for it. He could have just like came in and said the N-word, but he was waiting to like pounce at the right moment, and he found his moment and kind of got cut short a little bit.
Because he brought up the same thing in his second sentence, so he doubled down.
All I'm realistically saying is, if there was someone who knew how to build amateur rockets, I would throw in a couple bucks. To send a rocket up.
When I was doing Uber, I picked up a pilot, and I was like, "Oh, bro, you got to tell me, because you fly planes, like, what do you do for fun after that?" Like, to me, that's like the funnest thing I could do. And he said, "Oh yeah, us pilots, we get together and we launch rockets." I was like, "Oh, you do amateur rockets, because I already been a flat earther at that time." And I was talking to him about his rockets, and he said that he got the rockets up to like 100,000, 120, and I was like, "Really? Like that high with a rocket?" And I almost couldn't believe him, but if you think about it, they've been doing it for years, had some practice, and
Yeah, but the problem is that we already have a myriad of rocket launches by amateurs, professionals, globe earthers, flat earthers, furries, people that cook pasta, right? All these different types of people that have sent up these rockets, and they always get the same result. Either some flat looking sky line or some curvy looking skyline. Every time it's either one of those two options, depending on whatever circumstance is happening. So the end result is what? It's inconclusive.
Well, depends on what lens they put on, basically. They put on fisheye, they're going to see this extremely distorted, curved, whatever, horizon.
Right, or you put in whatever lens you want, and you still get some distortion. So at the end of the day, it's not conclusive.
With wide angle, and then when the camera stops moving, it shows flat horizon. Like this Dwayne and Callum stuff.
I'm thinking of something that could go like 500,000 feet in the air. Like 100 miles.
I'm thinking of anything that would have a camera pointed upwards as opposed to sideways or downward. Like,
Yeah,
why hasn't anybody done that?
Well, you can have multiple cameras on it.
Dude, there's nothing there. When you point the camera up in space, like eventually you can't see the stars or nothing but like the sun, the earth, and the moon. So people can already see the sun, earth, and the moon, so they're not really interested. But I think it's interesting that this guy's a pilot. So he's cruising around up there at like 3,500, 40,000, like 35.
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say? Not very high. And all the pilots get together and they're like, "You want to see what's really up there? Let's take a look. Let's build some rockets." So they're curious enough to send a rocket.
I've never been in an airplane.
Right.
But
So let's say
Did they say they're even curious?
Let's say for the sake of argument, you send it up 500,000 feet, right? How many miles is that?
around 100.
Okay, how many miles is the ISS above the Earth, supposedly? 2.5 times,
200.
right?
Not 200 miles.
250.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they
250
claim?
miles. Yeah, 250 miles. It's 2.5 times your 100 miles, right?
Oh, my bad. I got confused with your.
So what that means is that they have, in principle, right? Whether true or not, it doesn't matter. But in principle, they have an observation point that's 2.5 times greater than anything you can send up that has a live quote unquote feed of a curved image. So how are you going to defeat that with your quote unquote flat horizon? But let's be even more clear than that. There are globers, okay, globe believers. One is a planetarium director, right, who has posited the idea that the ISS itself should not even be seen curved because the distance from the Earth in the periphery or in the extent of your field of view, there isn't any discernible information because you're equidistant from every point on the horizon. So, imagine that you're leaving a ball, right? And you draw a line from your position to every point on the ball at different angles, right? And you trace that in an arc, 360 degrees. Every single point is of equal distance to the observation point. There's no differential information. So how could it be rendered as a curve? So if you take that into consideration, right, then seeing a flat, quote unquote, flat horizon at 100,000 feet, at 250,000 feet, at, any distance that's a great amount of miles would be of no consequence because these people who are globers are arguing, right? And keep in mind, they're arguing against the evidence the ISS is presenting. The ISS shows curve. They're saying, no, false. You wouldn't see curve from the ISS. You have to be much, much further away than that. So now you have a plausibility, at least in principle, that all the evidence that you're presenting of a flat horizon is perfectly coincidental with a globe. So again, you have inconclusivity.
So if anybody watched the ISS footage and then thought that was the actual curvature of the Earth, wouldn't that technically be cognitive dissonance? Because you're there.
Is he
They're just being fooled. They're believing what they presented, that questioning. Cognitive dissonance would be knowing that and then still arguing that. They don't know it. They've just been fooled.
Well, they keep spazzed out.
Well, yeah, because if the Earth were a ball and it had a curvature rate that the ISS depicts with their pictures, their pretty pictures, then believing that the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and at the same time simultaneously believing that you're seeing the curvature of the Earth from the ISS, which it would have to be a ball 1/8 the size. So any glober out there who believes that they're seeing the curvature of the Earth through the ISS and also believes what they were taught in school, like how I was, then that's cognitive dissonance. Both those things can't be true at the same time.
Right, but they first have
they
to
believe them to be true.
They first have to cross the proposition, right? So, for example, they would have to know at least somewhere along the line that the curve that's being presented in the ISS footage isn't correct. If they think it's correct and they believe it's correct and they think they're actually seeing the appropriate amount of curvature, then there would be no cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, they're just confirming their bias, and it therefore becomes cognitive ease. And so when someone like AI brings up Paul Larson and shows them that this curve doesn't fit what they should expect from that height, they have cognitive dissonance because of the cognitive ease.
It also depends on what you're trying to do. If you want to send, let's say, devices to the upper levels of the place that we're in, if you're looking for a curve, or I mean, you're not gonna find one, in my opinion. But some people might devise devices and rockets that are actually launched out there not for that purpose of looking for a curve. They're probably trying to figure out what's happening in the upper layers of this actual place.
Okay,
you don't have to send things up there to look for curvature of the Earth. Just measure the ground if you're trying to do that.
What if
measure the waters?
What if a rocket was sent up during something like a stellarium? Sailing up really high, and you'd be able to see them both.
That'll be very interesting, actually.
The thing about the stellarium is that we can
I'm
see
just
it on the
thinking out loud
ground.
here.
I know, and I'm just trying to answer out loud. So we can see the stellarium from the ground, right? And that proves that it can't be the ground blocking it out. So if you go up during one of these that's not a stellarium, and from your perspective it turns into a stellarium, it wouldn't actually prove anything.
Yeah, it's also when you talk about the selenilian is when you can actually see the sun behind you and the moon in front of you, so like both are already visible.
Mm-hmm. Black hole sun, won't you come? Send in some device very high up with good camera equipment or whatever to observe this phenomena from very high up. It will be very interesting from that perspective.
They have drones now that do like 3D mapping of the land, and I think each drone can do like a couple of.
Hank, your microphone is inside of your shirt.
No, it's not. Is it better now?
Not really.
It's okay.
It's okay. We can understand you.
I was following what he was saying.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Hank. Yeah, I messed it all up. There we go. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the drones. The drones can do a 3D mapping of terrain. Now, I don't know if they could do a 3D mapping of water, but if they could, and they could do it in a series, I don't think that technology is out yet because I think it's like a very small amount of land that they could do at once. But like in the future, drones are definitely going to prove. There's no question.
The antecedent for the drone just working and doing the task that it's designed to do is dependent on not the globe.
Also, on a calm day, if you could send up like drones to do like the 350-foot mark or 400-foot mark, and then get them to laser lock on each other, and like only shoot the laser like at the drone next to it, and then if it was like a pretty calm day, maybe you can get like a still shot of all the drones, all level and all laser locked in the data somewhere. I suppose it could be done with tethers, tether a balloon, or a series of balloons, all at the same height. But it would have to be over water. I don't think it would be good to do it over land. I had a dream one day Glovers would be able to say, go measure the earth directly instead of all the bullshit that they say proves the earth.
That sounds like a nightmare. Globes. Dreaming about globers. Is there even such a thing? What is a globe earther if it's not just a hat that someone wears in combination with NASA t-shirts and underwear?
Every time I see a NASA t-shirt, I just roll my eyes. I just can't. I don't understand why someone would wear one.
It's similar to wearing a your favorite sport team t-shirt. Or Star Wars, whatever. You're supporting. Who gets that money, right? NASA.gov, but someone gets royalties for selling that logo, right? Someone is making some money because I've seen a lot of those shirts out there and hats.
You think somebody has the royalty on the vector?
Dude, I know who's making the money.
Who's that?
I can't say it out loud, but I'll send it to Jemsy and he'll understand.
Good. Appreciate it.
What does it start with?
Who?
I got my still in the mail. I'm making my first batch of distilled water. Clean water,
Very
hallelujah.
nice. I'll clean you up for sure.
Bless that water.
Yep.
Bless it.
I heard I could use this device for other kind of things, but
All right, so Jemsy, all you got to do is go to the admin room and follow the reply, and it'll show you.
Yeah. So,
well, technically, anybody who has access can do it. So.
Do I have access?
Of course you do.
I'm an admin? I thought I was only a mod.
Goodness.
You can see the admin mods channel for sure, 100%.
Okay.
Now, don't tell the general population the secret now.
Well, I wonder what's saying though. I'm too busy to look.
Yeah. Make sure you look at it while you're going through the stop sign.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I ran a stop sign.
So they do sell this image about whatever imagery they spread around and propagandize to show something to the public. But they also they do devise technologies to do searches up there. So they're not telling us what they're actually doing. They're setting this Disney version of this place. When NASA in the contracts, apparently NASA purchases a bunch of helium. They doing something with that.
No, man, they're just buying up all the helium because, you know, those NASA birthday parties people throw all over the place. There's a lot of those. So they need to fill the balloons up. You know, do it right for the kids.
Yeah.
You ever wonder if they're like driving up the prices of helium so that we just don't tie a whole bunch of balloons to a chair and get like a dart gun and just go, I'll be back.
They just don't want us to have fun sounding weird. That's all it is. They don't want us to sound like that, bro. Hell, I don't even want me sounding like that, so.
Is that what they do? What they're doing with the helium they're buying? Like what billions of dollars in helium? Is that what they're doing? Really?
Yeah, they don't want us to sound like that, like a squirrel, and they don't want us having fun at parties.
So people don't do that. Like they go to you know
billions on it.
Helium balloons, satellites.
You know, they also pump some of it underneath the Earth to keep it rising up at 9.8 meters per second.
Right. It has to be that as well. Yep.
Maybe that's where all that helium's going.
Flashlight.
They're kind of stupid buying all that helium because I can get helium at the Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
They don't need to spend all that money on what they're getting. I don't know what kind of stuff they're getting, but I can get it for $1 at the Dollar Tree.
I get big old tank, you know.
Dude,
they got the real high tech.
Dollar Tree is like $1.50 now. What are you talking about? $1?
It's $1.25 now where I live. I don't know.
That's like for one tiny, one little tiny.
$1.25.
Yeah, that's so it's so lame. It's like it ruined the whole simplicity of the store.
When did that happen in your guys' area? Because I think it's still $1 at my dollar store.
Bro, it's false advertising if they don't sell off the dollar store property for $1.
Happened for me a couple months ago. I didn't even know about it until I walked into the store. It was messed up.
Dollar store is a messed up place, man. Shit.
That dollar store, Dollar Trees, they've been getting a huge increase in customers in the past periods of events.
You don't say.
In the economics, yeah.
They call it the
And
dollar
since
store,
they
so
got
you don't pay cents.
they got more customers, and they raise the prices at the same time. So there you go, more money.
Just watch. In the future, there's going to be a Bitcoin store.
A Bitcoin store?
You guys, dude, that makes perfect sense now. So you know how like some people, how some people don't shop at Walmart because it's beneath them, so they have to shop at Target because it's highbrow. So now that it's $1.25, people that normally are too good for a dollar store, they can shop there now. It's like a public service.
I shop at the Dollar Tree.
I don't shop at $1 stores. I shop at $1.25 stores. Yeah. And yeah. People do buy it.
You know, you can get at dollar stores gloves.
Trojan, so here's the thing. I'm just going to order wherever I want to, right? Because it's not like Walmart been doing shit for me, right? It's not like they've been giving me the best deals possible, right? They always have a sale because that's a marketing technique. So constantly have low prices. But they weren't doing that shit to like, oh, we got to make sure that, Larry out there, he can afford stuff. So I'll just order wherever it's like the cheapest and most competitive. Like, I'll order online. I don't give a shit.
You do give shit in Russia. In Russia, shit gives you.
Yeah. In Soviet Russia, shit give you.
It takes you.
Wait a second. Hey, Brian, by the way, you should reconnect your robot and choppy style. Dang it, I had one. I lost it. But it's important, Orion, that you know that you were robotic. Okay, go on.
Anyone here ever been to Russia?
Into what?
Been to Russia?
Oh, no, nope. Even though it is motherland, I have not been.
Has anyone here left
but
the
I've been
country?
in China a time or two. Woo.
You went to China?
I said I was in China. Rest in peace.
I almost got it.
Went to Robot Land. Can't you tell?
Yeah, you sound better.
When a Glover asks you why they cannot see Mount Everest from the United States, you tell them, because of China.
China.
No, it's because of Europe.
It's Friday night. Looks like 10:33 p.m. On the West Coast. What would it be? 1:33, 2:33 on the East Coast. Point is, Friday night. There should be some folks in here. I want to talk to a couple of buzzed or drunk Globers. Just to have a little fun.
All right, I'll go find some. I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll go to the bar.
Right.
Yeah,
I'll go
let's
find
get
some.
the-
I'll just go
let's get-
outside.
Let's go talk to some flat earthers, man.
Right? Oh, I'd love to go to like a frat house, start
It's like,
talking
dude,
about flat Earth.
You're like, I
Because
know.
we're so smart.
think
We're in
it's flat.
school and everything, you know. We're in school, so we're really smart.
Can I
No matter,
ask some?
no matter
can I
how
ask
much we
Sepa?
drink, because we're in school, we're smart. We're so much smarter than
Right.
you.
Go ahead, Jamesy.
So, Sepa, are you there? Can I ask you something?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Sepa, on your this phrase, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. What does that mean?
What book is that from?
It's from George Orwell's 1984. It's,
Oh,
It sounds like Dr. Seuss.
ding,
But I
ding,
asked.
ding.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jamesy.
So it's from a book, and when you read the words that they may or may not have meaning, what does this word by word phrase means actually?
It's basically the intentions of the elite. It's what they want us to think. They want to keep us in a state where our view of war is that it's creating peace. They want us to believe that our enslavement through the money system is freedom because you can choose what you get to buy. And they teach people to ignore things that conflict with their worldview. I mean, there's been a good example of it a bit earlier in this chat here, that anything that confronts people's worldview is viewed as negative or the enemy or something instead of, new information to be considered. So people think of their ignorance as a strong quality, to hold their team in the highest regard and to ignore all opposing opinions.
Just pure ignorance, right? Yeah.
Hmm.
People stay
I
in
like
that
this guy.
kind of
Let's keep him.
mindset. Yeah, I do too, actually.
I'll third the motion.
I had my doubts earlier, but I was in a bad mood also.
All right, I want to add on to that. So,
Change your mood, Sonny.
okay, so the whole doublespeak thing, right? That thing he was just addressing. I think we see it every day when a glober says the Earth doesn't spin at 1,038 miles an hour. It's one rotation per day.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
That's what they're doing,
Yeah.
essentially, right? So you could add that to, what he just said: ignorance is peace, or ignorance is strength. Right? The Earth doesn't spin 1,038 miles an hour; it spins once per day.
It's so big and it moves so slow.
It's so flat, that's why it's curved.
I love that.
So would it be, Sipa, would it be fair to add, or anyone add, war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strange? Can you add Earth, not globe, to that? Earth is not globe.
No, we'll just add level is curved.
Flat is curved.
Flat is curved or level. Whatever.
Level is curved. Yeah.
Try to put those
There's
two
another
words
profound.
Stationary is moving.
Yeah.
There's no way even to put those two words. Like, try to put curve and level together in one word. Curve level, curve level, curve
level,
left curve, left
curve.
I go with it. A left
Curvel, Sonny.
A left swervel.
Curvel.
So
Curvel.
Curvel wins. I vote for Curvel.
Probably the best option.
Totally vote for Curvel. Hey, I'm on vacation, man. Fuck off, Mongos. I'm on vacation.
What's that?
I get like 10 days off, Sonny, man. Just I don't have to fucking fix anybody
Off
broken
of what?
instruments.
Off of what? Oh shit.
I'm just taking a little trip, man.
Yeah, thanks for the obfuscation.
Well, trip out with us, then. Thank God you're here to trip out with us.
Tripping out, man.
Tripping out about how people can still think it's a globe.
It is very funny still. I find it quite humorous. There's some serious people that hate us. It was a great conversation this morning, man. I was cleaning, doing some yard work and shit and listening. It was like Witsit was in here and Matthew, a couple other people. It was just really going around good. It was great. Thanks.
Yeah, we were talking about how to be a man. Witsit was going to town.
I went there. Yeah, ended up being a man.
That whole section of the day, though, I agree, was
no, I was like, oh my goodness, is this
quite
Saturday
nice?
morning? It's usually that good, like on Saturday mornings.
Yeah, man.
Is there anything happening with precious metals, or no? Is that kind of in the holds right now?
You got me, partner.
All right, cool. I was willing to host it for a couple weeks, just see how it goes, but whatever. I can't.
I'm down, dude. If you want to DM me about if we, let me know.
All right.
AI could tell you
can
all
help.
about that. Well, never mind.
Yeah, do something. There.
You could do something.
It's only like 2 hours. I mean, it's not like
it's not a big deal.
Or anything,
Don't call it that name though. You have to change the name immediately.
Okay.
Like yesterday.
You
can't claim their name. That they're all pissed and butthurt about it. So I'll say
I don't
precious pressure.
We could just call it, Saturday morning chill or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Whatever you want to call it, man.
Hey. Don't talk about
Saturday morning.
Saturday sophistry.
Saturday sophistries. There you go. Yeah, hey.
Don't talk about backups like that in open forum, right?
There you go. All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
What's
I'll join you.
Okie dokie.
Hey, Flat Earth dude, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, we've established the shape of the Earth philosophy for the Blackfeet, Cherokee, and Creek.
Yeah.
Have you heard what the Navajo and Iroquois and Sioux believe in?
I think they might be concavers.
Concavers? Yeah, I'll write that down.
Hey, what do you call a prostitute that gives you directions? A Navajo.
Oh my god.
Pretty good, man. That's not bad. It's like it's a B grade joke. It's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I don't know if you tell that like Christmas dinner or something.
It's kind of a clever kind of a clever hoe joke, if you ask me. It's very clever.
When he said Navajo, I was thinking about cutting meat.
It's like clever hoe.
It's a quite clever joke.
What do you call a native that doesn't believe in tomahawks and bows and arrows? A
Tomahawk. A what hoe? No.
Smack-a-hoe.
Smack-a-hoe. Do they speak Hebrew also?
Why I just call him a stupid asshole, you know?
Indian flat earthers who speak Hebrew. That's pretty cool. That's deep.
That's deep, man.
That's very deep.
That all came out of that day when that fucking Mongo was in here. What was his name? The cowboy. He was getting so mad at Sonny for even suggesting. Man, he got triggered. That was funny. Anyway.
Hey, did you hear about the conversation? Miss Piggy went up to Kermit the Frog and said, Kermit, how deep is your love for me? And Kermit went, knee deep, knee deep. Okay. Anyway.
Oh my God.
All right. Welcome.
Anyway.
That's a third grade joke. That's pretty good. Third graders love that one. Let's see, man. What else is going on in the world, man? I haven't looked at the news or anything, man. Is NASA doing anything fun? Are they?
I mean, they're trying to just do some fun stuff. They're like launching things and everything, but everyone at least in the United States has centered themselves around the whole like January 6th thing. And I'm like, dude, that happened like a year ago. What are you doing, bruh?
It was a year and a half ago. I did hear the James Webb $10 billion telescope that was supposed to only cost $500 million, but it's $10 billion, has got hit by meteorites.
What the hell?
It's a bad day.
They're gonna need another $10 billion for the repairs.
Bill, bro.
Well, with the inflation prices, I think they're gonna need 16 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the Hubble, man, when they first put it up, it had a fucked up lens, and they were like, now we got to go fix that. And it cost just as much to build it as it did to fix it. And I thought that was an interesting, so they built it twice, basically.
Because wasn't there some kind of event recently? They were like, you can see you can see like 5 planets at once from like this like that's like a solar thing. Like you could see like all 5 planets at once at night or something. It was something recent in the news, right? Like, if you look at the night sky, you can see 5 planets.
Yes.
That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen a little later this month. It's supposed to line up.
That's a common thing that happens. I mean, not daily, obviously, but it does happen.
Like every several years or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is Jim here? What happened to his name, man? What?
What?
Effie for life. Did you change your name, or did somebody else change it for you? Anyway, so I went to dinner last night with my wife's sister and my wife and her husband, but they have a situation that's very similar to Jim's, where we're kind of waking up because of whatever we went through for the last two plus years, and yeah, I haven't really flat smacked them too hard yet, but I did mention that NASA's probably lying to us too.
You should flat smack them gently with a 3 points.
That's what I was like. Yeah. I said something like, "I'm pretty sure NASA's lying to us too."
What did they say to that when you said that?
You're like, "Yep, it's all a lie." They were like, totally like, "It's a lie, man. This I can't believe I'm waking up to this crazy world, man." I'm like, like, oh my god, but and she said it with such conviction, and she doesn't. Anyway, she's an amazing person. She's one of my favorite people in the whole damn world. She's absolutely cool as shit. And to see her wake up, man, it just made my day, man. It was just like, what? Yeah, baby. Yeah. Next time we're just hanging out like in the backyard in the summertime, having barbecue or something, I'll start dropping some moon and sun shit on them.
Have you dropped some Indian stuff on them yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. That Indian flat earther stuff is a little more advanced.
That's like, level 2, 3. Yeah, for sure.
What does that even mean? I'm lost there.
Anyway, so there people are waking up like Jim, like your story, where they just started looking into the whole cocoa thing, man, and went, what? No. This is ridiculous. What else are they lying to us about?
I think when they wanted to start putting stuff into us that we didn't know what the stuff was, over stuff that didn't exist, I got a little pissed off.
Yeah, when they want to stuff the turkey with a bunch of weird shit, and I'm like, no, dude.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Stuffing that stuff. The only thing we're putting in that turkey is
Why
stuff.
tell me it's cancer?
Stop it. Stop it now.
See, I knew that was coming because I had been following the ICANN network and places like that, and I knew that it was going to be like adults. What? What do you mean? All of a sudden now, everybody's worried about it. But when it was for the children, nobody gave a fuck. So you had doctors that were doing like 180 at the tennis court and batting on the other side for the other team. It's like, oh, okay, now that, your ass is on the line, look at you with all this courage.
Yeah, man. I mean, day one, Hank, you and I were like, oh, here we go, boys and girls. Hold up. Oh, here comes the hoax of all hoaxes, bro. Here it comes. And we were laughing about it, going, oh, what are they doing today? Are they making everybody wear masks? Oh, my goodness. This has gone way too. They're locking down everything. What? No. Stop it. We were laughing.
Anyway, back to the tennis game. Yeah. 180 degrees around. Yeah, because we can't talk about that. I'm sorry.
There we go. Anyway, yeah, so flat Earth it's once you get.
You can't talk about that.
There you go. Once you get flat Earth, man, you're like everything else is like a piece of cake. Is kind of my point. I think I was trying to get to. It's like, but it has worked in reverse for some people. My sister-in-law and her husband and Jim here on the panel. So other things can wake you up too. And I was saying that early on, man. I'm like, this thing that's coming, we're going through now, man, is going to wake up a lot of people because if they do like 20 minutes of research, they can figure out what's going on. And, most of them won't, but some did. Some spent 20 weeks at it, right, Jim?
I spent 14, 15 months, going as deep as I wanted to. And then once I figured that out, it took me about 2 weeks to understand the shape of the Earth.
See, yeah. So it might work in reverse in a lot of ways and bring. I always thought that would bring a lot more flat earthers, and I think it has. Man, I don't know. This place is pretty good. It's full. It's we don't get a lot of Globers coming in here, but we have a few fun people like Matthew, and there's a couple other ones that are pretty respectful that come in here and defend the globe. Those guys are great because they know the arguments really well. But then you get the retards who come in here like that kid the other night, man. It's like, well, dude, it's in every book in this library. Of course it's true. You're like, oh, shit. Here we go. You don't know how to think.
This is something I come up against with everybody I speak to on Discord. Even if it's not flat Earth, it could be any topic that people want to disagree with you about. It's that they always come to the thing that sways their opinion most, or that has the most effect on whether they are going to look into the information or believe it's true, is consensus. That if other people believe it,
right,
or if other people they respect, just any. And it's like, well, hang on, are you not going to consider the information I'm talking about? Are you not going to just listen for like a minute and then just consider it and then maybe research it? You're just, oh, no, people don't believe that. And it's like, whether it's 9/11 or geoengineering or any other topic, people just come to that same realization of, you must be stupid. People don't believe that.
Right. Yep, it's that easy.
I just have a really hard problem with people. I've always, in the last couple of decades, I've always thought as liberals as being lost, and now they're a lot of them are just woke Marxist totalitarian thugs. So I don't even think about them. But I have problems with people on the supposed right or conservatives that have not woken up or even thought about anything the last 27 months. They just complied. And they moved on, and they never thought about anything else. They just really, and that's my family. A lot of my family just complied. They didn't think about anything, and they just moved on.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to just get back to going to their football games and rooting for the Patriots and whatever. They just wanted like normalcy back, and whatever it took, it didn't matter, man. They were going to line up and go, yo, yo, yo. Whatever you say, I'm down with, because I just want to get back to my thing, man, I had before. I mean, that was a big deal, man. That was such a big deal. People were like, I kept hearing it over and over. I just want this to end. Yeah, okay, well, go do the thing. Yeah, no problem. And whatever you say. And I'm like screaming at them, don't do that. Stop it. And it works so far, man. They did their thing, and everything looks kind of normal out there. Things are a lot more expensive, but it kind of looks normal out there.
I mean, it's amazing that last year and now, NFL is back to the NFL. Everybody's happy. NBA finals
back, man. Everything's back.
NHL finals are on. Baseball is back, and nobody.
Yep, it's all rocking and rolling again.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares, dude. They want to get into their trance at home, watching their game, or
it's called
It's called a what?
The Roman Circle.
The Roman Circle. Yeah, there you go.
All we gotta do is seduce people, and they'll be happy.
That's the bread and circus thing, right? Something like that.
Yeah, keep them entertained. As long as they're entertained, doesn't matter what's going on.
And then they just put really smart people out there as presidents. I think that we have the smartest presidents in all of human history throughout the world, including, the guy in UK and our president here in America. And they're so smart. They're just so intelligent. When they talk, man, I'm just mesmerized.
Yeah. Especially the vice president that we have now. She talks to us so clear, like we're 5.
I know, right? We're like 5 years old. It's like, they have to be doing this on purpose, man. This has to be part of the play. I mean, they're not.
There is a war right now in Europe. There's a big country called Russia, and there's a little tiny country called Ukraine, and they're fighting each other. They don't like each other,
That's it, bro. I remember I saw that thing, man. I'm going,
the big guy's a bully.
I mentioned it to my normie friend. Well, he knows I'm a flat earther. I'm always flat smacking him, but I mentioned it to him. I go, did you see what our vice president said about the war? And he goes, oh my God, what the fuck is that?
When you take into account that, in many nations in history, people have gone to war and killed each other. This is an established.
It's pretty well known there, yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is that the policies that this lady has worked towards, these politicians, their policies have kind of driven this whole situation in a way. So
right.
It's just like a character telling you something.
Yep. But they treat you like you're 5 years old, man. It's really bad, man. It's super bad. Anyway, I think Jim would agree with me. He's learned more on this Discord here than probably any classroom he's ever had in his entire life.
Yeah, I think with Discord, I was told to come on and listen to Nathan Oakley, and I've hardly ever listened to Nathan Oakley because I can't get up at 7 a.m. after being with you good folk till 2 o'clock in the morning. And so I haven't listened to him, but I've learned everything in 2 months from listening to you good people.
Yeah.
And so, I was going to make a comment. I'm sorry to drag on. When this thing started 27 months ago, we had a conservative clown puppet in Australia. We had a conservative clown puppet in the United States. We had a conservative clown puppet in Brazil, and we had a conservative clown puppet in the UK. And because they were conservative, and they said, do this, conservatives. These political conservatives who were taught to distrust government and don't do what the government says, all went along because of their conservative clown puppets that were on TV.
That's what flipped you, right? When you saw them all lining up, going, "Okay, whatever you say."
Well, when my orange idol said that it existed and I should get whatever for it, it's just like
Right.
you're
Yeah,
a puppet, you're a clown, and I'm ashamed that I ever said anything nice about you, which I did for over 4 years. I defended that orange clown to everybody for over 4 years. Everybody who spoke out against him, I defended him for 51 months, and
Yeah.
I realized I was a fool. And I admitted I was a fool, and I moved on.
Well, that only a well-established, balanced man can admit they were wrong and say, "Okay, let's. I won't be wrong next time. Let's move along here."
So don't vote. I didn't vote for the first time in 2020. I voted every time since 1980. I'm old, and it's like I didn't vote in 2020. I didn't do the dance. I didn't get all upset about things like I always did because Republicans were good guys and Democrats were the devil. They're all the devil. Everybody is the devil who runs for political office, Republican or Democrat. They're all devils or controlled by devils.
And once you woke up to that, you know, you can laugh at some of the stupid shit they do. That's okay, but I can't listen to them for more than like 20 thousandths of a second. I'm like, whatever's coming out of your mouth, I know is bullshit. So I'm not even going to listen. But when they stand there and they just say something like whatever our vice president said about the Ukraine war, she was like, I'm like, what the heck did she just say? I mean, it was just so like first grade. It was like first grade. She was talking to first graders, and she was talking to the. It was crazy, man.
By and large, people like to root for the underdog.
Yeah.
So what she did was she made it like obvious to every human on earth.
Big
what
Russia,
her narrative was.
little Ukraine, big Russia, little Ukraine, poor little Ukraine. Ugh.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, do people know that there's like neo-Nazis in Ukraine that they're backing? They're not just backing, they're sending like military-grade weapons to these neo-Nazis who won't let their president back down because they don't want, certain people moving into the country from Russia.
I mean, it's whatever. We're playing a game of Risk here, man, and we're in it. And I pay attention to some of it because I think it's funny. I usually try to find the humor and everything, but this, we can't.
Is it not funny that they're neo-Nazis? That our government's backing the Nazis?
I think it's kind of funny because, if I'd have told you 10 years ago, hey, man, I know there's a place in the world where there's a bunch of neo-Nazis, the whole country. What? No. You guys would have kicked me out of here. Like, Kenny, get the fuck out of here. But no, I didn't know anything about the Ukraine and up until this
not
year.
the whole country.
I don't
We're
know.
not all neo-Nazis.
No, I know you're not. I'm just kind of piffing a little. Yeah, isn't that some? Sleepy Joe, man, knocking it.
I think anything that CNN and Fox News talks about at the same time you should disregard. January 6th is nothing but a diversion, a distraction, a division, and it's nothing but a psyop to think it's us versus them. They are all on the same team, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's not orchestrated by the same people to divide Americans up even more. January 6th
well, yeah, man, you gotta
psyop.
I have many documents and videos that this has been in the works for a minute. And it's they're scripted. This has to be, man. There's just no possible way, man.
That's why it's so much fun to talk about Indian flat earthers because it makes me laugh.
My Blackfoot brothers, man. I insist this. They're the best. They're the best Indian flat earthers I know. Because I'm part Blackfoot, so Blackfoot, Flatfoot. Anyway, I heard something today. It said, "Be where your feet are." That was it. I heard it.
That's pretty deep.
It's deep, man. Right? You got to think about that. Be where your feet are. Don't get your head out there where your feet ain't, man. Your feet ain't in outer space, dude. Be where your feet are. I thought that was pretty cool. What do you guys think?
You'll see what he said. You're sleeping.
Oh, you're so low. What happened?
You're sleeping.
God,
Yeah.
wrong.
I'll tell you what it can do. Like, maybe it's not funny to you.
Dude, your volume is like really low for me. I'm cranking you up. What happened? Go ahead. Can you guys hear him all right?
Go ahead, it's hot micing.
I gotta put my earphones in.
Is he hot micing? Okay. He's hot micing. Okay, got it. Anyway, be where your feet are, man. Be where your feet are. That's my new going into the second half of 2022 is be where your feet are. I love
Are you saying flat Earth dude that we can't tell the shape of the Earth that we walk on the ground by looking up at the sky? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I think that's a good, place to put somebody mentally and say, hey man, be where your feet are. You don't live in outer space. You're not going to outer space. Your feet are on the ground. Just be on the ground. Look at what you're standing on. I've said that a million times. Let's go look at what we're standing on. Let's not look up at those pretty little lights in the sky. No. That doesn't tell us what we're standing on, man. And that's where, and then that's where, we get back to the curvature and the dip rate and the refraction rate and the fucking Coriolis rate or whatever. We get, fuck off, right?
Well, one way to possibly to see if somebody's a paid chill is when they say the Earth, the moon is round and the sun is round, therefore the Earth is round. Case closed. I give you a break.
Well, don't you'll be surprised. I have one of my best friends. When I bring this information to them, that's why he told me, "Oh, the moon is round, the planets are round, so it means that the Earth is round." I'm like, bro, don't talk to me anymore.
What I like to do in that situation is I got some solar glasses, pretty nice set, man. And I put these on and look at the sun and tell me that that's a sphere. And they look and they're like, oh, no, it's just a flat yellow disc, man. That's all it is. Right? It's nothing, man. It looks the same size as the moon. It's the exact same fucking size. In the sky at full moon and full sun. It's the same size, man. It's cool, man. When they pop those on, they've never looked at the sun through solar glasses, man. And it looks nothing like NASA at all. Zero, zip, nada. Ain't no fucking fancy shooting laser beams coming out of the sides of the moon or whatever. No. It's just flat and nothing. It's super boring to look at, dude. It's one of the most boring things to look at is the sun. I mean, Mars is not that great either, man. On a telescope, it doesn't do shit. It's pretty shitty. There's a couple other ones that are kind of boring too. But you get some of the stars, man. The stars can be pretty dancy and cute and colorful. But the planets Saturn's okay. It's always blurry. When you look at Saturn, it doesn't matter what kind of telescope you got. You could have fucking $20,000 telescope. It's still going to look blurry, man. Guaranteed. There ain't no cutie little beautiful Saturn color. No. I mean, you might see like maybe a little bit of yellow or something, but no. Anyway.
What I would like to do is not when the sun is coming toward us off the horizon or setting on the horizon, is to get a sun filter and have something that I can put it up against and look at the sun at 9 a.m., 12 noon, and 4 p.m. And see the different size that it might be. Because obviously it'll look a little bigger when it's at 12 noon than at 9 a.m. or 4 p.m.
Actually,
I would love to do that experiment because I've seen somebody do that experiment and they actually showed that it was a little bigger at noon. I would love to do that.
All right. I mean, that's certainly a totally doable experiment or observation, whatever you want to call it. Observation. I had a friend in the UK. You guys might remember her. Her name was Cool Pix 900. Anyway, her and I she'd like shoot me a Google chat and go, "Hey man, can you like photograph the sun today?" She's trying to keep track of the sunspots, during the day, during the week, and during the month, and she was, getting me motivated to go out and look and see these little sunspots on the sun, man. Whether we could see them, we could both see them, but it rotates just like the moon, man. It like the features on the moon rotate clockwise, as it crosses overhead, and the sun does the same thing. If you can see the sunspots, you can see them rotate over time. And it was just like kind of confirming that the sun does that same thing. Anyway, yeah, go look at the sun, picture, video it. They make sun filters for your cameras or phones. The sun is boring, man. It's so boring, man. That's it.
The sun gives us light and heat, and that's about all we need to know.
There was somebody in here arguing today. Well, everybody knows what the sun is, and I'm like, do they? I don't think they do. A burning gas fireball, right? Is that the explanation? Correct me if I'm burning gas fireball.
I've also heard that it's super cryogenic. No, seriously. It's like super cold, and when it comes close by, it pushes the thermosphere down and heats us up. And we think that it's the heat from the sun, but it's actually the heat from the thermosphere. That's a theory brought to you by Robert Basano.
My response to the burning ball of gas is that if you have a burning ball of gas, you can't grow plant life with it, Mongo.
So when you sun outside of this heliocentric idea or whatever, right? When you think about the effects that the light has into the system, you can describe the sun as an input into the system that we're in. Some input.
Right.
Light input. Yeah, this machine that we're in, because we look up, we see the cycles. The people describe it as a clock, as a calendar, or to the creators, to the creator level. So we see designed, and this designed ecosystem has an input, or the sun is one of those inputs. I wouldn't say it's the only one.
Right. I mean, you got air, water, oxygen, minerals, beautiful, cool stuff, man. Hey, we're just complicated rocks, Jim.
No, thank you. What I'm talking about is
I'm kidding.
It has nothing to do with that.
I know. But no, I mean,
we are part. I mean, we live on top of these rocks, right? So
that's right.
Yeah.
We're gonna be where your feet are. And that's a great place to be, man. I'm always an advocate for. I used to use the term living in the moment, but now I'm like, be where your feet are. I like that. That's the new living in the moment. Be where your feet are.
Hey guys, I am not a rock. I am an outer space spinning monkey. Well, let's get that right.
Dude, we just landed on a rock from.
Ooh, I like that. I'm an outer space spinning monkey who just happened to land on a rock. Okay.
I already told y'all I identify as a broken McDonald's shake machine.
Fucking write that down, Jim. That has to get memed, bro, straight away.
What did he say?
I missed it, Larry. I was fucking it up. Go ahead.
Larry, what'd you say?
I identify as a broken McDonald's shake machine. But you can identify as whatever you want to, bro.
Hey, I identify as a outer space spinning monkey who lives on a spinning, watery, curvy bendy ball.
You're outer space spinning monkey that happened to land on a rock. Come on. That's how it works, bro.
I know.
I don't know. I hope you guys laugh at this shit as much as I do because it is ridiculous at this point, man. I mean, really? Yeah. The universe farted and here you are. Thanks. That's a great explanation.
Think about this shit. How does the sun, if it's a fire, I know Jim's already heard this, how does it make solar power?
Well, that was the other guy's explanation today when I was listening. The guy came in. He's like, dude, I have solar panels. They totally eat up the solar, man. And I make electricity and it's great. And I love it. And he's like, of course, it's a globe. And I wasn't on the call. I would have jumped and said, dude, wait, burning gases they cannot grow plant life, dude. Sorry. It doesn't work like that.
I'm a result of Chicken McNugget Happy Meals. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it might as well be the same propaganda. Space propaganda, all that shit.
Hey, wait a minute. If the space aliens left us and then evolution started, how come the space aliens, they being so smart, only left monkeys?
Oh, the space aliens only left
Why
monkeys.
did they only leave monkeys?
Well, they also didn't leave the science for the monkeys to evolve into humans. Because because that's bullshit. I mean, we don't have any scientific evidence for.
I guess
you got to keep up with the modern rhetoric.
Yeah, the modern rhetoric.
Common ancestors.
I mean, you might as well be a result of like a chicken nugget Happy Meal, right?
You mean chicken dinosaur Happy Meal, bro?
Helio, first of all, you're too old to have ever eaten a Happy Meal. They came out when you were way older, right? Come on.
No, man, I used to eat Happy Meals.
You didn't eat.
I'd be in the back of the car going, "Mama, let's go to McDonald's and get a fucking Happy Meal." What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
They called it something else. It wasn't a fucking. It came out in the 80s, dude.
Yeah, I was growing up and they said Happy Meal. I was like,
well, how old do you think I am, bro?
Happy? What's that?
Helio, you're 48 years old.
Tell us more about this happiness.
Anyway.
Yeah, thanks for
they didn't have Happy Meals when I was a kid. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, they had kids meals. They maybe didn't call it a Happy Meal, but
it was like a kid meal. It came with a little prize,
I remember I could go to McDonald's
back in '69.
I could go to McDonald's as a teenager and get French fries and a milkshake for $1.
Yeah. Back then you got the equivalent of a Happy Meal for $1.
You better keep it in line, buddy boy, or I'll give you a Happy Meal.
I remember getting a record. It was a record that you put in a record player.
You better
straighten up there,
man.
So I got to tell you guys, back in '69, I was 5, and
Larry was saying something.
I'm cutting you off, Larry.
No, go ahead.
I probably
you weren't 5 in '69, were you?
5 in '69, all right. So I went to the gas station with my brother during '69 in the summer or whatever, sitting in the back of his. He had a Bug, and we went to the gas station. They handed out this thing, man. It was like this little puzzle thing, and it was the moon lander, man. It was the fucking moon lander. I remember I put it together and I was playing with it in the back seat, and sure as shit, man. They were handing out like little moonlander shit all over the place in '69, dude. For kids, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. Yeah,
you were doing it, man. It was everywhere. So just remember that.
That's what I'm saying. We're all a result of propaganda. As far as
MK Ultra is like deep stage. Yeah, that's deep.
Well, that kind of goes into what you guys were talking about earlier. It's like, hey, everybody that comes in that is a Globie, they're all, they're sold out or whatever. But we do often get a lot of people that come in here that are just like, hey, I just found the server through whatever means.
I'll tell you what, Helio, man, people get the word that, there's some very interesting, eclectic, smart people in this particular Discord, you might want to go there. And we do get some great intellectuals that think they know all fucking kinds.
No. What I'm saying is, we do get a lot of people
But
here that aren't familiar with the topic.
Exactly.
That are very
Right.
curious about, why do you guys think the Earth is flat? And then we, they're patient, and we explain it to them. And sometimes they do kind of just like, oh well, fuck it, you guys are stupid, because they're like Discord gamers or whatever. They just freaking blow up and then leave.
And then we get Jesse who comes in with 4 still photos, and we're like, no. Some of us are going, no, that camera that you took 4 still photos from has video that you could, done 1 or 2 minutes and actually shown us video, but you gave us 4 stills, which proves the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah, but Jim, that dude is in cog dis. You can tell right away. It's kind of like, I mean, it sort of have to have some patience, but it's just. I mean, we're dude. Well, it's just like when you first heard about flat Earth. What did you feel like?
Well, 13 months ago, when somebody said explore flat Earth, and I said, no, I'm not going to be a crazy. I'm not going there. I'm not gonna be part of that ultimate conspiracy theory. And leave me alone. That's what I said.
Yeah, me too, bro. I was just like, I'm not gonna touch this shit. Even though I was total conspirator before.
Wait a minute. Both you guys, I mean, maybe not Jim, but Helio for sure. You knew about this school thing in Connecticut. They were kind of
I was totally aware of everything else, but as soon as flat Earth came up, I was like, that's a little too much. It took me at least 6 months before I actually even took a look at it.
I mean, I spent.
I clicked on it the first day I saw it.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. First day I saw it, I clicked on it.
You talking about the Robbie Parker thing?
Oh, no, I was talking about the flat Earth thing. First day he put up.
You went.
Rob Skiba put up his video.
No, you did.
I went and checked it out.
Well, how about Larry? Were you aware of the what he's talking about? The
Oh yeah, I knew about Sandy Cheeks from SpongeBob. Yeah, I was totally aware of that.
All right, cool. Anyway, yeah, me too. And so but flat Earth was way too far for me until I heard until I was just some interview just hit me right.
Hey.
And I was like, all right, I'll definitely take a look at it now. And then it was over.
The guy, the only thing, I mean, he showed me flat Earth. He showed me the dome. He showed me circular Earth. This was all in like 10 minutes. And then he goes, dude, there's no pictures of satellites in space. You can't find them on Google, man, anywhere. Good luck. And that's all it took for me, man. I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah, not only that, there's no pictures of Earth from space.
I'm going to prove this guy wrong. I'm just going to go ahead and Google up pictures of satellites in space, man. Video, whatever. YouTube, nothing.
Nice try, young grasshopper.
CGI.
Try again.
CGI. Wait, am I searching the wrong term here? Change the term. And this went on for like weeks, man. I'm like, but meanwhile, if I watched a YouTube video, there came, Eric Dubé or something like that, man, came along and like,
it took me a while to find him because I started out in a very Old Testament based shit. So it took me a while to find Eric Dubé.
Oh, you were in Rob Skiba vein.
Yeah, but you know how I don't sit in any camp. I'll move from camp to camp just to.
Sure. I think I started with Mark Sargent, but then I found Eric Dubé not too long.
I think
a couple days.
Out of all the flat earthers I know, man, Hank was one of the Matthews of your day, man. You were a Matthew of your day, going, wait a minute, let's look at it from here. And
I was trying to look at it from every point of view.
Very, very, you're bringing up what you learned in school arguments, right?
Yeah, and I would also try to think about the globe arguments as if they were legitimate, because we know now that they're not. But at the time, I didn't know. So I would seriously think about them.
Yes, you would, man.
Contemplate them.
That's what I did too. That's how I ended up here.
Yeah, same thing,
I
man.
wanted to hear like what was the globe comeback, and that was really what sealed the deal for me.
I almost left Discord after a central banker gave a Globie a hard time because coming from advertising, we should be real nice to Globers because it costs a lot of money to get them in here. So, and as an example, I want to tell you about Genghis Khan that was so nice to the people that he conquered, and so central banker, you should be kinder to Globers because Genghis Khan was kind to those he conquered. It's just like, that just made me go, get away. Leave me alone.
Yeah, it's just like once you deal with, all the people that come into this Discord, we deal with thousands of people that come through the Discord.
Yeah.
You have to pay attention to their approach. and they might come in here faking, but they might come in here honest, And, to be honest with yourself, you're going to find out whether someone's already come across the information and they're trying to play you, or whether they're just genuinely curious about the topic.
I think we need a little. There, the other night, man, there was a kid in here, Eva. I don't know. I was in here. I don't know. He's like 14, bro.
14.
We've had some 14-year-olds that are pretty freaking smart in here, bro.
For like a couple of hours, man. He didn't. He called us names, and it was just a fucking cuck show, man. It was. I'm like, oh fuck, dogpile. People were dogpiling on the poor kid. I'm like, dude, he's 14, man. Back up, He's 14, man. Like, dude, I got shoes that are 14 years old, man.
And we actually do. I actually do.
Yeah. Ease up, but it might have been a little bit of a dog pile. Is my perception of it.
That happens a lot in here.
Yeah,
It's just kind of like you have to figure out. You want them, in order to figure out where they're at. You want them to talk more than you do.
Yeah,
necessarily. You just ask them leading questions and say, "Oh, how did you come across Flat Earth? What do you think? Have you heard about this?" And just get them to talk more than you do. You don't have to shove Flat Earth down their throat like you're preaching at them.
Hey, did you know that in 1957, Sputnik, the first satellite, took pictures of itself? That is so cool. I love that part.
It took pictures of itself.
I love that one.
1958, 1957. I'm not sure.
Can you imagine reading that somewhere and seeing a picture of Sputnik taking a picture of itself and going, "Okay, Earth is round. Earth is a sphere." It's just like
it's called a selfie, man, and we do it all the time.
Selfie in 1957, 58. That's cool. That's cool.
Shout out to What World D. Haven't seen you in here in a while. I don't know if he's in the chat.
Dude, there's a bunch of people in here, right?
Yeah, man. Cool.
Dude, What World? Bro, good to see you.
Hey, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good, man. Good to hear your voice, bro. I know you're a busy dude.
I just want to let you know that North Korea landed on the sun. I just
Those bastards, they beat us to it.
I gotta find the link to Issa's song about that. Hold on.
Hey, man, if that wasn't true, Echo would call him out.
Did you just hear that on CNN? CNN? The CNN report North Korea on the moon?
Did they land on the sun during the nighttime?
North Korea landed on the sun. I put the picture in Livestream voice text.
Okay, I want to see this.
Yeah, it was nighttime,
You can only do it. Yeah, you can only do it at nighttime because that's the dark side of the sun.
Is there anybody in there? Just out if you can hear me.
What a great pick, man. Those North Koreans, man. I'm really afraid.
You see the hyper realism in that photo, dude? There's no way that's fake.
Dude, that's the best cartoon picture I've ever seen, man. That is ace, man. Damn. Hey, the one above it, man, with the
dude, you can forensically look at that.
Forensically. All right, let's break it down. Dude, it's kind of small. Damn.
got some. We got
some. I used to be a conspiracy theorist in like the early '80s. I was like, this Mr. Ed thing is bullshit. He's not talking. They're just dubbing it, right? But now I'm a real globetard. I believe everything I see on TV. So that horse, Mr. Ed, he really had some issues.
Yeah, there's no conspiracies. There's just coincidences, and pretty soon they're going to come out with a coincidence vaccine. I'm getting that.
So is my coincidence theory more plausible than your coincidence theory?
I don't know, but I want to sign up on the early one, the pre-release.
I got a guy who's the PhD in coincidence theorist. He's a coincidence theorist. Yeah, come on. I know a guy.
There are people that specialize in coincidence theory.
You got Jim Panda.
yeah, he's one of them.
It just happens to be a coincidence that we hadn't invented selfie technology from the moon, but we had selfie technology from the moon.
Now that's some funny shit. I hope you guys are laughing like I am, man.
Dude, he's a fucking total advocate for the coincidence theory, bro.
I know, right? That's what I'm laughing for. I'm over here like, I'm joking.
Well, I mean, a lot of people listening or that are in here don't even know who he is, but yeah, I mean, he's such a shithead.
Most of you Mongos know who the band is. Fuck. Come on.
That's funny. See, when you make it funny but true, then that means it's something you should take a look at.
Kill him with kindness, heal him with humor, man. Right?
There you go.
That's a Glad Flobe quote.
Oh, I'm gonna have to remember that one. Is that Glad Flobe that said that? Kill him with kindness, heal him with humor.
I'm giving him.
Ew.
Sean gets 100%.
Dude, Sean's got some good statements, man, bro. That's freaking.
That was a good one, man. I went stuck. That was.
I love comedy, but it's like comedy. It gives you a vein to say some shit. If you make it funny, it can actually make something happen that never would have happened if you just like talk to somebody and use the logical arguments and shit. If it's like a debate, you're always just head to head on a debate, right? But if it's funny, it triggers another part of your psyche that would that actually make you think.
100%, man. That's an amazing observation you made there, man.
Well, that's because I'm a huge fan of comedy. I know how it works.
Yep, and it works.
So if you listen to Karma, she said that when Drace was flat smacking her, he wasn't doing it violently. He was using comedy. Like, hey, look at the NASA footage here. Look at this. Oh my God, they're using strings.
It's hilarious.
And then she said because it was comedy, like it was completely painless and it was joy to watch.
Yes.
So yeah, that's
there. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's MK Ultra shit right there, right?
Matter of fact, right before I joined tonight, I've been watching this Showtime show about like comedy in the 70s. It's like based in L.A. It's a drama, but it's based on these comedians trying to come up in L.A. And I'm loving this show because I love comedians and shit.
I know you love your Hollywood there, Helio.
I know.
I get it, man.
But I can pick and choose my battles with mind control and all that.
Well, you know what? My theory, and I had this discussion with Crow 777 years ago. Is like that if you're aware of camera angles and how editing works and how lighting works and how graphics work, and as long as you have the mindset of knowing the different Hollywood techniques that they use to make these incredibly, graphic fucking movies. I mean, come on. I mean,
right. I'm not unaware that I can be affected by the mind control that's
be affected by it. If you have the mindset of, okay, there's a camera, that's an actor.
Oh, sure.
Those are lighting, that's a sound crew. You know.
And that's what's really fascinating about the human psyche, just like I was saying. I mean, I don't know if I would ever, study human psychology and stuff, which
But
all of us
they're also,
do. All of us do, so to a certain extent,
the other side of the coin, man, is they're telling you a story in a Hollywood story that's the truth. And the truth in movies lies on TV. I'm sure
There
you
you
guys
go.
heard that
Yeah,
term.
of course. Yeah, of course.
And there's a
That's
lot of
why
truth in movies,
I
man.
love the stories. I love the stories, but I
Yep.
also love the truth.
Yeah, there is truth
Is
in
there
it.
anybody in here who actually does study psychology?
I was married to a psychologist. Does that help?
Hey, Hank.
Yeah, I'll send you something. What's up, bro?
I want to run something by you. I want to run something by you guys real quick. I was just thinking about it. I think I may have a way to bridge the gap that's currently divided the whole Earth, or at least seems to be one of the most current topics in culture. It seems in society, or at least what's reported on.
Western culture
is not. Here's the question, Hank, and you guys can answer too, but I want Hank's answer first.
Okay.
Is it not the pinnacle of the privileged white male patriarchy, and is not heliocentrism that, like, it was developed and thought of first originally by rich Greeks, white men, who were conquered by the Romans, who conquered the known world at the time, and it's kind of carried over from there to the Big Bang Theory being thought of by a privileged white rich religious guy. So why don't those people just rail against the patriarchy and white male privilege of
Cosmology.
heliocentrism?
Right. Yeah, because the first college or mystery school, whatever you want to call it, it was in India. And people don't really think about India as being very white, but ancient India and in between India and Europe and Siberia and Africa was very white at one point. I got lots of evidence in this encyclopedia that I can show you. White people were getting around. So yeah, I mean, you might think that there's a little bit of Egyptian stuff mixed in there too, but even the Egyptian royalty were was it King Tutankhamun was related to 60% of people in Britain. So it's like, yes, absolutely correct.
What do you guys think about that?
Well, I mean, as far as Western culture and Eastern culture are completely dichotomous. I mean, they've been blended through the economic system, in my opinion, but they're totally affected in multiple different ways. So it's kind of really hard to give an opinion if you don't really have that experience.
What I'm talking about is the mind control that the normies are under and currently focused on, which is like revolting against the white male privilege and the patriarchy and all these oppressive systems, and they're looking for equality of outcome instead of equality of opportunity. I'm talking about that
Why are
concept.
they looking for that? Why are they looking
Well,
for
I'm just saying that's what's there. And
well, as far as economics goes, that's where they're there.
The aliens just left monkeys, but they also left guys who identify as chicken nugget meals and can
Well,
blow
I
the
thought you were talking about economics.
To interrupt. Helio, shut up, please.
All right, I will. How about you be more specific about about what you're talking about?
Helio.
I don't know how much more.
Finish your sentences.
Yeah, no shit. I'm trying to be specific.
It sounds general to me, but anyway.
Yeah, but other people want to hear it. It's not your prerogative to decide who's gonna listen to what he's gotta say.
All right, cool,
You don't
James.
decide that, bro.
I'll shut up. I promise. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't have to shut up, but don't jump in.
No, I actually want to hear people's responses.
I wanted to hear your response, and I got it, and I'm willing to hear other people's responses too. But to answer your question, I think you might be missing, or the point I'm trying to make is that you were just talking about mind control and how people just believe this or that because they see it on TV. I'm talking about with that knowledge that we all have that's what's happening, we can actually leverage that into something else, because right now they're focused on revolting against the white male patriarchy and oppressive white male privilege, right, of the elite, and how much more of that can you get than heliocentrism itself?
I love the correlation. It's pretty good. I think it's great, man. I think you nailed it.
Well, I mean, I thought it was a good idea.
No, it is a good idea. Yeah, it definitely correlates to logic, 100%. That's how it worked out according to the history books, right? And yet now, we're in a different realm now. We're at a different time frame, man.
Well, the other side of that is those that want to come in and like make fun or whatever, say you can't question this or that way. Like, well, certainly in a time where you can identify as a box of chicken nuggets or a meat popsicle, I can certainly choose my cosmology, right?
Had they put the litter box in all the classrooms because some people identify as cats in school. What?
Oh, that's coming. That's coming.
No,
Next thing is going to be is trans species. You can identify as whatever. And
Yeah.
I identify as a
So
meat
does
popsicle.
anybody remember the poem Whitey on the Moon? Because what you're saying is the patriarchal male, like his cosmology is taught in every school. And if you go back to the poem Whitey on the Moon, like they were going through some like real shit. Like we got bills and my sister got bit by a moon. Like if you go back and like you sell those two things together, like if you put that in a video, I think that you could get the work crowd.
Whitey's on the moon, bro. I'm sure. I swear to God, I've seen a video already.
Yeah,
Is that what he said? Whitey's
Me
on the
too.
moon?
Not only that, but
5 years
listen.
ago,
Whitey's on the moon, and they're treating it like a country club. They got golf carts and golf clubs.
Yes.
They're taking off their helmets, smoking
He
cigars,
got golf ball
drinking orange
farther
juice.
than anyone
Clubs,
else.
motherfucker, check it out. That's a normie fucking hit right there, man. You got to use
Do they serve food and sell like T-shirts and hats?
Yeah, they got concession stands over here.
Drinks.
Fucking circus tent. Come on, you got a circus tent.
Sounds like fun.
You would think by 1969, since 1969, they would have some sort of drinks available, on the moon. You'd be able to go there and go.
All right, cool. So since it hasn't happened, what is their excuse for it not happening?
I mean, you should be able to go to the moon. You should be able to go to the moon and go, I'd like to have a pina colada, please.
Well, guys, listen. Look, we got the photographic evidence of drinks on the moon.
Who was drinking on the moon?
I don't know, but somebody, like, when they went to put down the Scotch tape and the foil, and maybe drink a beer or something, like, I don't know if it was Michael Collins or Buzz Aldrin, somebody knocked over some orange juice onto the box of film they were using, and that's on a few of the film plates from the official photo library from the Whitey on the Moon at the country club with golf club.
Hey,
If Buzz Aldrin was there was drinks all around, I guarantee you.
Bro, they should have freaking McDonald's and freaking Hilton's on the moon right now.
Dude, I got some books from the 80s here. I pick up at the local thrift stores for like $1 or $2 or $3 or whatever. And they're books from like mid 70s, 80s, 90s. And it shows if it has anything to do with NASA or space, I'll pick it up, man. But I got this one book, man. They were trying to project how we're gonna have these fucking moon bases and shit all over by 1980, for sure.
It's already been done through Hollywood, but they actually haven't physically done it, but they've done it in Hollywood.
Yeah, they did.
It's fascinating, though, isn't it? Because they have dramas involved, and they get involved with your emotions about the space
colonies and space hotels and shit.
Yeah.
All by 1980, man. By 1980, they were gonna have all this shit. Here we are in 2022, man.
Way before 1980, they started talking about. They had dramas built around space.
Shatner taking a fucking rocket ride, man. What? That's an amusement park ride. Is what it is. William Shatner went on an amusement park ride.
Not 90 years old, and he went up into
An amusement
space.
park ride.
I don't think William Shatner did anything. I think he just posed on the ground. I don't know.
The capsule.
Yeah, well, you can't necessarily prove that, but I agree with you. But
He never got out of his chair in the capsule, man.
no, but I saw him get out of his chair. He was just like looking out the window, going,
Was he?
"Ooh,
Saw him get out of
yeah."
his chair.
Yeah,
Okay.
there was a few clips where he was just
He
like
was
like
kind of leaning out of the chair. He wasn't getting too far away from the chair, man. He might have turned his body, a little bit, but he didn't get up.
Maybe I didn't give a shit enough about it
He
to
didn't
actually
do like
take
a
a look at it.
somersault and go, "Ooh, I'm in space,
No,
bitches."
he didn't do that.
No.
Did he take?
I didn't watch that. How high up did he go?
Oh, hold on, let me find the video.
They say
Not
like
high enough to see the curve.
62 miles or something.
62 miles. Did he get life insurance before he went up there? Because a 90-year-old has a decent chance of croaking. He's at that kind of speed.
Yeah, that's pretty
Especially
high.
with all the frogs turning gay. There's a lot of croaking going on these days.
Now, I do not have the telemetry data on that particular launch.
Telemetry data.
Does any
has that,
I
man?
have the telemetry.
I don't have the telemetry data.
Hey, flat Earth dude, why don't you just get deep when you talk about that? I don't have the telemetry data on that. I thought they lost it back in 1969.
They lost it back in '69. They taped over it with reruns of "I Love Lucy," man. Sorry, my bad.
This
Luciferian's got some splaining to do.
Oh, this Luciferian's got some explaining.
Anyway, here's a video.
Hank, chair. Fuck yeah. That was
it wasn't SpaceX. It was Blue Origin. He was on Amazon.
Helio, I appreciate it. I didn't watch it. I was just asking, like, how high up did they go? So they went 63 miles. All right. Does anyone else find it strange that we went 6 times in 4 years from 69 to 72? 69 when they landed on the moon and they had the little moon lander toys and the Happy Meals. Does anyone else find it strange that we went 6 times in 4 years, 237,000 miles one way and since that time, it's admitted that no human being has been above 450 miles from the surface of the Earth. Does anybody else find that strange? Like humans innate to explore the finest achievement in human history and exploration has actually regressed by a long shot.
The only time they ever said we went further than that was the moon landing stuff.
Fucking.
We know. That's what we're talking about. So the thing is that, okay, they destroyed that technology. They owe us, right? Because we've already paid for that technology. They created it and then decided for some reason that they're just going to destroy it. So I think NASA needs to be disbanded, defunded, everything altogether, because they can't just destroy technology that they created with our tax dollars. I mean, who's with me? Come on, girls. Burn your bras.
Burn your bras.
NASA wasn't formed by, well, it was formed by the government, but it wasn't just the government. It was actually 6 military contractors. It was like Rocketdyne, Raytheon, Boeing,
Jack Parsons.
Are you saying
JPL?
Are you saying we should ask for our $650 billion back?
I want my 7.4 trillion.
Dude,
back.
that doesn't. But that money doesn't exist, and you're gonna ask for any of it back.
What you want? NASA reparations?
I want to read.
You guys are seriously saying you want NASA
reparations? I want
reparations
for my mind control.
Yeah, there you go. Reparations, you cucks. We want reparations, NASA, you bitch, lying piece of shit. Fuck off, you cuck.
And we wanted $2,022. We want inflation adjusted reparations.
You fucking lying.
Sorry, what world, bro? We are kind of pissed off about this, though.
You guys are fucking. I'm glad I've been gone for so long. You guys are fucking anger addicts.
I got deep anger at NASA's fucking cuckery, man. Fuck.
It is. It's kind of
I'm
ridiculous.
so
It's like
pissed,
when they
man.
put out stuff
Oh,
like.
okay. Hang on.
Go ahead.
Are you
go
guys
ahead.
really that mad? Are you more upset?
No,
I mean, when you're 18, like you're considered to be on your own, right? So it's up to your own mind and your own faculties. Like, it sounds like you guys are upset that you were lied to, but you had a long time to like not like notice it was a lie. So you're more mad at yourself for buying it for so long, right?
Yep, exactly.
I want my adjusted for inflation reparations for what NASA has spent since 1958, and I
not
want it.
just
I
NASA.
want. I want inflation adjusted too.
But once you understand all that, you
Hey,
know that
hey,
money isn't real, right?
if that's hey, listen, if that's what you want, why don't you write them a bill?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And say, dear
no, seriously, send them an invoice.
Mm-hmm.
And say, dear NASA, why did
send
you
them
lie?
an invoice for send them an invoice for
That'll
reimbursement.
That'll work.
Now we've hit the fucking cherry spot. Here we go.
There you go.
Invoice
Yeah,
and
this might be a decent idea. What do you got?
It only takes one Cherokee to sign the contract, and it's a done deal for every Cherokee. So.
Well, even if they remain silent, they may be agreeing, right?
You don't know about the Trail of Tears?
Carry on.
It happened because one Indian signed the contract. So if one flat earther settles, I guess we'd all settle then, wouldn't they do some shit like that? Fucking lawyers, right?
Well, that's okay. Well, what about a barter? What if like would you guys forgive if they just declassified everything and gave you the truth?
If they gave me a Mercedes 450, I'd forgive them.
Nah, fuck that.
No, I'm not forgiving him.
I'd rather have an old freaking 1984 pickup.
Okay, okay. Hey, we all have our price to being bought, right?
That's what they say. That's what they say, Jim. They say everybody has a price. I heard.
And mine is a Mercedes 450.
I had a guy coming to my fucking piano shop when I was like, 20 years old. He's like, everybody has a price.
Right.
Well, the things. Let me try to tell you this: the things you own end up owning you, and when you leave this plane of existence, you can't take it with you.
Oh,
man,
I don't think Bill Gates agrees with you on that one.
There's no U-Haul behind the fucking casket, fucking hearse. Okay.
Hey, but the Egyptians, all the ancient Egyptians agree with you. It's like we're gonna put everything.
Right, Helio. I want to be buried in gold in a tomb inside of a concrete pyramid.
Jeez.
That lines up directly with Polaris.
Who's to say that doesn't matter?
In the summer solstice, perfect sun beams into my retina. That would be. Thank you.
I'm to say it doesn't matter because, it matters to me. I'm not a freaking pharaoh.
Well,
okay, Helio. Helio, what's the significance of a 1984 pickup truck? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. That actually I'd like a later model, but one that doesn't have fucking GPS on it. But it has a large bed,
has a carburetor.
Yeah, it has a carburetor. I mean, they're very easy to work on. I mean,
listen, guys. It's a 1980. It's a brown and black and green. It's like camo painted. It's a 1984 Ford Ranger, and Helio's going to get it, and we're going to just rip off the R, and it's just going to be the Ford Anger.
There you go.
That's cool.
That's cool. I know why that car was so important, because you couldn't buy fully automatic machine guns anymore. It passed the gun ban laws in the early 80s.
What do you mean by that? What, Dave? What do you mean by that?
Ford Anger, dude. The Ford Anger.
I'm not angry. Dude. I mean,
a whole bunch of the whole room is taken up by a couple of anger addicts.
No, I'm not angry about. I'm upset about it. I mean, everyone.
You can drive the Ford Anger. It's okay. You can drive the Ford Anger. It's cool. Put a gun on the top. Shoot some stuff.
Actually, I
protect some stuff.
Chevy, honestly, or a Ford. depending on the truck,
dude, we all got fucking traumatized, man. Okay, and none of us are gonna be like perfect. That's just the way it is. But we all got traumatized with this space shit, man. And
can we put AstroTurf in the back of the 1984
yes
truck? Then we can all be Bill Clinton for a little while, huh? Good, I like it. I like it.
For a nice plywood.
Hey, you calling me out from being from Arkansas? God damn it!
My favorite is the plywood camper shell. Do you guys dig those?
No, hold on. I know we're making jokes now. I mean, what world? What is the ultimate point that you're like the overarching idea that you're talking about here?
The man from Hope. The man from Hope.
No,
I'm just saying, like, you guys are all mad at NASA and
nah, I'm
want
just
reparations and shit. That's angry.
Dude,
That's like,
NASA isn't the source of our
people. Listen,
we
listen.
make fun
People
of
need
NASA
jobs.
because it's obviously fake. You know, there's stupid pictures and astronauts faking, you know, being in space. That's, I mean, why shouldn't we be mad for them faking and manipulating the entire world, faking being in space? Of course, we're mad about that.
We're pissed. We're pissed off. Hey, man, did you guys see the pregnant Ken doll?
Dude, we did it in a time like we were in the Cold War. Like, come on, like
Throw
we
that
had to show our military superiority to Russia to win the Cold War. Like everybody knows that NASA wasn't
this
the
is
benevolent.
before or
Shut up.
after
Let me
the Cold
finish.
War. All right,
Let me finish, please.
I'm sorry, bro.
Let me finish. Fuck. We all know that NASA wasn't just a civilian, benign, you know, space exploration endeavor by the government. It was actually the PR face of the military-industrial complex, the 6 companies that also formed NASA with the government and got the contracts to build all the shit. Like, it was to show United States military superiority as a superpower in the world and the leader of the free world, the protector of the free world, to beat the Russians. Like, we went to the moon. That happened. People need to understand that.
America,
It's
land
America.
of the
Like,
land of the free,
people
home of the
need
brave.
people need jobs. People need
Let's
to go get jobs.
let's go to Vietnam and butcher 3 million Vietnamese because we are America.
So a couple years ago, man, guy laid this video on me. It showed these cartoon characters running around going, "America, fuck yeah!" And I was like, "What the hell is that?" And I used to make fun of America, man. I've been making fun of America since 1992. And it's just like, this place is really, you know, it's unbelievably
What are you, a communist?
wickedly cool, man. I mean, I make, you know, a living fixing musical instruments, whatever. But I'd have to live through the craziness and misdirections of all these news stories but I always kept my feet on the ground, man, and kept looking like, what am I seeing in the streets? I know what they're telling us on TV, man, and movies, but what am I actually seeing in reality? And that's something that's always kept in like the forefront of my mind for decades, man, is that what am I actually seeing? Should I be afraid to go to Los Angeles? Well, if you go to Los Angeles and you check it out, you can see you don't have to be afraid to go there. I mean, Hollywood, yeah, it's a wild place, man. I see people get their fucking crashing cars and beating people on the street, and you're like, oh fuck. But for the most part, man, I feel safe. I don't feel like, oh my God, I'm in like a war zone. People are shooting at us. That's a whole different scene, man. If somebody's shooting at you, you need to fucking take cover, man. I don't give a fuck who you are, man. But that's a serious fucking get your attention kind of situation if somebody's shooting at you. And I always ask my friend when I'm working with him, I go, hey, man, has anybody shot at you today? No? It's a good day, man. It's a good day, right? Yeah, cool. All right, cool. Carry on, man.
I always found it fascinating that as a political conservative, I could always say, well, at least we don't live in a country that killed 90 million people in the 20th century like communism did. No, actually, the USA killed more. So, deal with it, okay?
Dude, I've known that since 92, man. That the USA has been the perpetrator of so many cucky situations, man. Bad deals, man.
Took me 28, 29 years to come to that realization after you.
Yeah, well, that's the representation we have.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, leadership.
Government is a reflection of the people.
Listen to this comment, man. Leadership defines culture. You guys smoke that one for a couple of weeks. Get back to me. Don't answer now because that one's going to take a second.
Leadership defines culture.
Yes, you got to think about that one for like a week. I got to go on vacation tomorrow. I'll be back. I'll be hanging around. I'll be in and out. Here, I'm driving on the road, so I might drop in while I'm driving.
See, you're going to pay that $5-6 gas, huh?
Yes, I'm paying it, man. I want to go see my great friend and hang out with him and tell him about the Cherokee fucking big Blackfoot flat earthers, man. I can't wait to drop that one on him. Fuck.
He's going to want you to come back many times and talk about.
He already knows. Dude, I've dropped all flat Earth on him, and he brings up stuff, and he'll ask me questions, and he'll answer it like, "Well, that's interesting. I'll have to think about that." And he's honest. He never like. I've gotten up in his grill a couple of times, but he's never gotten up in my grill. But he knows, dude. I'm like, dude, that star right there, man, is not fucking. We'd be sitting out on a campfire at night having a beer. I'm like, dude, that star isn't fucking 12 fucking trillion miles away, man. Fuck off. It's not, man. It's right there. The moon's right there, man. You can feel the sun, man. Feel the sun. You can go out and if a cloud passes over between you and the sun, man, it like cools you off instantly, right? Yeah, it's a beautiful experience. But
I'm just saying, I just want to say, hey man, have a good time on your vacation. But I also just want to say, like, for all those who have shit to talk about America, like, America was actually the idea that ended worldwide slavery and being under the rule of a king or a monarch who would enslave people and sell slaves. Like, America allowed the opportunity for all of that shit to end. And it's unfortunate that it's still going on, but it also provided the freedom of thought and you to profit off of what you could think and invent. And it wasn't owned by the king. So America created actually also the freedom of expression for you to bitch about this, that, or the other thing that maybe a bad sector of business or military. There's corruption, there's things like that. But we also have the opportunity to petition our government for redress of grievances. And there's a way to work in the system peacefully without anger. And it's so much more freeing. And you know what? Get off grid because there may be big food shortages coming.
Maybe
the price of diesel fuel, the lack of fertilizer, and it's just crazy.
Yeah. Hey,
farmers aren't going to be able to keep up, and we feed the world, dude. Like, just saying.
Well, I live in California. We got one of the largest agricultural areas in the world, man, that produces produce.
America was founded. America was founded with the permission of 13 super rich families that don't live in America, that lived in Europe, and these 13 super rich families said, "Hey, let's make a place called America where rich people can get rich, own some land, and fight the wars for us that we want fought." That's the only reason America was allowed to be founded, by 13 rich families that we never see or never vote for. The United States of America is the biggest PSYOP country ever created in the history of the world. The United States, we should be ashamed to be Americans because of knowing of how we were created. No, I am fully awake to know that America is the biggest psyop country in the history of the world.
That's a shame.
It's not a shame because I was a political conservative for 42 years. I was in the Trump cult for over 4 years, and I woke up. So shame on me for being awake to know that America is. If you had a country that was guilty of the most genocide and had the most blood on its flag, that would be the United States of America.
I live in this nation and I haven't killed anybody. I haven't done any of that stuff. And there's lots of people in here that, live in this land and are giving these connotations that you are about. I'm in the middle of my sentence. Like, can you wait?
My bad. Yes, I can. Go ahead, brother.
So this idea that all the people in here are bad people and this whole nation is bad and everybody's bad because, some people did bad things. That's kind of like Glober's thinking.
I never said that. I think
Well,
the people.
I know you didn't, Jim. Let me. He finishes. Let me say this really quick. Just because you've been.
I didn't say you said that.
No, I don't think you did.
Thanks, Jim. See, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't think he said that either. We've been manipulated and controlled through different psyops, through many different avenues, and it's not just us in America; it's people in Europe as well, and all across the world. So it's not necessarily our fault, and it's not our parents' fault, for this. But some of these things that we say that we understand and how we should move forward from the understanding to do what we can do, which what can we do at this point? We're kind of in a kind of a conundrum, because they already have complete control and they always have. And just like you were saying, Jim, yes, America is just
not complete control.
How many wars happened under Trump?
I don't care who has been the selected puppet clown since George Washington.
Yeah,
they're all selected puppet clowns.
Necessarily that way.
I have realized that patriotism is a psyop. The Star Spangled Banner is a psyop. The Pledge of Allegiance is a psyop. And people who say they're patriots, they're fake patriots because they have no understand what that means.
But they've been manipulated into an understanding that they can't control because they're under control into this.
What form of government was America founded?
America was founded by rich white guys who didn't allow anybody else to vote until 1870.
If you want the standard answer, you can say it's a democratic republic, right?
Well, before those guys, there was a land in here which it was inhabited by many of our ancestors, and these ideas that was brought by certain groups to control the minds of the people and the resources and the good land that we've been living on for many generations. The war is peace, slavery is liberty, ignorance is knowledge, curve is level. That hasn't always been the case. And all of the things that we have and hold pressure to this day are dependent on on the doings of many people in the past that haven't necessarily promoted this doctrine of lies and conspiracies and taking over nations and killing our neighbors. That not everybody has been doing that.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
Not everybody's for that.
Sure. Let me ask you this, Jamesy. How many in recent times? I mean, the past 20 years. How many times have Republicans and Democrats both said we got to preserve our democracy? How many have said that?
I would say most people are not either Republican or Democrat.
No, I'm talking
those
about
are hats and labels that more people don't even wear.
But I mean, even not just not just the presidents, just all of the people in Congress. We got to preserve our democracy, which really is. America wasn't a democracy; it was never intended to be. As far as that, as far as that level goes, but yeah, I mean,
it's a federal republic.
Oh my goodness gracious! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
In the private, and on top of that is the democracy. There's two sides. There's the public and the private.
All right, so
somebody sent me something, and it's really smart. It says Eurotrash is right. 13 families came over and found America and killed Indians and took the land to slave us and kept on with their genocide. Amen. Right on target.
That's not necessarily the whole story, but I mean,
that is not the whole story.
Can be true.
But it is a big part of it. But it hasn't always been the case. Yeah. It is right now. Yeah, they taking over.
It was that way in 1776, 1876, 1976, and 2022.
Dude, it's been like that throughout human history. People conquering other people.
Bro, yeah, that's my point. It's like
it's happening right now in the jungles of Africa.
And try to establish democracy. You're a freaking conqueror.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and kill the rest of the world while we make billionaires out of a few.
Even the America logo is another label that is been given to that soil that gets between your toes, and people have done bad things to taint this earth, this good place, with the blood of lots of good people. Yeah, that has happened. But this environment,
thousands of years with different tribes.
It didn't happen just to America.
But but this place that has been designed and to be, a place to live on, that is not necessary. I don't think it's always been the same. It's been the case that this whole mess has been going on forever. This place has been designed, but this place has been designed for way more than that.
Yep.
Okay, I want to speak up. Jim, I heard what you said.
America's just a new scapegoat.
You're right.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we sure can, Larry.
I get it.
Sure, cool.
But
so I'm from. Can he hear me?
Sure can, Larry.
Can.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I come from a family that mixed Cherokee and Irish together, right? So it wasn't all about tomahawks to the back of the head and scalp them, and shoot them in the back and scalp them. That sort of thing went on. People were, fighting over land and making treaties and breaking treaties.
Indian tribes fought against each other. That's
what I was about to get to.
Hold on, there's no excuse for necessarily, but anyway, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, the Native Americans were even enslaving people. The Cherokee had slaves. This is a fact. And then when they became freemen, they didn't know how to put them in the book, so they would just write freemen, right? Even if they were Cherokee, they'd be freemen and native. So anyway, in the census, you can go back and look at all this stuff, right? This is like a fact. This stuff actually happened. So everybody enslaved sub-Saharan Africans, even Africans.
It's funny. It's funny. There were already black people here. There were already black people here too. So.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm just saying, America is not Texas. Like, the dirt. Like the state of Texas is what's going on at the courthouse, with the court clerk and all her little minions, right? But like Texas is like the people. We're the land. Like we are what you're supposed to be patriotic to. You're not supposed to be patriotic towards a flag. Right? We're supposed to be patriotic towards each other. And red, yellow, black, and white, it doesn't matter what color my neighbor is. If he's a Texan, that's who you're supposed to be patriotic towards.
Fuck yeah.
Well, the 50 states are actually 50 independent countries. Like you can think locally and act locally and have a difference in your area.
Not if they're subject to Washington D.C. No, not so much.
Well, yeah, the governor is the president of their state.
Sort of.
The governor is the
sheriff of the
government is
county is the highest power.
the governor of the state.
The sheriff, and then the sheriff of a county can supersede the state.
They are all selected puppets by
that
people that
county.
we never vote for. All selected puppets by those we never see or never vote for. I'm sorry, folks. This idea of a constitutional republic is a bunch of BS to fool people into thinking they live in an experiment called the United States of America. It's all a psyop, and what woke me up to this was March 2020 until now, until God lets me live on this great earth until I'm taken away. I didn't know this.
You're angry. I get it. You're red pill raging right now. But the more that you understand, there's two Americas. You can be a U.S. citizen if you want to be. Nobody's stopping you from being a slave. But if you ever want to change that, right, you can change your status. Did you know you could do that?
I just try to wake people up to the fact that don't take the stuff in your arm, and the earth is not a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, and to seek truth and knowledge. Seek God while he can still be found, and I kind of let it go at that.
Yeah, Jim, that's a really good start, and keep watching and listening and follow the information. But I want to say, what will D? I saw you left for a minute. I want you to. I want everyone to let What World D talk for a minute, and
yeah, shut up, Helio, so he can talk.
I know me. Yeah, I'm guilty too. So
all right, thanks, dude. I appreciate you. Did you not know that there was a difference between a U.S. citizen and a state citizen, or like
talking to Jim?
Citizen?
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, I think he knows that.
It doesn't really. There are some things that, and I respect the question. Thank you. There are some things that have become noise to me. Things that I hear, and I appreciate people, saying it and being deep thinkers like you are. But some things I just don't care about anymore. And that's one of them I just don't care about anymore. I care about people getting, put something in their arm that they have no idea that what's in it. I care about people, knowing what shape of the earth they walk on every day. I care about people knowing that God exists and Genesis 1 is real and factual. I want people to know that Revelation is basically upon us, and I want them to prepare for God in eternity. The rest of it is kind of like noise. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's
because
a lot of noise.
There's a lot of intricacies that you don't have to participate, but a lot of things on the system that you don't. You have that foundation that you just spoke of, so you don't have to know everything, especially